Welcome back, legends. And if you're new here, welcome to HarryFics. This channel is dedicated to powerful Harry Potter what if stories, where we explore alternate destinies, hidden power awakenings, and the darker, untold secrets of the wizarding world. Quick note before we begin. This video is self-recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policies. Every story on this channel is originally written, creatively edited, and made purely for storytelling and entertainment. What if Hedwig was Lily Potter's secret Animagus guardian, watching over Harry since that night? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, make sure to subscribe to HarryFics. Now, let the story begin.
The cupboard under the stairs had never felt smaller. Harry lay on his thin mattress, knees drawn up to his chest because the cot was too short for him now, had been too short for almost 2 years. He was 11 next week. Or he thought he was. The Dursleys didn't exactly celebrate. Through the warped wood of the door, he could hear them in the kitchen. Dudley's booming laugh, Aunt Petunia's clucking concern about whether there would be enough pudding, Uncle Vernon's grunts of approval. The sounds of a family. The sounds of people who had forgotten, entirely, that he existed 2 floors below. Harry pressed his glasses against his face and stared at the darkness. Snow had started falling around 6 that evening. He knew because there was a small crack in the cupboard door, just wide enough to see the strip of hallway beyond, and through the frosted glass of the front door he'd watched the flakes drift down like scraps of torn paper. The house had gone cold after that, the way number 4 Privet Drive always went cold when winter came. Aunt Petunia turned the heating down at night. Said it was wasteful. Harry suspected it was really because she knew he didn't have enough blankets. 3. He had 3 blankets. One was actually a winter coat that didn't fit Dudley anymore, but it was thin and the buttons dug into his ribs. The voices upstairs grew louder. Dudley must have gotten something he wanted. Harry closed his eyes and tried to remember warmth. There was a fireplace in his dreams sometimes. A crackling fire and a woman's voice, soft and low, singing something he couldn't quite catch. He'd reach for it, reach for her, and then wake up in the dark with the smell of smoke fading and his hands clutching nothing. He didn't tell anyone about the dreams. Who would he tell? A floorboard creaked above him. Harry opened his eyes. The house was settling, that was all. Old houses made noises. Uncle Vernon said so whenever Harry jumped at a bump in the night, called him jumpy, called him abnormal, told him to stop being so damn weird. Another creak. Closer this time. Harry sat up slowly, his heart beginning to thud against his ribs. The Dursleys were in bed. He'd heard them go up an hour ago, heard the heavy tread of Uncle Vernon's feet on the stairs, heard the click of their bedroom door. They never came down again until morning. The creak came again, and this time Harry was sure, it was on the stairs. The 3rd step from the bottom, the one that always groaned no matter how carefully you stepped. Someone was coming down. Harry's hand found the door handle in the dark. He didn't open it, just held it, as if that would keep whoever it was out. His breath came shallow and quick. Burglars. In Little Whinging. Uncle Vernon said there was never any crime here, said it was a respectable neighborhood, said that's why they'd chosen it, to get away from the likes of. The footsteps stopped. Right outside his cupboard. Harry stared at the crack of light where the door met the frame. He could see movement out there, a shifting shadow that blocked the faint glow from the street lamp filtering through the front door's glass. Something large. Something silent. Then a soft sound. Like breathing. Or like a dog sniffing at the door. Harry's throat closed up. He didn't move, didn't breathe, just sat frozen on his mattress with his heart pounding so loud he was certain whoever, whatever, was out there could hear it. The shadow moved on. He heard it pad past the cupboard, soft footfalls on the carpet, heading toward the kitchen. The door creaked open. Then silence. Harry waited. 1 minute. 2. The cold crept up through his thin blankets and wrapped around his legs. He shivered but didn't dare move. Whatever had come down those stairs was still in the house. He could feel it. A presence, like the weight of air before a thunderstorm. Another sound, this one so faint he almost missed it. A rustling. Coming from the kitchen. And then a thump. Harry flinched. The sound wasn't loud, but it was definite, solid. Like something heavy had been set down on the kitchen table. His mind raced through possibilities. A cat. No, cats didn't thump. A person. But why would a burglar stop at the kitchen? Why not take the telly from the living room, the silver from the sideboard? And besides, the back door was locked. Harry had checked it himself before bed, part of his nightly routine, making sure everything was secure because somehow, even at 10 years old, he knew that safety was something you had to earn, something that could be taken away. The rustling came again, followed by a soft, wet sound. Chewing. Harry pressed his ear to the cupboard door. Definitely chewing. And something else, a low, rhythmic sound that might have been purring. An animal. It had to be an animal. But how had it gotten in? And why did its footsteps on the stairs sound so deliberate, so almost human? Curiosity warred with fear in Harry's chest. Curiosity won. It usually did, even when it got him into trouble. Very slowly, he eased the cupboard door open. Just an inch. Just enough to see. The hallway was empty. The street lamp outside cast a pale orange glow through the frosted glass, painting everything in shades of shadow and sickly light. The kitchen door stood ajar, and from within came that steady, rhythmic sound. Not purring exactly. Something deeper. Something that vibrated through the floorboards and into Harry's bare feet. He slipped out of the cupboard, moving on instinct, the way he'd learned to move to avoid Uncle Vernon's notice. Silent. Invisible. Just another shadow in a house full of shadows. The kitchen door creaked when he pushed it open. Harry froze. A large bird stood on the kitchen table. No, not stood. Perched. An owl, the biggest owl Harry had ever seen, pure white against the dark wood of the table, its head swiveling slowly toward him. Its eyes were enormous, golden, and they fixed on Harry with an intensity that made his breath catch. The owl blinked. Once. Slowly. And then it did something that made Harry's blood run cold. It tilted its head, just slightly, and looked at him the way Aunt Petunia looked at him when she was trying to figure out if he'd stolen something. Not like an animal at all. Like something that was thinking. Considering. Harry's hand found the doorframe behind him, gripping it for support. You're not normal, he whispered. The owl made a soft sound. Not a hoot, not quite. Something gentler. A sound that might have been acknowledgement. Or agreement. On the table beside the owl lay the remains of the chicken Aunt Petunia had been planning to roast tomorrow. The wrapper was torn open, the raw bird half eaten, pink flesh gleaming wetly in the dim light from the hallway. Harry should have been afraid. He should have run back to his cupboard, slammed the door, and pretended this had never happened. But something held him there. Something in those golden eyes, in that tilt of the head, in the way the owl watched him like it was waiting for him to speak. You're hungry, Harry said. It wasn't a question. The owl blinked again. Then, very deliberately, it tore another piece of raw chicken from the carcass and swallowed it. Harry should have been disgusted. Instead, he felt a strange kind of kinship. He knew what it was like to be hungry. He knew what it was like to take what you could, when you could, because there was no guarantee there'd be anything later. I won't tell, he said. They'd blame me anyway. They always do. The owl stopped eating. It looked at him for a long moment, those golden eyes unblinking now. Then it did something extraordinary. It hopped off the table and landed on the floor with a soft thump. And then it walked toward him. Not flying, not hopping like a bird. Walking. Deliberate steps, one webbed foot after another, its body low to the ground like a cat stalking prey. Harry backed up a step. The owl stopped, looked up at him, and then, very slowly, it bowed its head. Not like a bird bowing to preen. Like a person bowing. Like a gesture of respect. Harry's heart was hammering now. This was wrong. This was impossible. Birds didn't bow. Birds didn't walk like that. Birds didn't look at you like they knew you, like they'd been waiting for you, like they'd crossed oceans and mountains and years just to find you. Who are you? Harry whispered. The owl raised its head. For just a moment, its eyes seemed to flicker with something else, something that wasn't animal at all. A depth, a grief, a love so vast it made Harry's chest ache. Then it turned and glided back to the table, silent as smoke, and resumed eating the chicken. Harry stood in the doorway for a long time, watching. The cold crept up from the floor, wrapped around his ankles, crawled under his too short pajama bottoms. He didn't move, couldn't move. Eventually, the owl finished eating. It cleaned its beak on the tablecloth, leaving dark streaks of blood on the floral pattern. Then it looked at Harry again, that same searching look, and launched itself into the air. Harry flinched as the enormous wings spread wide, brushing past his face, stirring his hair. The owl flew down the hallway, toward the front door, and vanished through the cat flap like smoke through a crack. Just like that. Gone. Harry stood there for another long moment, shivering. Then he closed the kitchen door, crept back to his cupboard, and lay down on his mattress with his heart still pounding. He didn't sleep that night. He lay awake, staring at the crack of light, listening for footsteps that didn't come. And in the morning, when Aunt Petunia shrieked about the ruined chicken and Uncle Vernon stormed into the cupboard and dragged him out by his collar, demanding to know what he'd done. Harry told the truth. I didn't do it. It was an owl. The beating that followed was worse than usual. Uncle Vernon's belt left stripes across his back that stung for hours. But Harry didn't cry. Not once. Because in his mind, he kept seeing those golden eyes, that bowed head, that look that said I know you. I've always known you. And he knew, with a certainty that made no sense at all, that he hadn't seen the last of that owl. The next night, Harry left the back door unlocked. He didn't plan to. It just happened. When he went to check the locks before bed, his hand hesitated on the bolt, and then, without really deciding to, he slid it back. Just an inch. Just enough that the door would open if something pushed from outside. He told himself it was stupid. He told himself owls didn't come back to the scene of the crime, that it was probably miles away by now, that he'd imagined the whole thing because he was tired and hungry and desperate for something, anything, to break the endless gray monotony of his life. But he left the door unlocked anyway. That night, he didn't sleep either. He lay awake, listening. The house settled around him, creaking and groaning like an old ship at anchor. The wind picked up outside, rattling the windows. Snow continued to fall. He could tell by the way the light from the street lamp grew dimmer, softer, filtered through the accumulating white. Around midnight, he heard it. The soft pad of footsteps on the stairs. Harry's breath caught. He sat up, pressed his ear to the cupboard door. The footsteps were lighter this time, more careful, but he could still track them. Down the stairs, across the hall, past his cupboard, toward the kitchen. The kitchen door creaked open. Harry waited. 1 minute, 2. Then he couldn't wait any longer. He eased open the cupboard door and crept down the hall. The kitchen was dark, darker than the hallway because the window faced the back garden where the snow had piled up and blocked what little light there was. But Harry could see a shape on the table. The owl. Back again. This time, it hadn't touched the food. Aunt Petunia had locked the leftovers in the pantry after the chicken incident, and the pantry door was heavy, solid, with a bolt on the outside. The owl sat on the table, wings folded, watching Harry with those golden eyes. You came back, Harry whispered. The owl tilted its head. Harry took a step into the kitchen. Then another. The owl didn't move, didn't flinch, just watched him approach with that same intense, knowing gaze. Up close, the owl was even more extraordinary. Its feathers were pure white, so white they seemed to glow in the darkness. Its eyes were the color of amber, with black pupils that expanded and contracted as Harry watched. And its feet. Harry had never seen owls' feet like these. They were large, powerful, with talons that could probably tear through flesh like paper. But they were also strangely graceful, curled around the edge of the table like the hands of a sleeping person. Harry stopped an arm's length away. I don't know why you keep coming here, he said. There's no food. She locked it all up. The owl blinked. Then, very slowly, it lifted one foot and pointed with a talon toward the pantry door. Harry frowned. What? You want me to open it? The owl dipped its head. A nod. A definite, unmistakable nod. Harry stared. His heart was hammering again, but a strange calm had settled over him, the calm of someone who has passed beyond fear into something else entirely. Acceptance, maybe. Or wonder. He crossed to the pantry, slid back the bolt, and opened the door. Inside, on the middle shelf, sat a plate covered with cling film. Cold cuts, cheese, a slice of Aunt Petunia's prize-winning fruitcake. Harry reached up and took it down, carried it to the table, set it in front of the owl. The owl looked at the plate. Then it looked at Harry. Then it did something that made Harry's eyes sting with sudden, inexplicable tears. It pushed the plate toward him with its beak. For me, Harry whispered. The owl nodded again. Harry sat down heavily on one of the kitchen chairs. He couldn't remember the last time someone had given him something. Really given him something, not hand-me-downs or leftovers or things they were going to throw away anyway. The Dursleys gave him Dudley's old clothes, Dudley's broken toys, the food Dudley didn't want. But this was different. This was a gift, freely given. He peeled back the cling film with shaking hands. The cold cuts smelled wonderful. The cheese was sharp and yellow. The fruitcake was studded with almonds and cherries. Harry picked up a slice of ham and ate it. Then another. Then some cheese. Then a piece of cake so sweet it made his teeth ache. The owl watched him eat, those golden eyes soft now, almost gentle. When Harry had finished, when his stomach was full for the first time in as long as he could remember, he looked at the owl and said, "Why?" The owl didn't answer, of course. It couldn't. But it hopped off the table and landed on the floor beside him, and then it pressed its warm, feathered body against his leg. Just for a moment. Just long enough for Harry to feel the steady beat of its heart. Then it was gone, gliding through the kitchen door, down the hall, out through the cat flap into the snowy night. Harry sat at the table for a long time after it left, staring at the empty plate. His stomach was warm. His heart was full of something he couldn't name. And for the first time in his life, he didn't feel quite so alone. The owl came every night after that. Sometimes it brought food. Not the Dursleys. Food. Harry checked the pantry every morning and nothing was ever missing, but other things. A bread roll wrapped in brown paper. A hunk of cheese that tasted different from Aunt Petunia's, sharper and saltier. Once, a small cake that smelled of honey and spices, with a note attached in handwriting Harry couldn't read. He kept the notes anyway, hidden under his mattress. He didn't know why. They were just scraps of parchment covered in looping script that meant nothing to him. But they were from the owl. They were proof that something in the world cared whether he lived or died. The owl never stayed long. Just long enough to deliver whatever it had brought, to watch Harry eat, to press its warm body against his leg for a moment before vanishing into the night. Harry started talking to it during those brief visits. Telling it about his day, about the Dursleys, about school, about the dreams he had of a woman singing by a fire. The owl always listened. Those golden eyes never left his face. And sometimes, when Harry talked about the dreams, the owl would make a sound, a soft, grieving sound, that made Harry's chest ache with a sorrow that wasn't quite his own. He never asked where the owl came from. He never asked why it brought him food, or how it knew he was hungry, or what those notes said. He was afraid, he realized, that if he asked, the owl would stop coming. And he couldn't bear that. The owl was the only good thing in his life. The only thing that made the gray days bearable. So he didn't ask. He just accepted. And then, one night, everything changed. It was a week before his 11th birthday. Harry knew because he'd been counting the days on a scrap of paper hidden under his mattress, marking them off with a stub of pencil he'd found in the bin. 23 more days until he turned 11. 23 more days of the Dursleys pretending he didn't exist, of school where no one talked to him, of nights waiting for the owl. He was lying in his cupboard, not sleeping, when he heard the footsteps on the stairs. But these footsteps were different. They were faster, heavier, more urgent. And there were more of them. Multiple sets of feet, coming down the stairs, moving through the hallway, heading straight for his cupboard. Harry sat up, heart pounding. The door burst open before he could move. Two figures stood in the hallway, silhouetted against the dim light from the front door. One was huge, a giant of a man with a wild beard and eyes that gleamed in the darkness. The other was smaller, older, with long silver hair and a pointed hat that should have looked ridiculous but somehow didn't. "Up you get, Harry," the giant said. His voice was like rocks tumbling in a river. "We've got a lot to discuss." Harry stared. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. The older figure stepped forward, and Harry saw that she was a woman, ancient and wrinkled, with spectacles that made her eyes look enormous. "Albus," she said, "he's terrified. Give him a moment." The giant, Albus, chuckled. "Right you are, Minerva. Right you are." He crouched down, bringing his face level with Harry's. "Don't you worry, lad. We're not here to hurt you. We're here to tell you the truth." Harry found his voice. "The truth about what?" "About you," the woman said gently. "About your parents. About why you've been living with these people." Harry's heart stopped, then started again, twice as fast. "My parents. I don't have parents. They died in a car crash. Uncle Vernon told me." The giant, Albus, made a sound. Like a growl. "Car crash. Is that what they told you?" "Car crash." He straightened up, and Harry saw that he was even bigger standing than crouching, nearly 7 feet tall and almost as wide. Your parents didn't die in no car crash, Harry. They were murdered. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He gripped the edge of his mattress, knuckles white. Murdered. By the darkest wizard of our age, the woman said. You know who. He who must not be named. He came to your house when you were just a year old, and he killed your father. Then he killed your mother. And then he tried to kill you. Harry's brain refused to process this. It was too much, too strange, too impossible. But I'm here, he said. I'm alive. Yes, the woman said. You're alive. And he's not. That's the important part, Harry. You survived. You defeated him. You're the only person who ever has. The giant, Albus, nodded. That's right, lad. You're famous in our world. The boy who lived. Harry looked from one to the other. Their faces were serious, earnest, utterly convinced of what they were saying. But it couldn't be true. It couldn't. Wizards. Dark lords. Famous. Him. I don't understand, he said. What world? What are you talking about? The woman, Minerva, exchanged a glance with the giant. Then she reached into her robes and drew out a slender stick of wood. A wand. You're a wizard, Harry, she said. And you've been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She waved the wand, and suddenly the cupboard was full of light, golden, warm light that pushed back the shadows and made the narrow space feel like somewhere else entirely. Harry watched, mouth open, as the walls seemed to expand, as the ceiling rose, as the cramped cupboard transformed into something vast and beautiful. And through it all, through the wonder and the terror and the impossibility of it all, one thought kept running through Harry's mind. The owl. The owl knew. The owl had always known. As if summoned by the thought, a white shape appeared in the transformed doorway. The owl. But it wasn't alone. There were others with it, owls of all sizes and colors, carrying envelopes, dozens of them, all addressed in green ink to Mr. H. Potter, cupboard under the stairs, 4 Privet Drive. The owl glided through the crowd of its fellows and landed on Harry's knee. It looked up at him with those golden eyes, and for just a moment, Harry could have sworn he saw something else in them. Something human. Something that loved him. Then the owl leaned forward and pressed its soft head against his chest, right over his heart. And Harry, the boy who lived, the boy who had never been held, never been comforted, never been loved, Harry began to cry. The giant's name was Rubeus Hagrid. He told Harry this as they sat in the transformed kitchen, which was no longer the Dursleys' sterile, spotless kitchen but something else entirely, something that seemed to breathe and shift around them like a living thing. The walls were covered in moving pictures, people who waved and smiled and raised glasses that actually had liquid in them. The ceiling was a dome of stars, wheeling slowly overhead. And the table, the same table where Harry had eaten stolen ham and cheese in the dark, was now piled high with food that smelled better than anything Harry had ever encountered. Eat up, Hagrid boomed, pushing a platter of sausages toward him. You're skin and bone, you are. Haven't they been feeding you? Harry looked at the sausages. They were thick and dark and sizzling with fat, nothing like the pale, thin things Aunt Petunia served on the rare occasions she served meat at all. His mouth watered, but he couldn't eat. Not yet. His mind was still reeling, still trying to process everything that had happened in the last hour. Professor McGonagall, that was the woman's name, Minerva McGonagall, sat across from him, watching with sharp eyes that missed nothing. She hadn't touched the food either. Her hands were folded on the table, her wand lying beside them, and her expression was a mixture of pity and something else. Something that looked almost like grief. Harry, she said gently, I know this is overwhelming. But we have much to discuss, and not much time. The school year begins on September 1st. You'll need to be ready. School. Harry's voice came out hoarse. You mean, a school for wizards. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Hagrid said proudly. Finest school of magic in the world. Dumbledore himself went there, and he's the greatest wizard alive today. Harry seized on the name. Dumbledore. The one who sent you. Hagrid's face softened. Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. He's been watching over you, Harry. Making sure you were safe. Safe. Harry laughed, and the sound was bitter, ugly. I've been living in a cupboard under the stairs. They starve me. They beat me. They tell me my parents died in a car crash and that I'm worthless, abnormal, a freak. And this Dumbledore was watching. Silence fell over the transformed kitchen. Hagrid's face crumpled, and he looked away. Professor McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line, and for just a moment, Harry saw something dangerous flicker in her eyes. "We didn't know," she said quietly. "Albus believed, we all believed, that leaving you with your mother's blood relatives would keep you safe. The protective magic, you see. It required sacrifice. It required that you be raised by someone who shared your mother's blood." "My mother's blood." Harry's heart clenched. "Aunt Petunia. She's my mother's sister." "Yes. Lily Evans was your mother. Petunia Evans was her sister. They grew up together, in this very house." Professor McGonagall looked around the kitchen with something like disgust. "I never imagined it would come to this. Your mother she was extraordinary, Harry. Brilliant and brave and so full of love. She would be heartbroken to see you treated this way." Harry's eyes stung. He blinked rapidly, refusing to cry in front of these strangers. "Tell me about her," he said. "Please." And so they did. Hagrid told him about Lily's years at Hogwarts, how she'd been sorted into Gryffindor, how she'd been top of every class, how she'd been kind to everyone regardless of their blood or background. Professor McGonagall told him about her talent for charms, her gift with potions, the way she'd light up a room just by walking into it. And both of them told him about James Potter, his father, a troublemaker, a prankster, but brave and loyal and fiercely protective of those he loved. "They were young," Professor McGonagall said softly. "Only 21 when they died. They had their whole lives ahead of them. And then, he who must not be named," Harry said. The name felt strange in his mouth. "Why won't anyone say his name?" Hagrid shuddered. "Fear, Harry. Plain and simple. He's the most terrifying wizard who ever lived. Even saying his name brings bad luck. His name is Voldemort." Both Hagrid and Professor McGonagall flinched as if Harry had struck them. But Harry pressed on, driven by something he didn't quite understand. "You said he tried to kill me. Why? I was a baby. What could I have done to him?" "Nothing," Professor McGonagall said. "You'd done nothing. That was the point. He targeted your family because of a prophecy, a prediction made before you were born. It said that you had the power to defeat him. So he tried to destroy you before you could fulfill it. But he failed. He failed." Professor McGonagall's eyes were bright with something that might have been wonder. "No one knows how. When he cast the killing curse at you, it rebounded. It destroyed his body, scattered his soul, and left you with nothing but a scar." She reached across the table and gently pushed aside Harry's fringe. "This scar. It's all that remains of that night." Harry touched his forehead. He'd always known the scar was there, a jagged line of raised skin in the shape of a lightning bolt. He'd never thought much about it. The Dursleys said it was from the car crash that killed his parents. "Another lie. The killing curse," he said slowly. "What does it do?" "It kills," Hagrid said bluntly. "Instantly. Painlessly. There's no blocking it, no defending against it. The only person who ever survived it is you." Harry sat with that for a moment. Someone had tried to kill him. Someone had pointed a wand at his 1-year-old face and spoken words that should have ended his life. And somehow, impossibly, he had survived. "Why?" he whispered. "Why would anyone want to kill a baby?" "Because he was evil," Professor McGonagall said. "Pure and simple evil. He didn't care that you were a child. He didn't care that your mother begged him to spare you. He killed her anyway, and then he turned his wand on you." Harry's breath caught. "My mother begged him. She stood between you and death," Professor McGonagall said. "She had every chance to run, to save herself. But she wouldn't leave you. She stood there, with no wand, defenseless, and she begged him to kill her instead. And when that didn't work, when he killed her anyway, something happened. Something ancient and powerful. Her love became a shield around you. It protected you from the curse." Harry was crying now. He couldn't help it. Tears streamed down his face, and he didn't wipe them away. His mother had died for him. Had stood in front of a monster and said, "Take me instead." Hagrid reached across the table and placed a huge, gentle hand on his shoulder. "She loved you, Harry. More than anything in the world. And she's still watching over you, in her way. The protection she gave you that night is still with you. It's why you're safe here, with the Dursleys. As long as you can call this place home, he can't touch you." "Home." Harry laughed through his tears. "This isn't home. It's never been home." Professor McGonagall and Hagrid exchanged another glance. Then Professor McGonagall said, "We need to discuss your schooling, Harry." Hogwarts is ready to accept you. But there are preparations to make. Supplies to buy. A wand to choose. A wand. Harry wiped his face with his sleeve. I get a wand. Every witch and wizard needs a wand, Hagrid said. It's how you channel your magic. Your mother's wand was 11 inches, willow, with a core of dragon heartstring. Beautiful wand. Your father's was mahogany, 11 inches, also dragon heartstring. Powerful wand. What about mine? That, Professor McGonagall said, is for Ollivander to determine. He's the best wandmaker in the world. He'll find the wand that chooses you. The idea was staggering. A wand. His own wand. Magic that was his, not borrowed or stolen or dreamed. He looked down at his hands, the same hands that had scrubbed floors and weeded gardens and carried groceries, and tried to imagine them holding a wand, casting spells, doing impossible things. There's something else, Professor McGonagall said. Your owl. Harry's heart skipped. My owl. The white owl that's been visiting you. We need to discuss her. Harry looked around the transformed kitchen, but the owl was nowhere to be seen. Neither were the other owls that had been carrying letters. They'd vanished sometime during the conversation, slipping away as quietly as they'd arrived. She's not just an owl, is she? Harry asked. I knew it. I knew there was something different about her. Professor McGonagall nodded slowly. She's an animagus, a witch who can transform into an animal at will. And she's been watching over you since the night your parents died. Harry's mouth fell open. A witch? But who? Why? Again, that glance between Hagrid and McGonagall. This time, Hagrid spoke. We can't tell you that, Harry. Not yet. It's not our secret to share. But she's been protecting you all these years, making sure you survived. The food she brought you, the warmth she gave you, that was her way of caring for you when no one else would. She's been here the whole time. Harry's mind raced back through the years, searching for moments that might have been her. A white bird glimpsed through a window. A feather on the pavement. A soft hoot in the night that he'd always assumed was just an owl, passing through. Not the whole time, Professor McGonagall said. She had other obligations. But she checked on you regularly. Made sure you were alive, if not well. And when it became clear that the Dursleys were neglecting you, she started intervening more directly. Bringing food. Staying close. The notes, Harry said. She brought notes. I couldn't read them. They were from her. Letters, I expect. Trying to communicate with you. Professor McGonagall's voice was gentle. She couldn't reveal herself. The transformation is difficult to maintain for long periods, and she had to be careful not to attract attention. But she did what she could. Harry thought about the owl pressing against his leg, the warmth of her body, the soft sounds she made when he talked about his dreams. She'd been listening. All those nights, she'd been listening. And she'd understood everything. Can I meet her? He asked. I mean, as a person. Will she show herself to me? Professor McGonagall hesitated. That's not for us to say. She'll reveal herself when she's ready, if she's ready. But Harry, she leaned forward, her eyes intense behind her spectacles. What you learn about her may be difficult. It may change things. Are you prepared for that? Harry thought about it. He thought about 10 years of loneliness, of hunger, of beatings and neglect. He thought about the owl's golden eyes and the way they'd looked at him like he mattered. He thought about his mother, standing between him and death, begging for his life. Yes, he said. I'm ready. The next morning dawned gray and cold, with snow still piled against the windows and the house settling into its usual rhythm of Dudley's demands and Aunt Petunia's fluttering and Uncle Vernon's blustering. Harry woke in his cupboard. The transformation had faded sometime before dawn, leaving the house ordinary again, and for a moment, he thought it had all been a dream. Then he saw the letter. It lay on his pillow, sealed with crimson wax stamped with a crest, a lion, a serpent, a badger, and an eagle surrounding a large letter H. His name was written on the front in emerald green ink, Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry's hands shook as he broke the seal. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorc, CHF. Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by no later than the 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he read it again. The words didn't change. He was a wizard. He was going to a school for magic. His life, the gray, miserable, meaningless life he'd been living, was about to become something else entirely. A soft hoot came from the direction of the cat flap. Harry looked up. The owl was there, perched on the edge of the cat flap, her golden eyes watching him with that familiar, knowing look. In her beak, she carried a small package wrapped in brown paper. She glided across the cupboard and dropped the package in his lap. Then she pressed her warm head against his chest, just as she'd done the night before, and Harry wrapped his arms around her. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything." The owl made a soft sound and nestled closer. Harry opened the package. Inside was a small leather pouch, old and worn, with a drawstring at the top. He pulled it open and tipped the contents into his palm. Coins. Gold coins, silver coins, bronze coins, all stamped with symbols he didn't recognize. Wizarding money. Enough, surely, to buy everything on the list. "There's more," said a voice from the cupboard door. Harry looked up, startled. Professor McGonagall stood there, still in her witch's robes, watching him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "Your parents left you a small fortune in Gringotts," she said. "The Wizarding Bank. Hagrid will take you there when he comes to collect you for your school shopping. But the owl thought you might need something for immediate expenses." She nodded at the pouch. "That's from her personal funds." Harry looked at the owl. "You gave me money." The owl blinked, and Harry could have sworn she was amused. "Thank you," he said again. "I don't know how to repay you." The owl made a sound that might have been a huff, and Professor McGonagall smiled slightly. "She doesn't want repayment, Harry. She wants you to be happy. To have the life you deserve." Harry looked down at the coins in his palm. They felt heavy, real, solid. Proof that this wasn't a dream. Proof that something good was finally going to happen. "There's just one problem," he said. "The Dursleys. They won't let me go. They hate anything to do with magic." Professor McGonagall's smile vanished. "Leave the Dursleys to me." She was true to her word. That afternoon, Uncle Vernon came home from work to find a letter addressed to him in the same emerald green ink. He read it, turned purple, and stormed into the kitchen where Harry was peeling potatoes for dinner. "What is the meaning of this?" Harry looked up, careful to keep his face blank. "I don't know what you mean, Uncle Vernon." "This." Uncle Vernon shook the letter in his face. This nonsense about some school. You will not be going. You will write to them immediately and tell them you refuse the place." Harry set down the potato peeler. "I can't do that." "Can't." Uncle Vernon's face went from purple to magenta. "Can't. You'll do as you're told, boy, or so help me." The kitchen door swung open, and Professor McGonagall walked in. She wasn't wearing her witch's robes this time. She was dressed in a severe tweed suit with a hat perched on her gray hair, and she carried a handbag that looked ordinary but somehow wasn't. Uncle Vernon froze, his arms still raised, his mouth open. "Vernon Dursley," Professor McGonagall said coolly. "I am Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'm here to discuss your nephew's education." "I don't care who you are," Uncle Vernon spluttered. "You have no right to be in my house. Get out before I call the police." Professor McGonagall raised one eyebrow. "The police? How amusing." She walked past him as if he didn't exist and sat down at the kitchen table. "Sit down, Mr. Dursley. We have much to discuss." Something in her voice made Uncle Vernon sit. Harry watched, amazed, as the man who had terrorized him for 10 years folded like a cheap suit. "Now then." Professor McGonagall opened her handbag and withdrew a sheaf of papers. "Harry has been accepted to Hogwarts. This is not a request, nor is it optional. He will attend. He will receive the education his parents intended for him. And you," her eyes bored into Uncle Vernon's, "will provide him with the support he needs to succeed." "Support?" Uncle Vernon's voice was faint. "What kind of support?" "Room and board during the summer holidays. Financial assistance for school supplies. But we have no money for which will be provided by the Potter family vault at Gringotts, so your contribution will be limited to basic necessities. Food, clothing, a bed that is not a cupboard." Uncle Vernon's mouth opened and closed like a fish. "Furthermore," Professor McGonagall continued, you will cease all physical punishment of this child. You will feed him properly. You will treat him with the basic decency you would show any other human being. If I receive any reports to the contrary, I will return. And you will not enjoy my return. She smiled, and it was not a pleasant smile. Do I make myself clear? Uncle Vernon nodded weakly. Excellent. Professor McGonagall stood and smoothed her skirt. Harry, pack your things. You'll be leaving with Hagrid tomorrow morning to purchase your school supplies. The Dursleys will not interfere. Harry looked at Uncle Vernon, who was still sitting at the table with the expression of a man who had been hit over the head with something heavy. Then he looked at Professor McGonagall, who winked at him. Yes, ma'am, he said. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his cupboard, for the last time, he realized, and stared at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he would leave this place. Tomorrow, he would enter a world he'd only dreamed about. Tomorrow, everything would change. The owl was there, perched on the end of his cot, watching him with those golden eyes. She'd stayed all evening, through Harry's nervous packing, through Aunt Petunia's silent, tight-lipped preparation of dinner which included actual meat, for once through Uncle Vernon's sullen withdrawal to his armchair and the telly. You're coming with me, aren't you? Harry whispered. To Hogwarts. The owl tilted her head. Then she nodded. Harry smiled. Good. I don't think I could do this without you. The owl made a soft sound and hopped closer, pressing against his side. Harry put his arm around her, feeling the warmth of her feathers, the steady beat of her heart. She was solid, real, an anchor in the storm of change. Who are you? He asked quietly. Really? The owl looked at him for a long moment. Then she did something extraordinary. She lifted one wing and pointed with the tip of a feather toward Harry's scar. Then she pointed toward her own heart. Then she bowed her head, just as she'd done that first night, and stayed there, motionless, as if waiting. Harry frowned. I don't understand. The owl raised her head and looked at him with an expression of infinite patience. Then she repeated the gesture. Scar, heart, bow, scar, heart, bow, your scar, my heart, I bow to you. Or maybe, the scar on your forehead, the heart in my chest. They are connected. Harry's own heart began to pound. Are you trying to tell me something? About my scar? About my parents? The owl blinked. Then, very slowly, she nodded. Harry sat up, his mind racing. You knew them, didn't you? My parents. You knew them before they died. Another nod. Were you their friend? Their teacher? Someone from Hogwarts? The owl hesitated. Then she made a gesture Harry couldn't interpret. She raised one wing and traced a shape in the air, a circle, then a line through it. A symbol Harry didn't recognize. What does that mean? The owl looked at him for a long, long moment. Then she did something that made Harry's blood run cold. She changed. For just a fraction of a second, her form flickered. The white feathers shimmered, dissolved, and Harry saw something else beneath them. A face. A woman's face, with green eyes just like his own, and red hair, and a smile that broke his heart. Then it was gone, and the owl was back, watching him with those golden eyes that were suddenly, terrifyingly familiar. Harry couldn't breathe, couldn't think, couldn't do anything but stare at the owl, at the creature who had brought him food, who had kept him warm, who had watched over him for 10 long years, and see, in the afterimage of that flicker, his mother's face. Mum, he whispered. The owl made a sound. A soft, grieving sound. The same sound she'd made every time Harry talked about his dreams of a woman singing by a fire. And Harry understood. Not fully. Not completely. But enough. The owl bowed her head again, and this time, Harry knew what it meant. I'm sorry. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't reveal myself. But I've been here. I've always been here. Harry reached out with shaking hands and gathered the owl into his arms. She was warm, so warm, and she fit against his chest like she belonged there. Like she'd always belonged there. I don't understand, he whispered into her feathers. How? Why? You died. Professor McGonagall said you died. The owl pressed closer, and Harry felt something wet on his chest. Tears. The owl was crying. They stayed like that for a long time, boy and owl, mother and son, in the darkness of the cupboard under the stairs. And when Harry finally slept, he dreamed of a woman with red hair and green eyes, singing by a fire, holding him close. But this time, when he reached for her, she didn't fade. This time, she held him back. Harry woke to the sound of someone pounding on the front door. He sat up so fast his head hit the shelf above his cot, sending a rain of old shoes and dust down on him. The owl, his mother, was gone. The space beside him where she'd been was still warm, still held the faint impression of feathers, but she was nowhere to be seen. The pounding came again, followed by a voice like thunder. "Morning, Harry. Time to get up. Hagrid." Harry scrambled out of the cupboard, still half asleep, and ran for the front door. Behind him, he heard Uncle Vernon's outraged roar from upstairs, Aunt Petunia's shriek, Dudley's confused blubbering. He didn't care. He threw open the door and there stood Hagrid, twice as large as Harry remembered, beaming down at him with a smile that split his wild beard. "Ready for a big day, are ye?" Hagrid boomed. "Diagon Alley waits for no one, not even the boy who lived." Harry opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Uncle Vernon came thundering down the stairs in his dressing gown, brandishing a rifle. "Get away from my house, you freak!" he bellowed. Hagrid looked at the rifle. Then he looked at Uncle Vernon. Then he reached out with one massive hand, plucked the rifle from Uncle Vernon's grasp, and bent it into a pretzel. "Right," Hagrid said pleasantly. "Now that we've got that sorted, Harry, get our things. We've got a train to catch." Uncle Vernon stared at his ruined rifle, his face cycling through colors Harry had never seen on a human being. Aunt Petunia appeared behind him, grabbed his arm, and dragged him back into the house, hissing something about not making it worse. Dudley stood in the doorway, gaping at Hagrid like he'd never seen a large person before. Harry ran back to his cupboard and grabbed his rucksack. It wasn't much, a few changes of clothes, the pouch of coins from his mother, the letter from Hogwarts, and the small collection of notes the owl had brought him over the past weeks. Everything he owned fit in one bag. When he came back to the front door, the owl was there. She sat on Hagrid's massive shoulder, her golden eyes fixed on Harry, and for just a moment, Harry saw her again. The flicker of red hair, the green eyes, the smile. Then it was gone, and she was just an owl again. Just an owl who happened to be his mother. Hagrid noticed Harry's expression and nodded slowly. "She told ye, then." "A little," Harry said. "I don't really understand. Nor will ye, not yet." Hagrid's voice was gentler than Harry had ever heard it. "But ye will, in time. She'll tell ye when she's ready. For now, let's just focus on getting ye what ye need for school." Harry nodded, shouldered his rucksack, and stepped out of number 4 Privet Drive for what he hoped was the last time. The journey to London was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Hagrid didn't use the Muggle train, or a car, or anything Harry recognized. Instead, he led Harry to a dilapidated stone wall in the middle of a deserted London street and tapped it with his pink umbrella. 3 bricks zoomed inward, then 4 more, and suddenly there was an archway where solid wall had been, leading into a narrow cobbled street that twisted out of sight. "Welcome," Hagrid boomed, "to Diagon Alley." Harry stepped through the archway and his breath caught. He'd never imagined anything like this. The street was crammed with shops selling cauldrons and brooms and robes and books and things Harry didn't have names for. Witches and wizards bustled past in every direction, some pushing carts piled high with packages, others chatting with friends, others haggling with shopkeepers who stood in doorways calling out their wares. The air smelled of owl droppings and something sweet, like sugar and cinnamon, and over it all was a sense of magic so thick Harry felt he could reach out and touch it. The owl launched herself from Hagrid's shoulder and soared ahead, circling back occasionally to make sure they were following. Harry watched her white form against the grey London sky and felt a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the weather. "First stop," Hagrid said, "Gringotts. The Wizard Bank. Best be getting ye some proper money from her parents' vault." Gringotts was a towering white building that loomed over the other shops, its bronze doors flanked by goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms. Harry stared at them as they approached. They were shorter than humans, with long fingers and pointed beards, and they bowed as Hagrid and Harry passed through the doors. Inside, the bank was even more impressive. Marble counters stretched along the walls, staffed by more goblins who scribbled in ledgers and weighed piles of gold. A chandelier of crystal hung from the ceiling, casting rainbows across the floor. And at the center of it all, a long counter where customers waited to be served. Hagrid approached one of the goblins and produced a small golden key. "Harry Potter here," he said. "Come to visit his parents' vault." The goblin looked at Harry with sharp, black eyes. "Harry Potter," he said, and his voice was like stones grinding together. "We've been expecting you." He snapped his fingers, and another goblin appeared. "Griphook will take you down." Griphook led them through a door in the back of the bank and into a narrow stone passage lit by flaming torches. A rickety cart waited on tracks that vanished into darkness. "Get in," Griphook said. Harry climbed into the cart, followed by Hagrid, who barely fit. The owl landed on Harry's knee and gripped tightly as Griphook whistled sharply and the cart shot forward. Harry had never experienced anything like the Gringotts cart ride. They plunged through twisting passages, past underground lakes and stalactite forests, through caverns filled with bats and others filled with what looked like dragons, chained and sleeping. The cart lurched and swayed, and Harry clung to the sides, certain they were going to crash at any moment. The owl, he noticed, seemed completely unafraid. She sat on his knee with her feathers smooth, her golden eyes taking in everything with what Harry could only describe as interest. Finally, the cart screeched to a halt outside a small vault in a side passage. Griphook hopped out, approached the door, and stroked it with a long finger. The door melted away, revealing a cavern filled to the brim with gold coins. "Go on, then," Hagrid said gently. "Take what ye need." Harry slid off the cart and walked into the vault. The gold gleamed in the torchlight, mountains of it, more money than he could possibly spend in a lifetime. He reached out and picked up a handful, letting the coins run through his fingers. This was his parents. This was what they'd left him. Not just money, but proof that they'd existed, that they'd planned for his future, that they'd wanted him to have everything. The owl flew past him into the vault and landed on a small ledge near the back. She looked at him, then looked down at something below her. Harry walked over and saw a small box, wooden and worn, tucked away in a corner as if someone had hidden it there. He picked it up. It was heavier than it looked, and warm to the touch, as if it had been sitting in sunlight. There was no lock, no latch, just a smooth surface that seemed to hum with energy. "What's this?" Harry asked. Hagrid peered over his shoulder. "Don't know, Harry. Never seen it before. Must be something her parents left special for ye." Harry looked at the owl. She was watching him with that intense, knowing gaze, and he could have sworn she nodded. He tucked the box into his rucksack, then filled his pockets with gold. When he climbed back into the cart, the box seemed to pulse against his back, warm and alive, like a second heart. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was a small shop squeezed between a junk shop and an apothecary. Inside, a witch with kind eyes and silver shears was measuring a pale, skinny boy for Hogwarts robes while his mother stood nearby, looking bored. "Another Hogwarts student," Madame Malkin said as Harry entered. "We'll have you done in no time, dear. Stand on the stool next to the young man." Harry climbed onto the stool, and the pale boy turned to look at him. He had a sharp face, white blonde hair, and gray eyes that assessed Harry with the cold interest of someone appraising a racehorse. "Hogwarts, too," the boy said. "Yes," Harry said. "My father's next door buying my books. Mother's looking at wands." The boy's eyes drifted to Harry's scar, hidden behind his fringe. "Have you got your own broom?" "No," Harry said. "Play Quidditch at all?" "No, I do. Father says it's a crime if I'm not picked for my house team. I'm Draco, by the way. Draco Malfoy." Harry opened his mouth to introduce himself, but before he could, the owl swooped into the shop and landed on his shoulder. Her golden eyes fixed on Draco Malfoy, and something in her gaze made the boy take a step back. "What's that?" Draco asked, his voice slightly higher. "My owl," Harry said. "It's huge. And it's looking at me strangely." Draco's hand went to his wand pocket. "Make it stop." The owl ruffled her feathers but didn't look away. Harry could feel a vibration running through her body, a low hum that might have been a growl if owls could growl. She didn't like this boy. That much was clear. "Just ignore her," Harry said. "She's protective." Draco's eyes narrowed. Protective of what? Before Harry could answer, Madame Malkin finished pinning his robes and helped him down from the stool. Draco's mother appeared, a cold-faced woman with the same pale hair and gray eyes, and swept her son out of the shop without another word. The owl relaxed against Harry's neck, and he reached up to stroke her feathers. "What was that about?" he whispered. She made a soft sound and pressed closer, but didn't answer. Ollivander's was a narrow, shabby shop tucked away at the end of the street. The paint was peeling from the sign, and gold letters spelling, "Ollivander's," makers of fine wands since 382 BC, were faded with age. Inside, it was even more cramped, with thousands of narrow boxes piled to the ceiling and a single dusty chair in the corner. An old man with pale, silvery eyes emerged from the back, his gaze fixing immediately on Harry. "Ah," he said softly. "Yes, I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Harry Potter." Harry's scar prickled. There was something about this man, about the way he looked at Harry like he knew him, that made his skin crawl. "You have your mother's eyes," Ollivander continued. "I remember when she came in for her first wand. Willow, 11 inches, swishy. Excellent for charm work." He moved closer, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. "And your father? Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. A wand for transfiguration, that one. Powerful." Harry swallowed. "I need a wand." "Of course you do." Ollivander smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Every witch and wizard needs a wand. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. It's not always clear why. But we'll find yours." He began pulling boxes from the shelves, muttering to himself as he worked. "Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Try this." Harry took the wand. As soon as his fingers closed around it, a warmth spread through his hand, but it wasn't right. It was like putting on someone else's coat. It fit, but it wasn't his. "No," Ollivander said, taking it back. "Maple and dragon heartstring. 12 inches. Unyielding." Harry tried it. Nothing. "Ebony and unicorn hair. 10 1/4. Brittle. Nothing." Ollivander tried wand after wand, and each time, Harry felt nothing but the faint disappointment of nearly but not quite. The owl watched from her perch on the back of the dusty chair, her golden eyes following every wand, every flicker of magic. Finally, after what felt like hours, Ollivander paused. "I wonder," he murmured. "I wonder." He disappeared into the back of the shop and returned with a box covered in dust. When he opened it, Harry felt a pull, a tug in his chest like a string being drawn tight. "Holly and phoenix feather," Ollivander said quietly. 11 inches. Nice and supple." Harry reached out and took the wand. The moment his fingers closed around it, warmth flooded through him. Not the mild warmth of the other wands, but a blazing heat that started in his hand and spread through his entire body, lighting him up from the inside. Gold sparks shot from the tip of the wand, cascading around him like fireworks, and Harry felt, for the first time in his life, that he'd found something that belonged to him. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander breathed. "Yes, yes. Curious. Very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, still staring at the wand in his hand. Ollivander fixed him with those pale, unsettling eyes. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather. Just one other. It is very curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." Harry's hand flew to his forehead. The owl on the chair made a sound, a sharp cry that cut through the dusty air. "The Dark Lord's wand," Ollivander continued softly, "gave him his power." "And your wand gave you, what? What did it give you, Mr. Potter?" Harry looked at the wand in his hand. It felt warm, alive, like an extension of his own body. And somewhere deep in his chest, he felt an answering warmth from the box in his rucksack. "I don't know," he said honestly. Ollivander nodded slowly. "You will learn. Wands have ways of revealing themselves in time." He paused, then added, "I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things." "Terrible, yes, but great." Harry paid for his wand and left the shop quickly, the owl flying close behind. He didn't look back, but he could feel Ollivander's eyes on him until he turned the corner and was gone. They finished the rest of the shopping in a daze. Hagrid took Harry to the apothecary for potions ingredients, to Flourish and Blots for textbooks, to the junk shop for a cauldron and telescopes and brass scales. Harry bought a snowy owl, or rather, he tried to, until the shopkeeper looked at the owl on his shoulder and laughed. "Got yourself one already, have you, lad? That's a fine bird. Rare breed, that. Snowy owls don't usually get that big." Harry looked at the owl. She looked back at him, and he could have sworn she was amused. "I'll just keep this one, then," he said. By the time they'd finished, Harry's rucksack was bursting and his pockets were considerably lighter. Hagrid led him to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch, a cozy, dim pub full of witches and wizards who stared at Harry with undisguised curiosity. "It's you," whispered an old witch at the bar. "It's Harry Potter." The whisper spread through the pub like fire through dry grass. By the time Harry sat down at a table in the corner, half the patrons were craning their necks to get a look at him. The owl fluffed her feathers in annoyance and turned her back on them. Hagrid ordered them both steak and kidney pie, and while they ate, he told Harry about Hogwarts. About the four houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. About the classes he'd take, Transfiguration, Charms, Potions, History of Magic, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Astronomy, Herbology. About the Quidditch pitch and the Forbidden Forest and the lake that held a giant squid. "It's the best place in the world," Hagrid said wistfully. "I'd give anything to be going back." "Why can't you?" Harry asked. "Didn't you go to Hogwarts?" Hagrid's face fell. "I was expelled," he said quietly. "In my 3rd year. They broke my wand and banned me from doing magic." Harry stared. "Expelled? What for?" Hagrid looked away. "That's not something I talk about, Harry. Let's just leave it at that." The owl hopped onto the table and pressed her head against Hagrid's massive hand. He looked at her with something like gratitude, and Harry wondered what story lay behind those words. What could possibly be bad enough to get a student expelled and their wand destroyed? They finished their meal in silence, and then Hagrid walked Harry back to the Leaky Cauldron's entrance, where he'd arranged to meet Professor McGonagall. "One last thing," Hagrid said, reaching into his coat pocket. "Your train ticket. Platform 9 3/4, King's Cross Station, September 1st. Don't be late." Harry took the ticket and looked at it. It seemed ordinary enough, just a piece of cardboard with the date and time printed on it. "How do I get onto platform 9 3/4? He asked. "Platforms at King's Cross only go up to 10. Hagrid grinned. "That's the magic of it, Harry. Just walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, and don't be scared. You'll come out the other side." Harry nodded, though he wasn't sure he understood. "Will you be there?" "Can't, I'm afraid. Got me own duties at Hogwarts. But you'll be fine. Professor McGonagall will be there to help. If you need it." As if summoned by her name, Professor McGonagall appeared in the doorway of the Leaky Cauldron. She was wearing Muggle clothes again, a severe gray suit that matched her expression. "Harry," she said. "A word, please." Harry looked at Hagrid, who nodded encouragingly. He followed Professor McGonagall into a quiet corner of the pub, away from the staring patrons and the curious whispers. "The owl," Professor McGonagall said quietly. "She's told you something, hasn't she?" Harry nodded. "A little. Not everything." "No, not everything." Professor McGonagall's eyes were troubled. "Harry, what I'm about to tell you is difficult. And it's not my secret to share fully. But you deserve to know some of it before you go to Hogwarts." Harry's heart began to pound. "Is it about my mum? About why she's an owl?" "Yes." Professor McGonagall took a deep breath. "Your mother was one of the most gifted witches of her age. She excelled at everything she tried, but her greatest talent was transfiguration. She became an Animagus in her 5th year, the youngest witch to do so in over a century." "An Animagus," Harry repeated. "Someone who can turn into an animal." "Exactly. Your mother's Animagus form was a snowy owl. It suited her, wise, beautiful, fiercely protective of those she loved." Professor McGonagall paused. "When Voldemort attacked your family, your mother did something extraordinary. She didn't just stand between you and death. She used her Animagus transformation to shield you." Harry frowned. "I don't understand." At the moment the killing curse struck her, she was in the process of transforming. The curse hit her mid-transformation, and something happened that's never happened before. It didn't kill her, not completely. It trapped her. Her human form was destroyed, but her Animagus form survived. She became stuck as an owl, unable to change back. Harry's mouth fell open. "She's been like this for 10 years. Stuck as an owl." "Yes. And unable to communicate, unable to reveal herself, unable to do anything but watch as you grew up in that horrible house." Professor McGonagall's voice was rough. "She's been trying to reach you, Harry. For 10 years, she's been trying. But the curse that trapped her also bound her. She couldn't speak, couldn't write, couldn't do anything that might reveal her true nature. The magic that sustains her is fragile. If she tried to shift back, if she tried to force the transformation, she might die." Harry's eyes filled with tears. All those years. All those nights. His mother had been there, watching, waiting, unable to do anything but observe as he was starved and beaten and neglected. The food she'd brought, the warmth she'd given, it was all she could manage. All she could risk. Why now? He whispered. Why did she start coming to me now? Because you're 11, Professor McGonagall said. The blood protection your mother gave you that night begins to fade as you come of age. Voldemort isn't gone, Harry. He's weakened, diminished, but he's still out there. And he will try to return. When he does, the protection won't be enough. You'll need to be ready. You'll need to be trained. And you'll need to know the truth. The truth about what? Professor McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached into her pocket and withdrew a small, folded piece of parchment. Your mother wanted you to have this. She wrote it years ago, before you were born, and left it in safekeeping. I was supposed to give it to you on your 11th birthday, but under the circumstances. She pressed it into Harry's hand. Read it when you're alone. And Harry, be careful. There are those at Hogwarts who would use you, who would manipulate you, who would try to turn you into something you're not. Trust your instincts. Trust your mother. And trust the friends you make. Harry looked at the parchment in his hand. It was old, yellowed with age, and folded into a tight square. His name was written on the outside in handwriting he recognized, the same looping script from the notes the owl had brought him. Thank you, he said. Professor McGonagall nodded. I'll see you at Hogwarts, Harry. And remember, the train leaves at 11. Don't be late. She turned and walked away, leaving Harry alone in the corner of the pub with his mother's letter in his hand and 1,000 questions burning in his mind. That night, in a small room at the leaky cauldron that Hagrid had arranged for him, Harry sat on the edge of the bed and unfolded the letter. The owl, his mother, sat on the pillow beside him, her golden eyes fixed on his face. He could feel her tension, her hope, her fear. This was it. This was the moment she'd been waiting for. He began to read. My dearest Harry, if you're reading this, then I'm gone, and you're 11 years old, and the world is about to open up for you in ways you can't imagine. I wish I could be there to see it. I wish I could hold your hand on your first day of Hogwarts, and kiss your forehead before bed, and tell you that everything will be all right. But I can't. So I'm writing this instead, hoping that somehow, these words will reach you across the years and tell you what's in my heart. First, I love you. I loved you from the moment I knew you existed, from the moment I felt you move inside me, from the moment I held you in my arms and looked into your eyes. You were the best thing I ever did, Harry. You and your father were my whole world. Second, your father loved you more than anything. James wasn't perfect, he was arrogant and reckless and sometimes infuriating, but he loved you with his whole heart. He used to stay up all night just watching you sleep, marveling at the miracle of you. He would have done anything to protect you. He did do everything. He died trying to give your mother and you time to escape. Third, Voldemort is not gone. I know the wizarding world wants to believe he is, wants to celebrate his defeat and move on, but he's too powerful, too cunning, too obsessed with immortality to simply die. He'll be back, Harry. And when he does, you'll need to be ready. That's why I'm writing this. That's why I've left you clues, hidden them in places only you can find. There's a box you'll discover in the Gringotts vault. I felt it when you picked it up, even now, even from here. Open it when you're ready. It contains the first piece of what you'll need to defeat him. But more than that, it contains the truth. About me. About your father. About the night we died. I can't tell you everything in a letter. There isn't room, and besides, some things you need to discover for yourself. But I can tell you this, the owl that's been watching you, the owl that brought you food and kept you warm and loved you from a distance, that owl is me. I'm trapped, Harry. Trapped between life and death, between human and animal, between the world of the living and the world beyond. I don't know if I'll ever be free. But I'm here. I've always been here. And I'll always be here, for as long as I can. Trust Hagrid. Trust Dumbledore, but not blindly, he has his own plans, his own secrets. Trust the friends you make, but make them choose you, don't chase them. And trust yourself. You're stronger than you know, braver than you realize, and more loved than you could ever imagine. I'll be watching, Harry. Always. All my love. Mum. Harry finished reading and looked up. The owl, his mother, was crying again, silent tears tracking through her feathers and falling onto the pillow. He reached out and gathered her into his arms, holding her as close as he could. "I love you too," he whispered. "I love you too." And in the darkness of the room above the leaky cauldron, a boy and his mother held each other, and for the first time in 10 years, they were not alone. Harry didn't sleep that night. He sat on the bed in his small room at the leaky cauldron with his mother in his arms, her warm feathers pressed against his chest, and he read her letter again and again until the words were burned into his memory. Each time, new details jumped out at him. "There's a box you'll discover. Open it when you're ready. It contains the first piece of what you'll need." The box from Gringotts. He'd almost forgotten about it in the chaos of the day. He reached for his rucksack and pulled out the small wooden box. It was still warm, still humming with that faint energy, and when he held it in his hands, he felt a connection to something vast and ancient. His mother shifted on the bed, watching him with those golden eyes, and he could feel her encouragement like a physical warmth. There was no lock, no obvious way to open it. Harry ran his fingers over the smooth surface, searching for a seam, a catch, anything. Nothing. The box was seamless, as if it had been carved from a single piece of wood. "How do I open it?" he asked. The owl, his mother, hopped closer and pressed her beak against his forehead, right on his scar. A jolt ran through him, like static electricity, and the box sprang open in his hands. Inside, nestled on a bed of velvet, lay a single object, a silver bracelet, delicate and intricate, with 7 small charms dangling from it. Harry recognized some of the charms: a snitch, a cauldron, a wand, a book. Others were mysterious: a tiny mirror, a key, and a heart. He lifted the bracelet from the box, and as soon as his fingers touched it, he felt a rush of something that might have been memory. A woman's laugh. A man's voice calling his name. The smell of grass and fire smoke. Then it was gone, and he was just holding a bracelet in a quiet room above a pub. "What is it?" he whispered. His mother touched her beak to the heart charm, then to his chest, then to the snitch, then to the sky outside the window. Harry frowned, trying to understand. "Heart, me, snitch, sky." He shook his head. "I don't get it." She repeated the gesture, more slowly this time. Heart, his chest, snitch, sky. Then she looked at him with that infinite patience, waiting for understanding to dawn. "The heart is you," Harry said slowly. "The snitch, Quidditch. The sky, flying." His eyes widened. "Is this about my father? Did this belong to him?" She nodded, and Harry felt tears prick his eyes again. His father's bracelet. Something James Potter had worn, had touched, had loved. And now it was his. He fastened it around his wrist. It fit perfectly, as if it had been made for him. The charms jingled softly as he moved, a sound that was already becoming familiar, already becoming his. "Thank you," he said to his mother. "For keeping this safe. For keeping everything safe." She pressed against him, and they sat together in the darkness, watching the stars wheel past the window, waiting for morning. Dawn came slowly, painting the London sky in shades of rose and gold. Harry washed in the small bathroom down the hall, dressed in his Muggle clothes, the best he had, which wasn't saying much, and packed his rucksack with all his new belongings. The cauldron was too big to fit, so he'd have to carry it separately. His mother perched on his shoulder, her weight a warm comfort against his neck. Hagrid met him in the pub for breakfast, piling his plate with eggs and sausages and toast and telling him again and again not to be nervous. "You'll be fine, Harry. Fine, you hear me? Hogwarts is where you belong. It's where your mum and dad belonged. You'll see." Harry nodded, but his stomach was too tight to eat much. He pushed food around his plate, thinking about the train, about the platform he couldn't find, about the school full of strangers who already knew his name. "What if they don't like me?" he asked quietly. Hagrid's massive hand covered his. "They'll love ye, Harry. You're not just the boy who lived. You're Lily and James's son. That means something to people who knew them. And to the ones who didn't, well, they'll learn." Harry wanted to believe him. He really did. After breakfast, Hagrid walked him to the edge of Diagon Alley and pointed him toward the Muggle world. "Just follow this street to the end, turn left, and keep walking until ye reach King's Cross. Can't miss it. Big station, lots of trains." Hagrid grinned. "And remember, platform 9 3/4. Straight at the barrier. Don't stop." Harry nodded. "Will I see you at Hogwarts?" "Soon as I get back. Got a few things to attend to first." But I'll be there for the feast, don't you worry. Hagrid pulled him into a crushing hug. Be brave, Harry. You're a Gryffindor, through and through. I can feel it. Then he was gone, disappearing back into the leaky cauldron, and Harry was alone on a London street with a too-heavy rucksack, a cauldron banging against his leg, and an owl on his shoulder who happened to be his mother. Right, he said to her. Platform 9 3/4. Let's go. King's Cross Station was chaos. Harry had never seen so many people in one place. They streamed past him in waves, clutching suitcases and tickets and children, their voices blending into a roar of sound that made his head spin. The clock on the main concourse showed 10:45. He had 15 minutes to find a platform that didn't exist. He walked the length of the station twice, checking every sign, every board, every possible entrance. Platforms 9 and 10 were clearly marked, separated by a barrier that looked completely solid. People walked through it constantly, but they walked through a gate, not the barrier itself. There was no magic here. No hidden platform. His mother shifted on his shoulder, her talons gripping a little tighter. He could feel her concern, her urge to help, her frustration at being unable to speak. I know, he muttered. I'm trying. He approached the barrier between 9 and 10 for the third time, watching the muggles stream past. A family with a trolley loaded with luggage was heading straight for it, a mother, father, and several red-haired children. Harry's breath caught as they reached the barrier and didn't stop. They vanished. One moment they were there, the next they were gone, passing through solid metal as if it were smoke. Harry's heart leapt. That was it. That was how it worked. He grabbed his trolley and pushed it toward the barrier, trying to look casual, trying not to run. All right there, dear. A witch with a kind face and a large trunk smiled at him as she passed. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice, and kept walking. The barrier loomed closer. 10 feet. 5, 3. Harry closed his eyes and pushed. He felt a moment of resistance, a tugging sensation like being pulled through thick honey, and then he was standing on a platform filled with the most magnificent train he'd ever seen. It was steam engine, scarlet and gleaming, with a sign above the tracks reading Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Smoke billowed from its chimney, obscuring the arched ceiling of the station. People crowded the platform, witches and wizards in robes, children hugging parents, owls hooting from cages, cats mewling in carriers, and everywhere the bustle and excitement of departure. Harry stood frozen, drinking it all in. His mother hooted softly in his ear, a sound of pure joy. And he felt her wings tighten against him in something that felt like a hug. We made it, he breathed. We actually made it. A voice behind him made him jump. First time at Hogwarts. Ron's first time as well. Harry turned to find the red-haired family from before. The mother was smiling at him, her hand on the shoulder of a boy about Harry's age with a long nose, freckles, and the same bright red hair as his siblings. He looked even more nervous than Harry felt. Yeah, Harry said. How did you know? The look of you, the woman said kindly. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Now, Ron, have you got your ticket? Your wand? All your books? The boy, Ron, nodded miserably, his ears reddening as his older brothers snickered behind him. Fred, George, behave yourselves, the mother said without looking around. And Percy, watch over them, won't you? A tall boy with horn-rimmed glasses and an air of importance nodded stiffly. I will, mother. The mother turned back to Harry. Are your parents here, dear? We can help you find a compartment if you like. Harry's throat tightened. No, he said. It's just me. The woman's expression softened with understanding, the wrong kind of understanding, Harry realized. She thought he was alone, truly alone. She didn't know about the owl on his shoulder, the bracelet on his wrist, the letter in his pocket. Well then, she said briskly, you'll travel with Ron. It's always better to have company on the first journey. Go on, both of you, find a good compartment before they're all taken. Ron looked at Harry with something like relief. Harry nodded, and together they pushed their trolleys toward the train. The Hogwarts Express was even more impressive inside. Plush compartments lined the corridor, each with seats that faced each other and racks overhead for luggage. Ron and Harry found an empty compartment near the end of the train and wrestled their trunks inside, then collapsed onto the seats, breathing hard. I'm Ron, by the way, Ron said. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. You're Harry Potter. Seriously. Then his face flushed. I mean, Not that it's a big deal or anything, it's just, I've heard, well, everyone's heard. It's fine, Harry said, and he meant it. Ron's reaction was different from the whispers in the leaky cauldron, the stairs in Diagon Alley. It was excited, not predatory. Curious, not hungry. Really. It's fine. Ron took a breath. Right, okay. He looked at the owl on Harry's shoulder. That your owl? She's huge. I've got one too, Pigwidgeon, but he's tiny. Scops owl. My uncle gave him to me. Harry's mother swiveled her head to look at Ron, and Harry felt her assessment. After a moment, she made a soft sound and settled more comfortably on his shoulder. She likes you, Harry said. That's good. She doesn't like everyone. Ron grinned. Brilliant. An owl with taste. He leaned forward. So, Harry Potter, what's it like? I mean, you know who and everything. Is it true? About your scar? Harry pushed his fringe aside, and Ron gasped. It's really there. A real lightning bolt. He shook his head in wonder. Wait till Fred and George hear about this. They'll never believe I sat with Harry Potter. The compartment door slid open, and a girl with bushy brown hair and a bossy voice poked her head in. Have either of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost his. Harry and Ron shook their heads. The girl looked disappointed, then brightened. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. And you are. Harry introduced himself, and Ron did the same. Hermione's eyes widened at Harry's name, but she recovered quickly. I've read all about you, she said. In Hogwarts, A History and the Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts and Modern Magical History. You're in several chapters. I am. Harry had never thought of himself as being in chapters. Oh yes. The night you survived, it changed everything. The wizarding world had been living in fear for years, and then suddenly, you. A baby who defeated the most powerful dark wizard in centuries. She shook her head. It's fascinating, really. The magical theory behind it alone. I haven't read any of those books, Ron interrupted. Too busy having a life. Hermione's cheeks flushed. Well, some of us actually want to be prepared for school. It's not a competition. Could have fooled me. Harry looked between them, sensing a tension he didn't quite understand. His mother made a soft sound in his ear, and he had the distinct impression she was amused. I haven't read them either, Harry said. Maybe you could tell me about them sometime. Hermione's face cleared. I'd love to. I've practically memorized them. She glanced at the door. I should go find Neville's toad. But maybe I'll see you on the train. Sure, Harry said. Good luck with the toad. She disappeared, and Ron rolled his eyes. Bookworm. Bet she's insufferable in class. Harry shrugged. She seemed nice enough. Ron was about to respond when the compartment door slid open again. This time, it was a pale, sharp-faced boy Harry recognized from Madame Malkin's. Draco Malfoy, accompanied by two large boys who looked like they'd been carved from stone. Well, Draco said, his eyes fixed on Harry. It's you. The one from the robe shop. I didn't catch your name. Harry Potter, Harry said quietly. Draco's eyes lit up. Harry Potter. Really? I'm Draco Malfoy. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. He gestured at the two hulking boys, who grunted. I thought it might be you. You've got the scar, after all. And that owl. His eyes flicked to Harry's mother, and something cold passed through them. Still have it, I see. Pity. What do you want? Ron asked, his voice sharper than Harry had heard it. Draco's gaze shifted to Ron, and his lip curled. I don't believe we've met. Red hair, hand-me-down robes, clearly no money. A Weasley, I presume. Ron's face went red. What's it to you? Nothing at all. Draco turned back to Harry. You should be careful, Potter. Some families are worth knowing, and some aren't. My father says it's all about who you associate with. He says I should choose my friends wisely. He smiled, and it didn't reach his eyes. I could help you, you know. Introduce you to the right sort of people. We could be friends. Harry felt his mother's talons tighten on his shoulder. He looked at Draco's cold gray eyes, at the sneer on his face, at the way he dismissed Ron like he was nothing. Then he looked at Ron, who was staring at the floor, his ears burning. I think I can choose my own friends, thanks, Harry said. Draco's smile faltered. You're making a mistake, Potter. I don't think I am. For a moment, something ugly flickered in Draco's eyes. Then he shrugged, turned, and walked away, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him. Ron looked up, surprise and hope warring on his face. You didn't have to do that. Yeah, I did. Harry reached up and stroked his mother's feathers. She'd relaxed slightly, but he could still feel tension in her body. He's not someone I want to be friends with. Ron grinned. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He stuck his hand out. Friends, then. Harry took it. Friends. The train ride passed more quickly than Harry expected. Ron proved to be excellent company once he got over his initial awe. He talked about his family, 5 brothers, 1 sister, all of them witches and wizards, and about life at the Burrow, their home that was so full of magic it practically burst at the seams. He told Harry about Quidditch, about the Chudley Cannons, his favorite team, though they hadn't won a match in living memory, and about the pranks Fred and George had pulled over the years. In return, Harry told Ron about the Dursleys. Not everything, not the cupboard or the beatings or the years of hunger, but enough. About how they'd lied about his parents. About how they'd hated anything strange or magical. About how he'd never known he was a wizard until Hagrid appeared. Ron listened without judgment, his face growing darker as Harry spoke. That's awful, he said when Harry finished. They sound horrible. My mum would have hexed them into next week if she'd known. Harry smiled. I wish I'd met your mum years ago. Trust me, you don't. She's terrifying. But in a good way. Ron paused. Your parents, though, they were really something, weren't they? Everyone talks about them. My dad says your mum was one of the best witches of her age, and your dad was brilliant at Quidditch. Played Seeker, just like you'll probably be. I don't know if I'll be any good. Course you will. It's in your blood. Ron looked at the owl on Harry's shoulder. Your owl's been watching you all day. Doesn't she ever leave? Harry glanced at his mother. She was watching him with those golden eyes, and he felt a surge of love so strong it almost hurt. She's special, he said quietly. She's been with me since I was little. I don't know what I'd do without her. Ron nodded, accepting this without question. That was one of the things Harry liked about him already. He didn't pry, didn't push, just accepted what he was told and moved on. The afternoon wore on, and the compartment grew dim as clouds gathered outside. A trolley which came by with snacks, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and Harry bought enough for both of them, ignoring Ron's protests. You don't have to. I want to. Besides, I've got more money than I know what to do with. Might as well share. Ron grinned and bit into a pasty with enthusiasm. Around them, the countryside changed. Fields gave way to hills, hills to mountains, and the sky grew darker as they traveled north. Harry pressed his face to the window, watching the landscape blur past, and felt a growing excitement in his chest. He was going to Hogwarts. He was going to learn magic. He was going to have friends, and a home, and a future. His mother pressed her warm head against his cheek, and he knew she felt it too. The train began to slow as evening fell. 5 minutes. A voice called along the corridor. 5 minutes to Hogwarts. Harry's heart leapt. He gathered his things, helped Ron with his trunk, and made sure his mother was secure on his shoulder. The compartment filled with students grabbing luggage and owls and cats, all of them chattering excitedly about the feast, the houses, the sorting. What's the sorting? Harry asked Ron as they joined the crowd in the corridor. It's how they decide which house you go into. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. You wear the sorting hat, and it looks into your mind and figures out where you belong. The hat looks into your mind. Just a bit. Don't worry, it's not painful or anything. Fred and George said it tickles. Harry wasn't sure he wanted anything looking into his mind. What would it find there? 10 years of loneliness, of hunger, of pain. The secret of his mother, trapped in owl form, watching him from a distance. The prophecy that had doomed his parents. His mother made a soft sound, and he felt her calm wash over him. Whatever the hat found, she'd be there. She'd always be there. The train lurched to a stop, and the doors slid open. Furs years over here. A giant of a man, not Hagrid, but someone equally large, was calling to them from the platform, holding a lantern that swung in the darkness. Harry followed the crowd of first years toward him, feeling small and lost among the jostling bodies. All right, first years, follow me. Mind your step, now. They followed him down a steep, narrow path that led away from the train and into the darkness. Harry could hear water lapping somewhere ahead, and when they emerged from the path, he saw why. A vast, dark lake stretched before them, reflecting the stars in its glassy surface. On the far shore, high on a mountain, stood a castle. A castle with towers and turrets and windows glowing with warm light, a castle that seemed to grow from the rock itself, ancient and magnificent and impossibly beautiful. Hogwarts. Harry's breath caught. Beside him, Ron made a sound of wonder. Even Hermione, who'd read all about it, was staring with her mouth open. The giant, Harry learned his name was Hagrid. No, that was the other one, this one was someone else, led them to a fleet of small boats waiting at the water's edge. No more than 4 to a boat. He called. In you get. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and a nervous boy who must be Neville. He still had his toad climbed into one of the boats. Harry's mother settled on his knee, her golden eyes fixed on the castle ahead. And then they were moving, gliding across the dark water toward the light. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy into a dark tunnel, then emerged into an underground harbor. They climbed out and followed the giant up a steep path to a massive oak door. He raised his fist and knocked 3 times. The door swung open, and a severe-looking witch in emerald robes stood before them. Professor McGonagall. Her eyes found Harry immediately, flicked to the owl on his shoulder, and softened just slightly. The furs, years, Professor, the giant said. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. Hagrid. That was Hagrid. Harry felt stupid for not recognizing him earlier, but the darkness and the excitement had muddled his thoughts. Professor McGonagall led them into a small chamber off the entrance hall and instructed them to wait. She would return to fetch them when the sorting was ready. The door closed, and the first years burst into nervous chatter. How does it work? Someone asked. Magic, obviously. But what kind of magic? A hat, I heard. You put it on and it tells you where you go. A hat. That's it. Harry listened to the chatter, but his attention was on his mother. She was trembling slightly against his neck, and he could feel her tension like a physical thing. What's wrong? He whispered. She looked at him, and in her golden eyes he saw fear. Not for herself, for him. She was afraid of what the sorting hat might find, what it might reveal. She was afraid for him. It's okay, he whispered. Whatever happens, you'll be there. That's all that matters. She pressed closer, and he felt her love like a warmth in his chest. The door opened. Professor McGonagall stood there, her face unreadable. The sorting is about to begin, she said. Follow me. They walked through the entrance hall, past massive marble staircases, and into the Great Hall. Harry had never seen anything like it. Thousands of candles floated in midair, illuminating 4 long tables packed with students. At the front, on a raised platform, sat the teachers. And above them all, the ceiling, a perfect replica of the night sky, stars wheeling slowly overhead. But Harry barely noticed any of it. Because on that raised platform, seated in a large golden chair at the center of the teacher's table, was a man with long silver hair and a beard to match, half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose, and eyes that twinkled with an ancient, knowing light. Albus Dumbledore. Their eyes met across the Great Hall, and Harry felt, for just a moment, that he was being seen. Truly seen. Not as the boy who lived, not as a symbol or a curiosity, but as himself. Then Professor McGonagall placed a stool before the students and set a worn, patched hat on it. The hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide, and it began to sing. Harry didn't hear the words. He was too focused on the teacher's table, on Dumbledore's gentle smile, on the way his mother had gone completely still on his shoulder. One by one, students were called forward. The hat considered them, then shouted a house name. Cheers erupted from the appropriate table each time. Hermione Granger. The bushy-haired girl from the train walked forward, sat on the stool, and had the hat on her head for barely a second before it shouted, Gryffindor. The table on the far left erupted in cheers. Ronald Weasley. Ron shot Harry a terrified look and stumbled forward. The hat sat on his head for a long moment, and Harry saw Ron's lips move as if he were arguing with it. Then, Gryffindor. Ron practically ran to the table, collapsing into a seat with relief. Professor McGonagall consulted her list. Harry Potter. The Great Hall went silent. Harry walked forward, his mother gripping his shoulder so tightly he could feel each talon through his robe. He sat on the stool, and Professor McGonagall lowered the hat toward his head. The last thing he saw before the hat covered his eyes was his mother's golden gaze, filled with love and fear and hope. Then darkness, and a voice in his ear. Interesting, the Sorting Hat whispered. Very interesting. The Sorting Hat's voice filled Harry's mind, warm and ancient and curiously gentle. Well, well, Harry Potter, I've been waiting to meet you for a long time. Harry didn't know how to respond. Could the hat hear his thoughts? Ron had said it looked into your mind, but this felt different, more like a conversation than an examination. You're wondering if I can hear you, the hat continued. Yes, I can. Everything. The fears, the hopes, the memories. They're all here, swimming beneath the surface. Quite a lot for someone so young. Harry felt a flash of panic. His mother's secret. If the hat could see everything. Peace, child. The hat's voice softened. I am not here to expose you. I am here to find you a home. And what I see. It paused, and Harry felt something like wonder radiate from it. What I see is extraordinary. The hat fell silent, and Harry felt it sifting through his memories like pages in a book. The cupboard under the stairs. The first time the owl appeared. The night Hagrid came. The letter. The box. His mother's golden eyes watching him from the pillow. Lily, the hat breathed. Lily Evans, still here. Still fighting. Still loving. Its voice trembled slightly. I sorted her, you know. 11 years old, just like you. Fierce and brilliant and so full of light. I knew immediately where she belonged. Gryffindor, through and through. Harry's heart swelled. His mother had been Gryffindor. His father too, according to Hagrid. Yes, the hat agreed. James Potter was Gryffindor as well. Brave to the point of foolishness, loyal to the point of sacrifice. They were well matched, your parents. More memories flickered past. Harry's longing for a family, for a place to belong. His fear of being alone. His desperate hope that Hogwarts would be different. You've been so lonely, the hat whispered. So hungry for love. And all along, she was there. Watching. Waiting. Unable to reach you. Another pause. The curse that binds her is ancient and powerful. I've seen its like only once before, centuries ago. A witch caught between forms, neither fully alive nor fully dead. She exists in the spaces between, held there by love and magic and will. Can you help her? Harry thought desperately. Can you break the curse? If I had a body, perhaps. If I had hands to wield magic. But I am only a hat, Harry. I can advise, I can guide, but I cannot act. The hat's voice grew thoughtful. However, there may be others who can. Others who know more than I. Dumbledore, for one. He's been searching for answers since the night she fell. Dumbledore knows. Dumbledore knows many things. Whether he knows this particular truth. The hat hesitated. He suspects. I can feel that much in your memories of him. But suspicion is not knowledge. You must decide when to share your secret, and with whom. The hat fell silent again, and Harry felt it weighing something. Measuring something. Deciding. You have the makings of greatness, Harry Potter. Courage, yes, plenty of that. Loyalty, deep and true. But you also have something else. A hunger to prove yourself. A need to show the world that you are more than the boy in the cupboard, more than the scar, more than the story they tell about you. Is that bad? Not bad, but dangerous, if you're not careful. Greatness can be twisted. Power can corrupt. The darkest wizard of our age had the same hunger once, the same need to prove himself. The difference between you and him, the hat's voice grew firm. The difference is love. He never had it. Never understood it. You, Harry Potter, are surrounded by it. Your mother's love protected you from death itself. That kind of love leaves a mark. Not just on your skin, but on your soul. Harry thought about his mother's golden eyes, the way she pressed against him in the darkness, the food she'd brought when he was hungry, the warmth she'd given when he was cold. Love. Yes. That was what it felt like. So, the hat said slowly, where to put you. Slytherin would offer you power, influence, a path to greatness. You have the cunning for it, the resourcefulness. You've survived 10 years with the Dursleys, that takes more cunning than most people realize. Harry thought of Draco Malfoy's cold gray eyes, his sneer, his dismissal of Ron. He thought of the whispers about Slytherin producing dark witches and wizards. He thought of his mother, who had died fighting the darkest wizard of all. Not Slytherin, he thought. Anything but Slytherin. Not Slytherin, eh. The hat sounded amused. Sure you don't want to reconsider. You could be great, you know. Truly great. I don't want to be great. I just want to belong. The hat was silent for a moment. Then it said, softly, then we'd better make sure you do. Gryffindor. The hat's voice rang out across the great hall, and the table on the far left exploded. Harry pulled the hat from his head, his heart pounding, and looked up. The Gryffindor table was on its feet, cheering and clapping, and among them Ron was jumping up and down like a madman, his freckled face split in a huge grin. Professor McGonagall gestured for him to join his house, and Harry walked toward the cheering table on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. Ron grabbed his arm as he sat down and pulled him into a rough hug. Gryffindor. I knew it. I told you, didn't I? Gryffindor. The twins across the table were leaning forward, identical grins on their faces. Welcome, Harry Potter, one of them said. I'm Fred. George, said the other. We're the ones you need to know if you want to have any fun at this school. Ignore them, Percy said stiffly from further down the table. They're a menace. Harry laughed, the sound surprising him. He couldn't remember the last time he'd laughed. Really laughed, from somewhere deep inside. His mother was still on his shoulder, and he could feel her joy like a second heartbeat. She hooted softly, a sound of pure happiness, and pressed her warm head against his cheek. The sorting continued. A pale, nervous boy, named Neville Longbottom was sorted into Gryffindor to thunderous applause. A girl with dark hair and a dreamy expression, Luna something, went to Ravenclaw. Draco Malfoy, when his name was called, swaggered to the stool with an air of entitlement and was sorted into Slytherin almost immediately. He shot a look at Harry as he walked to his table, and Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Then the sorting was over, and Dumbledore rose to speak. He was even more impressive standing. Tall and thin, with that magnificent silver beard and those twinkling eyes, he looked like someone who had stepped out of a storybook. The hall fell silent as he raised his hands. Welcome, he said, and his voice carried effortlessly to every corner of the room. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are: Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. He sat down to thunderous applause. Harry looked at Ron, confused. He always says something weird, Ron explained. You'll get used to it. Then the food appeared. Harry had never seen anything like it. Golden plates filled with roast beef and chicken and pork chops, with sausages and bacon and steak and kidney pie, with potatoes and vegetables and Yorkshire puddings and gravy boats. There were bowls of peas and carrots and parsnips, dishes of mash and roast potatoes and chips. There were bread rolls and butter and cheese, and at the end, puddings, treacle tart, apple pie, chocolate cake, trifle, ice cream in every flavor imaginable. Go on, Ron urged, already piling his plate. Eat up. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He filled his plate and ate until he thought he might burst, and even then he kept eating, because the food was so good and because no one was telling him to stop. No one was watching him with hungry eyes, no one was measuring his portions or reminding him that he didn't deserve this. His mother ate too, from a small plate Harry had filled with bits of meat and bread. She sat on the table beside him, her golden eyes soft, and Harry felt more content than he could ever remember feeling. After the feast, the prefects led the first years to Gryffindor Tower. Percy Weasley, who was a prefect, took charge, his voice echoing in the stone corridors as he explained the layout of the castle. The stairs move, he warned. Always check before you step. Some of them like to change direction halfway up. They climbed and climbed, past portraits that snored and whispered and waved, through corridors that shifted when you weren't looking, until finally they reached a portrait of a fat woman in a pink dress. Password? She asked. Caput Draconis, Percy said. The portrait swung forward, revealing a hole in the wall. They climbed through, and Harry found himself in the Gryffindor common room. It was round and cozy, filled with squashy armchairs and a crackling fire. Tapestries hung on the walls, depicting scenes of lions and battles and medieval feasts. Through tall windows, Harry could see the stars wheeling over the Black Lake. Boys' dormitory up the stairs, Percy said, pointing. First year's at the top. Get some sleep, tomorrow's your first day of classes. Harry climbed the spiral staircase with Ron and Neville and a few other boys he didn't know yet. The dormitory was round as well, with 5 four-poster beds draped in deep red hangings. Harry's trunk was already there, waiting at the foot of the bed nearest the window. He changed into his pajamas, new, from Diagon Alley, not Dudley's cast-offs, and climbed into the softest bed he'd ever slept in. The sheets were crisp and clean, the pillows fluffy, the blankets warm. His mother settled on the bedpost beside him, her golden eyes reflecting the firelight from downstairs. Ron was already snoring in the next bed. Neville was muttering in his sleep about a toad. The other boys were quiet, breathing deeply. Harry lay awake, staring at the canopy above him. He was at Hogwarts. He was in Gryffindor. He had a friend, a real friend, for the first time in his life. And his mother was here, watching over him, finally able to be close. "Thank you," he whispered to her. "For everything." She hooted softly, a sound that might have been, "You're welcome," or, "I love you," or both. Harry closed his eyes and slept, truly slept, for the first time in 10 years. He dreamed of fire. A great, crackling fire in a stone hearth, and a woman sitting before it with red hair that caught the light like spun gold. She was singing, a soft lullaby, and in her arms she held a baby, a tiny thing wrapped in a blue blanket, its eyes closed, its chest rising and falling with sleep. Harry watched from the shadows, afraid to move, afraid to disturb the perfect peace of the scene. The woman's voice washed over him, warm and sweet, and he felt his heart ache with a longing so fierce it hurt. Then the woman looked up. She looked directly at him, through the shadows, through the distance of years, and her eyes, green, just like his, filled with tears. "Harry," she whispered. "My Harry." He tried to speak, tried to move, but he was frozen, caught in the dream like a fly in amber. "I'm here," she said. "I've always been here. And I'll always be here, for as long as you need me." The fire flickered. The room darkened. And suddenly there was a man there too, tall and messy-haired, with glasses askew and a grin that split his face. He dropped a kiss on the woman's head, then reached out a hand toward Harry. "Come here, son," he said. "Come here." Harry tried. He tried so hard. But the shadows were pulling him back, dragging him away from the light, away from the warmth, away from the parents he'd never known. "No," he gasped. "Please, Harry." He woke with a start, his heart pounding, his face wet with tears. The dormitory was dark and quiet. Ron's snoring continued uninterrupted. And on the bedpost, his mother watched him with eyes that held all the grief in the world. "Dream," he whispered. "Just a dream." But it hadn't felt like a dream. It had felt like a memory. Like a moment preserved in amber, waiting for him to find it. He reached up and touched his scar. It wasn't hurting, it never hurt, really, just occasionally prickled, but it felt warm, as if the dream had left a residue behind. His mother hopped down from the bedpost and nestled against his chest, her warmth seeping through his pajamas. He wrapped his arms around her and held on tight, and gradually, his heart stopped racing and his breathing steadied. "I miss them," he whispered. "I never even knew them, and I miss them." She pressed closer, and he felt her tears soaking through the fabric of his pajamas. She missed them too. She missed herself, missed her husband, missed the life they should have had. They lay there together, mother and son, holding each other in the darkness, and slowly, slowly, Harry fell back asleep. Morning came too soon. A loud clanging bell echoed through the dormitory, and Harry sat up abruptly, disoriented. Sunlight streamed through the windows, and Ron was already pulling on his robes, looking frazzled. "Breakfast," he yelled. "We've got 15 minutes to get to breakfast, and I don't know about you, but I'm starving." Harry scrambled out of bed, washed his face in the basin in the corner, and pulled on his new robes. They felt strange after years of Dudley's cast-offs. They fit properly, for one thing, and they smelled new, like fabric and magic. His mother was waiting on the bedpost, already alert, her golden eyes following his every move. "Coming?" he asked her. She hooted and flew to his shoulder. Ron stared. "Does she always go everywhere with you?" "Pretty much." Harry stroked her feathers. "She's been with me since I was little. I don't like being apart from her." Ron nodded, accepting this without question. Harry was starting to realize that Ron accepted a lot of things without question. It was a nice change from the Dursleys, who questioned everything he did, everything he was. They hurried down to the Great Hall, following the sound of chattering students. The hall was even more impressive in daylight, with the enchanted ceiling showing a perfect blue sky and fluffy white clouds. The Gryffindor table was already half full, and Harry spotted Hermione sitting with a group of older students, a book propped open beside her plate. "Over here," Fred or George called, waving them over. They slid onto the bench, and food appeared on their plates just as it had the night before. Harry ate quickly, aware of the stares. Students at nearby tables kept looking at him, whispering behind their hands. He tried to ignore it, focusing on his toast and eggs, but the whispers crawled under his skin like ants. That's him, that's Harry Potter. The scar, look, you can see it. Boy who lived, can you believe it? Ron noticed his discomfort. Ignore them, he said around a mouthful of sausage. They're just curious. They'll get over it. Harry hoped he was right. After breakfast, they collected their timetables from Professor McGonagall and headed to their first class, Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's classroom was severe and orderly, with desks arranged in precise rows and a blackboard covered in diagrams. The professor herself stood at the front, wearing the same emerald robes she'd worn the night before, her spectacles glinting in the morning light. Transfiguration, she began without preamble, is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. Is that clear? The class nodded mutely. Good. She waved her wand, and the desks rearranged themselves. Today, we will be attempting to turn a matchstick into a needle. The incantation is Vira Verto, pronounced properly, please, not Vira Verto, and the wand movement is a sharp jab and flick. Harry watched as she demonstrated, turning the matchstick on her desk into a gleaming silver needle with a single, fluid motion. It looked easy. It looked impossible. Now you try. Harry picked up his matchstick, took a deep breath, and pointed his wand. Vira Verto. Nothing happened. He tried again. Nothing. Again. A faint spark, but the matchstick remained stubbornly wooden. Around him, the class was having similar results. Hermione, of course, succeeded on her second try, her needle glinting proudly on her desk. Ron's matchstick grew slightly pointy at one end but otherwise remained unchanged. Neville's exploded, covering him in splinters. Professor McGonagall moved through the rows, offering quiet corrections, adjusting wand grips, murmuring encouragement. When she reached Harry, she paused. Your mother, she said softly, was the best in her year at Transfiguration. She had a gift for it. A natural talent. Her eyes flicked to the owl on Harry's shoulder, then back to him. It's in your blood, Harry. Trust yourself. She moved on, and Harry looked at his mother. She was watching him with that intense, loving gaze, and he could feel her encouragement like a warm hand on his back. He tried again. Vira Verto. This time, the matchstick shimmered. For just a moment, it looked like silver, felt like metal under his fingers. Then it snapped back to wood. But it had changed. Even for a second, it had changed. Harry grinned. At lunch, Ron was still talking about the matchstick. You got it to change. Even Hermione only got it to change once, and she kept it that way. You did it too, even if it changed back. I didn't do it, Harry said. Not really. It was only for a second. A second counts. A second means you can do it. You just need practice. Ron bit into a chicken leg. My mum always says magic is like riding a bike. Once you get it, you never forget. Harry wasn't sure about that, but he appreciated Ron's enthusiasm. It made him feel like maybe he could do this, like maybe he belonged here after all. His mother had flown off somewhere during Transfiguration, and Harry felt her absence like a missing limb. He kept glancing at the windows, hoping to see a flash of white feathers, but the sky remained empty. She'll come back, Ron said, noticing his worry. Owls always come back. Harry nodded, but he couldn't shake the unease. His mother had never left him before. Not since she'd started coming to him at Privet Drive. Where could she be? The answer came during their next class. History of magic was taught by a ghost. Professor Binns droned on about goblin rebellions in a monotone that made Harry's eyes glaze over. He was struggling to stay awake when a flash of white appeared at the window. His mother. She perched on the sill, tapping her beak against the glass. Harry raised his hand. May I be excused? I'm not feeling well. Professor Binns didn't even look up. Go, just don't disturb the class. Harry slipped out of the room and found his mother waiting in the corridor. She flew to his shoulder immediately, and he felt her trembling. What happened? Where were you? She looked at him with those golden eyes, and then she did something she'd never done before. She extended one leg, and Harry saw something tied to it. A small scroll of parchment, sealed with wax. He untied it and broke the seal. The handwriting was elegant, looping, old-fashioned. Mr. Potter, please come to my office at your earliest convenience. The password is Sherbet Lemon. Albus Dumbledore. Harry stared at the note. Dumbledore wanted to see him. The headmaster of Hogwarts wanted to see him. Why now? He whispered. What does he want? His mother made a soft sound, and Harry could have sworn it was nervous. Apprehensive. As if she knew something he didn't. He looked at the note again. Then at his mother. Then back at the classroom door, where Professor Binns's voice droned on about something that didn't matter. Decision made, he turned and walked toward the nearest staircase. Dumbledore's office was hidden behind a stone gargoyle on the 3rd floor. Harry stood before it, feeling small and uncertain. Sherbet Lemon, he said. The gargoyle leapt aside, revealing a spiral staircase that carried him upward to a polished oak door. He knocked. Enter. Dumbledore sat behind an enormous desk cluttered with silver instruments that whirred and puffed smoke. Fawkes the Phoenix perched on a stand nearby, watching Harry with bright, intelligent eyes. The office was round and filled with portraits of former headmasters, all of them apparently asleep. Ah, Harry. Dumbledore smiled, and the twinkle in his eyes was warm. Please, sit down. Would you like a lemon drop? Harry sat, his mother gripping his shoulder. No thank you, sir. Dumbledore nodded, then his gaze shifted to the owl. For a long moment, he simply looked at her, and Harry felt a tension in the air that hadn't been there before. I have been expecting this visit, Dumbledore said quietly. Not from you, Harry. From her. Harry's heart stopped. You know, I suspected. For many years, I suspected. But I could never be certain until now. Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the owl. Lily. It is you, isn't it? The owl trembled. Then, very slowly, she nodded. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. She's my mother. She's been trapped like this since that night. The killing curse, it didn't kill her, not completely. It trapped her between forms. Dumbledore's face was grave. I have studied the magic of that night for 10 years, Harry. I knew something extraordinary had happened, the protective charm alone was unprecedented. But this, he shook his head, this is beyond anything I imagined. Can you help her? Can you break the curse? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he said, I don't know. But I will try. I promise you, Harry, I will try with everything I have. The owl made a sound, a soft, grieving sound, and Harry understood. She didn't want Dumbledore to try. She didn't want to hope, only to have that hope crushed. I understand, Dumbledore said gently. Hope can be cruel, but so can despair, and I have seen magic do impossible things, Lily. I have seen love conquer death itself. If there is a way to free you, we will find it. He stood and walked around the desk, then knelt before Harry so they were at eye level. You have been given a great burden, Harry. A secret that could change everything. I will not ask you to share it with anyone you do not trust. But I will ask you to trust me. Will you do that? Harry looked at his mother. She was watching Dumbledore with those golden eyes, and after a moment, she nodded. Yes, Harry said. I trust you. Dumbledore smiled, and for the first time, Harry saw something like grief in his eyes. Thank you, Harry. Now, there is something else I must tell you. Something about the box you found in Gringotts. Harry's hand went to his wrist, where the bracelet lay hidden beneath his robe sleeve. You know about that. I know many things. And I know that what your mother has given you is more than a keepsake. Dumbledore's eyes were serious now. That bracelet contains pieces of her magic, Harry. Memories, skills, perhaps even fragments of her soul. In time, it will teach you things no teacher can. But it will also attract attention from those who would use it for dark purposes. What kind of attention? Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the window, where the sun was beginning to set over the grounds. The kind that is already stirring, Harry. The kind that will not rest until it finds you. He looked back, and his eyes were sad. Voldemort is not gone. He is weak, diminished, but he is out there. And when he returns, he'll come for me. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. He will come for you. And when he does, you must be ready. Harry looked at his mother. She was trembling again, but her gaze was fierce. Protective. She would stand between him and death, just as she had done 10 years ago. And this time, Harry vowed, he would stand with her. Harry didn't sleep that night either. He lay in his 4-poster bed, the canopy above him lost in shadow, and stared at the faint glow of the bracelet on his wrist. In the darkness, the 7 charms seemed to pulse with their own inner light, faint, rhythmic, like a heartbeat. His mother was pressed against his side, her warmth seeping through his pajamas, her golden eyes reflecting that same soft glow. She hadn't left him since Dumbledore's office. He suspected she wouldn't leave him again for a long time. The conversation replayed in his mind like a loop he couldn't escape. Voldemort is not gone. He is weak, diminished, but he is out there. And when he returns, he will come for you. Harry had known, on some level, that the nightmare wasn't over. That the scar on his forehead wasn't just a mark of survival, but a target. But hearing Dumbledore say it, seeing the gravity in those ancient eyes, it made it real in a way it hadn't been before. When he returns. Not if. When. Harry touched the heart charm on his bracelet. It was warm, warmer than the others, and as his fingers closed around it, he felt a surge of something that might have been courage. Or love. Or both. His mother made a soft sound and pressed closer. I know, he whispered. I know you're here. I know you won't let anything happen to me. He paused, then added, but I won't let anything happen to you either. Not again. Never again. She hooted softly, and he could have sworn it was a laugh. A sad laugh, but a laugh nonetheless. The next morning, Harry woke to find Ron already dressed and bouncing with excitement. Quidditch. Ron announced as Harry sat up. There's a Quidditch tryouts announcement on the board. For the house teams. We should go watch. Harry rubbed his eyes. Quidditch. You know, the sport I told you about on the train. Broomsticks and balls and goals. It's the best thing ever. Ron was practically vibrating. My brothers Fred and George are on the team. Beaters. They're brilliant at it. Well, they're brilliant at hitting things with bats, anyway. Harry swung his legs out of bed, and his mother flew to her customary spot on his shoulder. Ron had stopped commenting on her constant presence. He seemed to accept it as simply part of who Harry was. They hurried down to breakfast, where the Great Hall was buzzing with more than the usual morning chatter. A large notice had been pinned to the Gryffindor bulletin board. Gryffindor Quidditch Tryouts. Saturday, September 14th, 2 p.m. All positions open. Sign with Captain Wood. Wood's the keeper, Ron explained as they loaded their plates. Best keeper Gryffindors had in years, according to Fred. He's obsessed with winning the cup this year. Says we've got a real chance. Harry nodded, only half listening. His attention was on the bracelet, which had grown noticeably warmer since he'd woken. The heart charm in particular was almost hot against his skin. You okay? Ron asked. You look a bit spaced. I'm fine. Harry forced a smile. Just tired. Didn't sleep great. Ron accepted this with a nod. First week's always rough. You'll get used to it. Their first class of the day was Charms with Professor Flitwick, who was so tiny he had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk. He was also one of the kindest people Harry had ever met, beaming at each student as they entered and clapping his small hands with delight when someone got a spell right. Today, he squeaked, we will be learning the wand lighting charm. Lumos. Very simple, very useful. Watch closely. He demonstrated, and a ball of light burst from the tip of his wand, hovering gently in the air. The class oohed appreciatively. Now you try. Remember, clear pronunciation, firm wand movement. Lumos. Harry raised his wand. Lumos. Nothing. He tried again. Nothing. Around him, students were having varying degrees of success. Hermione's wand lit up immediately, a bright, steady glow. Ron's flickered once then died. Neville's produced a small shower of sparks that made everyone nearby duck. Harry tried again. Lumos. This time, something happened. The bracelet on his wrist flared with heat, and suddenly his wand blazed with light. Not the gentle glow everyone else had produced, but a brilliant, blinding radiance that made students cry out and shield their eyes. Merlin's beard. Professor Flitwick squeaked, nearly toppling off his books. Mr. Potter. That's extraordinary. Harry stared at his wand, which was still blazing like a small sun. The light pulsed with a rhythm that matched his heartbeat, and deep within it, he could see shapes, faint images that flickered and vanished before he could make them out. Dim it, Mr. Potter. Quickly. Harry had no idea how. He shook his wand desperately, and finally, the light subsided, leaving spots dancing in everyone's eyes. Professor Flitwick climbed down from his books and approached Harry's desk, his small face a mixture of wonder and concern. Mr. Potter, he said quietly, may I see your wand? Harry handed it over. Flitwick examined it closely, turning it over in his tiny hands, peering at the wood, the handle, the tip. Holly and phoenix feather, he murmured. 11 inches. Nice and supple. He looked up at Harry. This is a very powerful wand, Mr. Potter. Powerful, and deeply loyal. But that light, that wasn't just the wand. That was you. Harry's hand went to his bracelet, hidden beneath his robe sleeve. Me. Magic responds to emotion, Mr. Potter. To intent. To the core of who we are. Flitwick's eyes were kind but serious. Whatever you were feeling in that moment, whatever drove that light, it was stronger than anything I've seen from a first year in 30 years of teaching. Harry thought about what he'd been feeling. Fear. Determination. Love. The memory of his mother's letter, his father's bracelet, Dumbledore's warning. It had all been there, swirling inside him, and when he'd spoken the spell. Be careful, Mr. Potter. Flitwick handed back his wand. Power like that can be a gift. But it can also be a burden. Learn to control it, and you'll do great things. Let it control you. He shook his head. Well, let's just say I've seen where that path leads. He returned to the front of the class, and Harry sat in stunned silence, his mother's talons gripping his shoulder a little tighter than usual. At lunch, Ron couldn't stop talking about the light. It was massive. Massive. Hermione's was just a little glow, and yours was he spread his arms wide. Like a bonfire. Everyone saw it. Even the Slytherins were staring. Harry pushed food around his plate, not hungry. It was an accident. I don't know how I did it. That's the point. You did it without knowing how. Imagine what you'll do when you actually know what you're doing. Ron shook his head in wonder. You're going to be brilliant, Harry. I can feel it. Hermione, who had joined them for lunch, looked less impressed. Professor Flitwick said you need to control it. Raw power isn't everything. Technique matters too. Course you'd say that, Ron muttered. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Just that you're always. Stop, Harry said quietly. Both of them looked at him. Just, stop, please. They fell silent, and Harry felt a wave of gratitude. They didn't understand, not really, but they were trying. That was more than he'd ever had before. His mother made a soft sound against his neck, and he reached up to stroke her feathers. She was watching Hermione with an expression Harry couldn't quite read, assessing, maybe. Curious. Hermione, Harry said, you've read all those books about Hogwarts. Have you ever read anything about magical artifacts? Things that enhance or channel magic? Hermione's eyes lit up. Loads. Why? Harry hesitated. He wasn't ready to tell her about the bracelet. Not yet. Just curious. I've been thinking about how my wand reacted. Professor Flitwick said magic responds to emotion. I wondered if there were ways to focus it. Control it. Actually, yes. Hermione leaned forward eagerly. There's a whole branch of magic devoted to it, enchantment, they call it. Witches and wizards can imbue objects with specific magical properties. Wands are the most common example, but there are others. Cloaks, jewelry, weapons. Some of the most powerful artifacts in history were created that way. Like what? Well, the Sword of Gryffindor, for one. It's enchanted to present itself to any true Gryffindor in need. And there's the Ravenclaw diadem, which supposedly enhances wisdom. And the Slytherin locket, she shuddered. That one's dark. Really dark. It was supposed to make the wearer more persuasive, but it ended up corrupting almost everyone who owned it. Harry's hand crept toward his bracelet. So jewelry can be enchanted. Absolutely. Lockets, rings, bracelets, necklaces, they're actually quite common in pure-blood families. Heirlooms passed down through generations, each with its own magical properties. Hermione tilted her head. Why do you ask? Do you have something like that? No, Harry said quickly. Too quickly. Just curious. Hermione gave him a long look but didn't press. Ron was busy attacking a treacle tart and hadn't noticed the exchange. Harry felt his mother's feathers ruffle against his neck. She'd noticed. She always noticed. That afternoon, they had potions with the Slytherins. The dungeon classroom was cold and dim, lit by jars of floating candles that cast eerie shadows on the stone walls. Rows of cauldrons lined the tables, and the air smelled of dried herbs and something sharp, like vinegar. Professor Snape swept into the room like a bat, his black robes billowing behind him. He was a thin man with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and cold black eyes that seemed to see everything and approve of nothing. His gaze swept the room, lingered on Harry for just a moment too long, and then moved on. "There will be no foolish wand waving in this class," he began, his voice barely above a whisper. The class fell silent immediately. "I am not here to teach you to wave pretty wands and produce sparkles. I am here to teach you to brew fame, to bottle glory, and even put a stopper in death." He paused, letting the words sink in. Potions are subtle. Potions are precise. They require patience and focus and a mind that can follow instructions without creative interference. His eyes found Harry again. "Which is why I find it difficult to understand how some of you have managed to achieve even the basic level of competence required for this class." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Snape's gaze was fixed on him, cold and assessing, and he had the uncomfortable feeling he was being measured against something, or someone. "Potter," Snape said suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry's mind went blank. He'd barely opened his textbook. I don't know, sir." Snape's lip curled. "Clearly, fame isn't everything, is it?" He turned to the class. "For those of you who actually bothered to read the introduction, asphodel and wormwood together make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the Draught of Living Death." His eyes flicked back to Harry. "Perhaps you'd like to try another. Where would you look if I asked you to find a bazaar?" Harry had no idea. His mother's talons tightened on his shoulder, but there was nothing she could do. "I don't know, sir." "Clearly. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" This time, Hermione's hand shot up. Snape ignored her. "I don't know," Harry said again. Snape's smile was thin and cruel. "Sit down. And for your information, Potter, asphodel and wormwood create the Draught of Living Death. A bazaar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and will save you from most poisons. In monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant, also known as aconite." He turned away. "Why aren't you all copying that down?" The class scrambled for quills. Harry sat frozen, his face burning. He could feel the Slytherin smirking behind him, could hear Draco Malfoy's whispered comments to Crabbe and Goyle. His mother pressed her warm head against his cheek, and he felt a surge of something, not comfort, exactly, but solidarity. She was angry too. Furious, even. But there was nothing she could do, and they both knew it. The rest of the class passed in a blur. Harry brewed his potion mechanically, following the instructions on the board, but his mind was elsewhere. Why did Snape hate him? He'd never met the man before. What had he done to deserve that kind of contempt? When the class ended and they were filing out, Snape's voice stopped him. "Potter, stay." Harry froze. Ron shot him a worried look, but Harry shook his head slightly. He'd be fine. Probably. The door closed behind the last student, leaving Harry alone with Snape in the dim, cold dungeon. His mother's talons were digging into his shoulder hard enough to hurt. "Your mother," Snape said quietly, "was one of the best potion makers I ever taught." Harry blinked. That wasn't what he'd expected. She had a gift for it. A natural instinct. She could look at a recipe and see not just the steps, but the reasons behind them. The interactions between ingredients, the timing, the temperatures. Snape's voice was flat, but there was something underneath it, something that might have been grief. She could have done great things. Harry didn't know what to say. I didn't know. No, you wouldn't. Snape turned to face him, and his eyes were hard again. You have her eyes. That's all. Just her eyes. Everything else, the fame, the attention, the arrogance, that's your father. The words hit like a slap. Harry's mother made a sound, a sharp, angry cry, and Snape's gaze flicked to her for the first time. An owl, he said. How fitting. A creature that sees everything and says nothing. He looked back at Harry. You may go. Harry went. He walked through the corridors in a daze, his mother pressed close, her body trembling with fury. He didn't know where he was going, he just walked, letting his feet carry him wherever they would. Eventually, he found himself in a quiet corridor on the 7th floor, facing a blank stretch of wall. He leaned against it, closed his eyes, and tried to breathe. What did I do? He whispered. What did I do to make him hate me? His mother couldn't answer. But she pressed closer, and he felt her love like a shield around his heart. They found the room of requirement by accident. Harry had been wandering for what felt like hours, his mind churning with Snape's words, with the weight of his mother's secret, with the growing fear of a Dark Lord who would one day return. He wasn't paying attention to where he was going. He just walked, and walked, and walked. Until suddenly, a door appeared in the blank wall. Harry stared at it. He could have sworn there'd been nothing there a moment ago. But now there was a door, a simple oak door with a brass handle, warm and welcoming. He reached out and turned the handle. The room beyond was unlike anything he'd ever seen. It was huge, for one thing, with vaulted ceilings and windows that looked out over the mountains. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with ancient tomes and scrolls. Comfortable armchairs were arranged around a crackling fire. And in the center of the room, on a low table, sat a cushion. A cushion that was exactly the right size for an owl. His mother flew from his shoulder and landed on it, her golden eyes soft with something that looked like recognition. She'd been here before. She knew this place. Harry walked slowly into the room, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. What is this place? The room didn't answer, but he felt a presence, a warmth, a welcome. This was a place that wanted him here. A place that would keep him safe. He sank into one of the armchairs, and immediately felt the tension of the day begin to drain away. His mother watched him from her cushion, and for the first time since Snape's class, he felt like he could breathe. "Why does he hate me?" he asked again, though he knew she couldn't answer. "What did I ever do to him?" His mother's eyes held his, and in them he saw a depth of emotion he couldn't quite read. Grief, anger, and something else, something that looked almost like guilt. "You knew him," Harry realized. "You knew Snape. At Hogwarts. You were in the same year." She nodded slowly. "Was he always like this? Cold and cruel?" She hesitated. Then she shook her head. Harry frowned. What happened to him, then? What changed him? His mother's gaze shifted to the fire, and for a long moment, she was lost in memory. Then she looked back at him, and in her golden eyes, he saw a warning. "Be careful. Be very careful. Snape's not someone I can trust, is that what you're saying?" She nodded. "But Dumbledore trusts him. Dumbledore made him a teacher." Another nod, and then a look that said, "Dumbledore trusts many people. That doesn't mean you should." Harry sat with that for a moment, watching the fire dance in the grate. The room was warm and quiet, a pocket of peace in a castle full of secrets. "Thank you," he said finally. "For bringing me here. For always being here." His mother hooted softly, and he could have sworn it meant, "Where else would I be?" The next few weeks settled into a rhythm. Classes were challenging but exciting. Harry discovered he had a talent for defense against the dark arts, taught by a nervous professor who seemed afraid of his own shadow. He struggled with potions. Snape's continued hostility made it nearly impossible to focus, but excelled in charms and transfiguration when he could quiet his mind enough to let the magic flow. The bracelet helped. He'd discovered, through trial and error, that different charms responded to different needs. When he was struggling with a spell, the wand charm would grow warm, and suddenly the incantation would flow more easily. When he was frightened, the heart charm would pulse with heat, and courage would flood through him. When he was confused about something in his studies, the book charm would seem to tug his attention toward the right page in his textbook. It was subtle magic, barely perceptible, but it was there. And it was his mother's gift to him. He didn't tell anyone about it. Not Ron, not Hermione, not even Hagrid when the gamekeeper visited him during meals. The bracelet was his secret, his connection to his parents, and he guarded it jealously. His mother remained with him constantly, a white shadow on his shoulder, a warm presence in his bed at night. Students had stopped commenting on it. She was simply part of Harry, like his scar or his glasses. Even Professor McGonagall had stopped raising an eyebrow when she swooped into class. But Harry knew it couldn't last. Knew that eventually, someone would ask questions. Someone would notice that the owl never left, that she watched everything with two intelligent eyes, that she seemed to understand human speech better than any normal bird. He just hoped that when that day came, he'd be ready. October arrived with a chill in the air and a thick layer of frost on the castle windows. The forbidden forest turned gold and red, and the lake grew dark and forbidding. Harry loved it. Loved the crisp mornings, the cozy common room fires, the way the castle seemed to wrap itself around you like a blanket. But October also brought something else, the first Quidditch match of the season. Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. The rivalry, Harry learned, was ancient and bitter. The entire castle was buzzing with anticipation, with students wearing their house colors and trading taunts in the corridors. Ron was practically vibrating with excitement, and even Hermione had set aside her books to learn the rules. "You'll love it," Ron assured Harry for the 100th time. "It's the best sport in the world. Fast and dangerous and brilliant." Harry wasn't sure about dangerous, but he was willing to be convinced. The morning of the match, he woke to find his mother already alert, her golden eyes bright with something that looked like excitement. She'd been a Quidditch fan too, apparently. Another thing they shared. They hurried down to breakfast, where the Great Hall was a sea of red and gold on one side, green and silver on the other. The food was excellent as always, but Harry was too nervous to eat much. He didn't know why he was nervous. He wasn't playing, but the tension in the air was contagious. By the time they reached the Quidditch pitch, Harry understood. The stadium was massive, rising in tier after tier of stands that held hundreds of students. Flags flew from every post, and the roar of the crowd was like physical force. In the center, the pitch stretched green and smooth, with 3 golden hoops at either end. Ron led them to the top of the Gryffindor stands, where they had a perfect view of the action. Harry's mother perched on the railing beside him, her head swiveling to take in everything. And then the players burst onto the pitch. Harry recognized Fred and George immediately, zooming around the edges of the stadium on their brooms, doing loops and spins that made the crowd roar. The other players followed, a girl with long red hair who must be Ron's sister, a tall black boy who was obviously the captain, and others Harry didn't know. But it was the Slytherin team that caught his attention. They were wearing green, and at the center of them, mounted on a broom that looked newer and shinier than anyone else's, was Draco Malfoy. He spotted Harry in the stands and smirked. Then he made a gesture, small, almost invisible, that Harry couldn't quite interpret. The match began. It was chaos. Beautiful, thrilling, terrifying chaos. The players zoomed past so fast Harry could barely follow them, the quaffle was thrown from hand to hand, the bludgers smashed into people with sickening cracks, and high above it all, the golden snitch darted and dove like a living flame. Harry was hooked from the first moment. He watched the seeker, the girl with red hair, whose name was Ginny, circle the pitch, her eyes scanning for the snitch. She was good, he could tell, but Malfoy was faster on his better broom, and he kept cutting her off, blocking her view, playing dirty in ways the referee couldn't always see. The crowd roared with every goal. Gryffindor scored, and the stands erupted. Slytherin scored, and the green section exploded with cheers while the rest of the stadium booed. It was electric, alive, and Harry felt his heart pounding in time with the game. And then, in the chaos, something happened. The snitch appeared, just for a moment, a flash of gold near the Slytherin goals. Ginny dove for it, her broom angled straight down, her hand outstretched. Malfoy saw it too and cut across her path, deliberately forcing her to pull up or crash. She pulled up. The snitch vanished. And in that moment, Malfoy looked up at Harry and smirked again. Something snapped inside Harry. He didn't know what happened next. One moment he was standing in the stands, watching the match. The next, his bracelet was blazing with heat, and a voice was screaming in his mind, not his mother's voice, but something older, something darker. "Kill him." Harry gasped and stumbled back from the railing. The voice faded, but the heat remained, burning against his wrist like a brand. His mother was there instantly, her wings wrapping around him, her golden eyes filled with fear. She'd felt it too. She knew. What was that? Harry whispered. What was that voice? She couldn't answer. But her gaze dropped to the bracelet, and Harry understood. The bracelet hadn't just given him power. It had given him something else. Something dark. Something that wanted Malfoy dead. That night, Harry lay in bed, staring at the bracelet. The charms were quiet now, their faint glow steady and calm. But Harry couldn't forget the heat, the voice, the hunger for violence that had flooded through him. His mother was pressed against his side, but for the first time, her warmth wasn't enough to comfort him. "Was that my father?" he whispered. Was that his voice? She hesitated. Then, slowly, she shook her head. Then what was it? Whose voice? She looked at him for a long moment. Then she lifted one wing and pointed at the scar on his forehead. Harry's blood ran cold. The voice hadn't come from his father. It hadn't come from the bracelet. It had come from him. From the piece of Voldemort that lived in his scar. The revelation hung in the air between them, heavy as a funeral shroud. Harry stared at his mother, his mind refusing to process what she'd just communicated. The voice hadn't come from the bracelet. It hadn't come from some dark corner of his own mind. It had come from his scar, from the mark Voldemort had left on him 10 years ago. "That's not possible," he whispered. "It's just a scar. It's just." She shook her head, her golden eyes filled with grief and something else. Fear. She was afraid of what lived inside him. Harry's hand crept up to touch his forehead. The scar felt normal, smooth, slightly raised, no different from any other day. But beneath it, beneath the skin and bone and tissue, was there something else? Something dark and waiting. "How do you know?" he asked. "How can you be sure?" She couldn't answer with words, but she didn't need to. The certainty in her eyes was answer enough. She'd known for 10 years. She'd watched him grow, watched the scar remain, watched for signs that the darkness inside him was stirring. And now it had. Harry pulled his knees to his chest and wrapped his arms around them, making himself as small as possible. The four-poster bed that had felt so safe, so welcoming, now seemed exposed and fragile. Nothing was safe. Nothing was safe while a piece of Voldemort lived inside his head. "I want it out," he said, his voice cracking. "I want it gone." His mother pressed against him, her warmth seeping through his pajamas, but it wasn't enough. It would never be enough. He didn't sleep that night. He lay awake, staring at the canopy, feeling the scar on his forehead like a brand. Every time he closed his eyes, he heard the voice again, "Kill him," felt the surge of dark hunger that had flooded through him. It had felt good. That was the worst part. For just a moment, it had felt good to want Malfoy dead. His mother stayed pressed against his side, her heartbeat steady against his ribs. She didn't sleep either. He could feel her watching, waiting, guarding. When dawn finally crept through the windows, Harry felt like he'd aged 10 years. Ron was already dressed and bouncing with excitement when Harry stumbled out of bed. "Did you see the match? Did you see it? Ginny nearly had the snitch, and then Malfoy, that cheating, if Fred and George had got to him, they'd have." Ron stopped, finally noticing Harry's face. "Mate, you look awful. What happened?" "Couldn't sleep." Harry's voice was flat. "Just, couldn't sleep." Ron's expression softened. "First match nerves. Happens to everyone. Don't worry, you'll get used to it." Harry didn't correct him. He couldn't. How could he explain that he wasn't nervous about the match? He was terrified of himself. They went down to breakfast, and Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, pushing food around his plate. His mother perched on his shoulder, more alert than usual, her golden eyes scanning the great hall constantly. Hermione noticed. "Is she okay? She seems twitchy." "She's fine." Harry's voice came out sharper than he intended. "Just tired. Like me." Hermione raised an eyebrow but didn't push. She was learning, Harry realized. Learning when to ask questions and when to let things be. The morning passed in a blur. Charms with Flitwick, who praised Harry's Loomis spell. He'd managed a normal light this time, nothing like the blaze from before. History of magic with Binns, who droned on about goblin rebellions until Harry thought he might scream. Lunch, where he ate mechanically without tasting anything. And then, defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell was even more nervous than usual. He stumbled through a lesson on werewolves, his voice trembling, his turban askew. When a student asked a question, he jumped as if he'd been hexed. Harry's mother stiffened on his shoulder. He looked at her. She was staring at Quirrell with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Her feathers were ruffled, her eyes narrowed, and a low sound was building in her throat, a sound Harry had never heard her make before. "A warning." "What?" he whispered. "What is it?" She didn't look at him. Her gaze remained fixed on Quirrell, and the sound grew louder. And then, suddenly, the professor turned. He looked directly at Harry. For just a moment, something flickered in his eyes. Something that wasn't fear, wasn't nervousness. Something dark and knowing and cold. Then it was gone, and Quirrell was stammering about the homework assignment, and the moment passed. But Harry's mother didn't relax. And neither did Harry. That night, Harry dreamed. He was standing in a dark room, lit only by flickering candles. The air was cold and thick with incense, and somewhere nearby, something was whispering. He walked forward, his feet making no sound on the stone floor. The whispers grew louder, words he couldn't quite catch, in a language he didn't understand. And beneath them, another sound. A rhythmic thumping, like a heartbeat. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Quirrell, but not the Quirrell Harry knew. This Quirrell stood straight and tall, his nervousness gone, his face hard and cold. And on the back of his head, Harry's breath caught. There was another face there. A face so terrible, so twisted, that Harry's mind recoiled from it. Snake-like features, red eyes, slits for nostrils. It was attached to Quirrell's head, growing from it like a grotesque tumor. The face smiled. "Harry Potter," it hissed. "We meet at last." Harry tried to run, but his feet were rooted to the floor. Tried to scream, but his voice was gone. "I have been waiting for this moment," the face continued. "Waiting to see the boy who defeated me. You're smaller than I imagined. Weaker." The heartbeat sound grew louder. It was coming from Harry's own chest, from his scar, from the thing that lived inside him. "You carry a piece of me, Harry Potter. Did you know that? A fragment of my soul, lodged in your scar since that night. You are connected to me. Bound to me. And soon." The face's smile widened. "You will be mine." Harry woke screaming. Ron was there instantly, his wand out, his face white. "Harry. Harry, what happened? What's wrong?" Harry couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. His scar was blazing with pain, worse than it had ever been, and in his mind he could still see that face, those red eyes, that smile. His mother was on his chest, her wings spread, her body pressed against him as if she could shield him from the memory. She was making soft, soothing sounds, but they couldn't reach him. Nothing could reach him. "Neville, get Professor McGonagall," Ron said urgently. "Go." Neville scrambled out of bed and ran. Ron sat on the edge of Harry's bed, his hand on Harry's shoulder, his face a mask of worry. "It's okay, mate. It's okay. Just a dream. Just a dream." But it wasn't just a dream. Harry knew that now. It was real. Quirrell, nervous, stammering Quirrell, was hiding something. Someone. The Dark Lord himself, attached to the back of his head like a parasite. And the Dark Lord knew about the piece of himself in Harry's scar. Knew and wanted it back. Professor McGonagall arrived within minutes, her night robe pulled over her nightgown, her glasses askew. She took one look at Harry and sent Ron and Neville back to bed. "Mr. Potter," she said quietly, sitting on the edge of his bed. "Tell me what happened." Harry told her. Everything. The dream, the face, the words. He left nothing out, not even the part about the fragment of soul in his scar. He was too terrified to keep secrets anymore. Professor McGonagall's face grew graver with each word. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment. "Stay here," she said finally. "I need to fetch the headmaster." She was gone before Harry could respond. His mother pressed against him, and he held her tight, waiting in the darkness for Dumbledore to come. Dumbledore arrived within the hour, his silver beard catching the firelight from the common room below. Percy Weasley had let him in, his eyes wide with curiosity, but Dumbledore had sent him back to bed with a gentle word. Now he sat in the chair beside Harry's bed, his half-moon spectacles glinting, his expression grave. "Harry," he said softly, "I need you to tell me everything again." From the beginning. Harry did. This time, he watched Dumbledore's face as he spoke, looking for any sign of surprise, of disbelief, of anything that might tell him this was all a mistake. But Dumbledore's expression remained calm, thoughtful, absorbing each word like a sponge. When Harry finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "Quirinus Quirrell," he said finally. "I had wondered." He returned from his travels changed. Nervous, fearful, avoiding eye contact. "I should have looked deeper." "You believe me?" Harry asked. "You believe he's got Voldemort attached to him?" "I believe that something dark has taken root in Professor Quirrell," Dumbledore said carefully. "Whether it is Voldemort himself, or merely a shade of him, remains to be seen. But you are right to be afraid, Harry. This is grave news. What about the thing in my scar? The piece of his soul?" Dumbledore's eyes flickered with something, pain, perhaps, or guilt. "That, I fear, is also true. When Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, a fragment of his soul broke away and attached itself to the only living thing in the room. You." Harry's hand went to his scar. "Can you take it out? Can you get rid of it?" "I wish I could." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "But soul magic is the deepest, darkest branch of magic there is. To remove that fragment would be to risk destroying you in the process. I will not take that risk. So I'm stuck with it. Stuck with a piece of Voldemort inside my head. For now, yes. But Harry," Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes intense. "That fragment is not you. It does not define you. It cannot control you unless you let it. The voice you heard, the hunger you felt, that was Voldemort's influence, not your own. You are stronger than him. You have something he never had and never will have. What? Love. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to the owl on Harry's shoulder. Your mother's love protected you from death itself. That love lives in you, Harry. It is part of you. And it is more powerful than any dark magic Voldemort can muster. Harry looked at his mother. She was watching him with those golden eyes, and in them he saw everything, every night she'd watched over him, every meal she'd brought, every moment of silent love she'd given. I won't let him take me, Harry said quietly. I won't become him. Dumbledore smiled, and for the first time, the twinkle returned to his eyes. I know you won't, Harry. I have never doubted it. He stood, his robes rustling softly. I will deal with Professor Quirrell. You are not to approach him, not to confront him, not to do anything that might draw his attention. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Good. Get some rest now. You're safe tonight. Dumbledore paused at the door. And Harry, your mother's presence here, her ability to stay with you despite the curse that binds her, that is also love. Never underestimate its power. He left, and Harry was alone with his mother and the darkness and the peace of Voldemort inside his head. The next few days passed in a haze. Harry went to classes, ate his meals, talked to Ron and Hermione. But his mind was elsewhere, always circling back to the dream, to the face on the back of Quirrell's head, to the fragment of soul that pulsed in his scar like a second heartbeat. He watched Quirrell in defense against the dark arts, looking for signs of the creature beneath. But the professor was as nervous as ever, stammering through lessons, dropping things, avoiding eye contact. If Harry hadn't seen the truth with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. His mother watched too. She never took her eyes off Quirrell during class, and Harry could feel her tension like a physical thing. She was ready to act, ready to protect him, even if it meant revealing herself. Harry hoped it wouldn't come to that. October faded into November, and the castle grew colder. Frost formed on the windows, and the students wrapped themselves in extra layers. The Quidditch season continued. Gryffindor won their match against Hufflepuff, and Ron talked about nothing else for a week. But Harry couldn't share his friend's joy. The darkness inside him was growing, or maybe he was just more aware of it. Sometimes, late at night, he heard whispers in his mind, not words, exactly, but impressions. Hunger, hatred, a longing for power. He didn't tell anyone. Not Ron, not Hermione, not even his mother. What would he say? That he could feel Voldemort's thoughts bleeding into his own. That sometimes, in the darkness, he wasn't sure where he ended and the fragment began. His mother knew, of course. She always knew. But she couldn't help him with this. No one could. The first Saturday in November, Harry woke to find snow falling outside the window. It was beautiful, thick, fat flakes drifting down from a gray sky, blanketing the grounds in white. Students were already rushing down to breakfast, excited by the prospect of snowball fights and sliding on the frozen lake. Harry dressed slowly, his mother watching from the bedpost. She seemed calmer today, her golden eyes soft. Maybe the snow reminded her of something. Maybe she was simply happy to see him smile. They went down to the Great Hall together, and Harry was surprised to find a small package at his place at the Gryffindor table. It was wrapped in brown paper and tied with string, and his name was written on it in familiar handwriting. His mother's handwriting. Harry's heart skipped. He looked at her, but she was watching the package with an expression he couldn't read. He untied the string and unfolded the paper. Inside was a small, leather-bound journal, worn with age, its pages yellowed and brittle. A name was embossed on the cover in gold leaf. Lily Evans. Harry's breath caught. "This is yours," he whispered. "Your journal." His mother nodded. He opened it carefully, afraid the pages might crumble. The first entry was dated September 1, 1971, her first day at Hogwarts. "Dear Journal, I can't believe I'm actually here. Hogwarts. It's even more beautiful than I imagined. The castle is huge, and the stairs move, and the ceiling in the Great Hall is enchanted. To show the sky. I met a girl on the train named Alice, and a boy named Frank, and they seem nice. But there's another boy, a Slytherin, who keeps looking at me strangely. His name is Severus Snape, and he lives near me, in Cokeworth. I don't know what to make of him yet. I hope I make friends. I hope I belong here. I hope." The entry ended. Harry turned the page, and the next, reading snatches of his mother's life. Her sorting into Gryffindor, her struggles in potions, her growing friendship with a dark-eyed boy who seemed to understand her in ways no one else did. Severus taught me the Lumos spell today. He's so patient, so gentle when we're alone. But around other people, he changes. Becomes hard and cold. I don't understand it. He called Lily a mudblood today. In front of everyone. I saw her face crumple, and I wanted to hit him. But she just walked away. She's stronger than I am. Severus tried to apologize. I told him to leave her alone. He looked at me with those dark eyes, and for a moment, I saw something there. Something broken. Then he walked away, and I haven't seen him since. Harry read on, through years of entries, watching his mother grow from an uncertain first year into a confident, brilliant witch. He read about her friendship with a boy named James Potter, arrogant, she called him, and reckless, and infuriating. He read about their arguments, their competitions, their slowly growing respect for each other. And then, in her 6th year, an entry that made his heart stop. Something happened today. Something I don't fully understand. James and I were in the library, studying for our NEWTs, when the dark mark appeared over the castle. We ran outside with everyone else, and there, in the middle of the lawn, was Professor Dumbledore. He looked old, older than I've ever seen him. He told us that the Potters had been attacked. James's parents. They're both dead. I've never seen James cry before. I held him for hours, and he just shook. I didn't know what else to do. Afterwards, he looked at me and said, "Marry me." I thought he was joking. But he wasn't. He said he couldn't face the world alone, that he needed me, that he'd loved me for years and been too stupid to say it. I said yes. I don't know if it's the right decision. I don't know if anything will ever be right again. But I love him. I've loved him for longer than I want to admit. And if the world is falling apart, at least we'll fall apart together. Harry wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. His mother had loved his father. Really loved him. It wasn't just a story, wasn't just something people told him to make him feel better. It was real. He turned to the last entry. Dated October 30th, 1981. The day before they died. My dearest journal. I'm writing this by firelight, with Harry asleep in the next room and James snoring on the couch. We're in hiding now, have been for months. The order says it's too dangerous to stay in Godric's Hollow, that he who must not be named is getting closer. So we're here, in this tiny cottage, with nothing but each other and our wands. Harry is 1 year old today. He has James's hair in my eyes, and a smile that makes my heart hurt. He laughed for the first time last week, a real laugh, not just baby sounds, and James cried. My brave, foolish husband cried because our son laughed. I'm scared. I'm so scared. Not for myself, I've made my peace with that. But for Harry. For the life he should have. For the future he deserves. If something happens to us, I've made arrangements. Dumbledore knows what to do. And I've left something for Harry, something that will help him, when he's old enough to understand. But I pray he never needs it. I pray we grow old together, James and I, watching our son become a man, become a father. Become everything we hoped he would be. I pray. But in my heart, I know. Tomorrow, everything changes. The journal ended. Harry closed it gently, his hands shaking, his eyes blurred with tears. His mother was watching him from the bedpost, her golden eyes bright with unshed tears of her own. You knew, he whispered. You knew what was coming. She nodded slowly. And you still stayed. You still fought. You still died for me. Another nod. Harry gathered her into his arms and held her tight, feeling the steady beat of her heart against his chest. She'd given everything for him. Everything. And he would spend the rest of his life trying to be worthy of that gift. That night, Harry dreamed again. But this time, it wasn't Voldemort's face he saw. He was in a cottage, small and cozy, with a fire crackling in the hearth. A woman with red hair sat in a rocking chair, a baby in her arms, singing softly. A man with messy black hair and glasses sat at her feet, his head resting against her knee, his eyes closed. Harry watched from the doorway, afraid to move, afraid to disturb the perfect peace of the scene. The woman looked up. Harry, she said softly. Come here, love. He walked forward, his feet making no sound on the worn wooden floor. The man opened his eyes and smiled, a smile so full of love that Harry's heart ached. Sit with us, the man said. We've been waiting for you." Harry sank to the floor beside them, and the woman reached out and stroked his hair. "You're so brave," she whispered. "So brave and so good. We're so proud of you." "But I have his peace inside me," Harry said. "Voldemort's peace. I can feel it." "I know." The woman's eyes were sad. "But that peace is not you, Harry. It's just a shadow. A remnant. You are so much more. How do I fight it? How do I keep it from taking over?" The man leaned forward. "You remember who you are. You remember the people who love you. You remember that you are not alone. And when you forget," the woman added softly, "when the darkness closes in and you can't see the light, you hold on to us. We're always here, Harry. In your heart. In your memories. In the love that connects us across all the barriers of death and time." Harry felt tears streaming down his face. "I miss you. I miss you both so much." "We miss you too," the man said. "Every day. Every moment. But we're not gone, Harry. We're just waiting. Waiting for the day when we can be together again." The woman leaned down and pressed a kiss to his forehead, right on his scar. And for the first time in weeks, the pain faded. When Harry woke, the sun was streaming through the windows, and his mother was watching him with eyes full of love. He reached up and touched his scar. It was cool, calm, at peace. For now, that was enough. Less than end of thinking greater than ### Chapter 8, The Snow and the Serpent. Word count, 4,000. The dream stayed with Harry for days. He carried it with him like a warm coal pressed against his heart, a secret source of light in the growing darkness. His parents' faces, their voices, their love, it was real. As real as the scar on his forehead, as real as the bracelet on his wrist, as real as his mother's golden eyes watching him from the bedpost each night. He didn't tell anyone about it. Not Ron, not Hermione, not even Professor McGonagall when she asked if he was sleeping better. The dream was his, a gift from the parents he'd never known, meant for him alone. But the dream also brought something else, a determination he hadn't felt before. Voldemort's peace was inside him. That couldn't be changed. But Harry refused to let it define him. Refused to let it control him. His parents believed in him. His mother, his real mother, the one who sat on his shoulder and watched over him, believed in him. He would not let them down. November brought deeper cold and longer nights. The castle settled into its winter rhythm, with students huddling by fires in the common rooms and teachers assigning more homework than anyone could possibly finish. Harry threw himself into his studies with an intensity that surprised even Hermione. "I've never seen anyone work this hard," she said one evening in the common room, watching Harry scribble notes for his Transfiguration essay. "You've done 3 extra readings." "3. I want to understand," Harry said without looking up. "I want to be ready." "For what?" Harry hesitated. He couldn't tell her about Voldemort, about the peace in his scar, about the dream that drove him forward. But he could tell her part of it. "For whatever comes," he said finally. "Dumbledore says Voldemort isn't gone. He'll come back someday. And when he does, I need to be able to fight." Hermione's face paled. "You think he'll really return?" "I know he will." Harry looked up, meeting her eyes. "And I need to be ready." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached into her bag and pulled out a thick book. "This is Advanced Defense Techniques by Quentin Trimble. It's not on our reading list, but it covers some of the more complex defensive spells. I could help you study it, if you want." Harry felt a surge of gratitude so strong it almost hurt. "I'd like that." Ron, who had been listening from his armchair, cleared his throat. "I could help too. I mean, I'm not as bookish as Hermione, but I know some stuff. Fred and George taught me a few hexes." Harry grinned. "I'll take all the help I can get." And so the trio began their secret study sessions. They met in empty classrooms, in corners of the library, in the room of requirement that Harry had discovered weeks ago. Hermione brought books, Ron brought practical knowledge from his brothers, and Harry brought a determination that drove them all forward. His mother came to every session, perched on a bookshelf or chair back, watching with those golden eyes. Sometimes, when Harry was struggling with a spell, he'd feel a warmth from his bracelet, and suddenly the incantation would flow more easily. He knew it was her magic, her love, reaching across the barrier that separated them. The other charms on the bracelet began to reveal their purposes too. The mirror charm, he discovered, could show him things he needed to see, not reflections but visions. Once, when he was worried about his mother, He touched it and saw her as she'd been before the curse. A young woman with red hair and green eyes, laughing with friends in the Gryffindor common room. Another time, when he was afraid of what lurked in the Forbidden Forest, the mirror showed him a path through the trees, safe and clear. The key charm unlocked things, not just physical locks but metaphorical ones. When Harry was stuck on a particularly difficult passage in one of Hermione's books, touching the key charm made the meaning suddenly clear. When he couldn't understand why Snape hated him so much, the key charm didn't give him answers, but it gave him patience. The ability to wait and watch and learn. And the heart charm was the most powerful of all. When Harry touched it, he could feel his mother's emotions as if they were his own. Her love, her fear, her hope, her grief. It was overwhelming sometimes, too much to bear. But it also reminded him, constantly, that he was not alone. That someone in this world loved him unconditionally, completely, without reservation. He wore the bracelet always now, even in the shower, even sleeping. It had become part of him, as essential as his wand or his glasses. December arrived with a fury of snow and ice. The castle grounds disappeared under a blanket of white. And the lake froze solid enough to walk on. Students built snowmen and had snowball fights and slid across the ice on enchanted sleds. The atmosphere in the castle grew lighter, warmer, filled with anticipation for the Christmas holidays. Harry wasn't sure what he'd do for Christmas. The Dursleys obviously weren't an option. They'd made it clear he wasn't welcome except under duress. Ron had invited him to stay at the Burrow, and Hermione had mentioned something about her parents wanting to meet him. But Harry hadn't decided yet. Part of him wanted to stay at Hogwarts, in the place that had become more home than any place ever had. His mother, he knew, would stay with him wherever he went. That was enough. The first week of December brought an unexpected development. Harry was walking to Charms with Ron when a flash of green and silver caught his eye. Draco Malfoy stood in an alcove, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, but for once he wasn't sneering at passing students. He was pale, almost gray, and his hands were shaking. Harry would have walked past. He had no interest in anything to do with Malfoy, but his mother stiffened on his shoulder. He looked at her, then followed her gaze. Malfoy was holding something. A small, dark object that seemed to pulse with its own light. Even from a distance, Harry could feel its wrongness, a cold that had nothing to do with the weather. "What's that?" Ron whispered, clearly feeling it too. Harry shook his head. He didn't know, but he intended to find out. That night, in the room of requirement, he told Hermione what he'd seen. A dark object. Hermione's brow furrowed. What did it look like? Small. Dark. It pulsed, like it had a heartbeat. Harry shivered at the memory. It felt wrong. Evil. Hermione was quiet for a moment, then reached for a book on the shelf behind her. "There's something in here about dark artifacts. Let me see." She flipped through the pages, her eyes scanning quickly. Ron leaned over her shoulder, and Harry waited, his mother's warmth against his neck. "Here," Hermione said finally. "A passage about objects imbued with dark magic. It says they're often used to channel dark spells, to store dark energy, or to communicate with dark forces." She looked up, her eyes wide. If Malfoy has something like that, it could be really dangerous. "Should we tell a teacher?" Ron asked. "Tell them what?" That Malfoy was holding something that felt wrong. Harry shook his head. "We don't even know what it is. We need more information. How do we get that?" Harry thought about it. His mother's talons tightened on his shoulder, and he felt a surge of warmth from the bracelet, the key charm, pulsing gently. "I'll talk to him," Harry said. Ron stared. "Talk to Malfoy. Are you mental?" "Not talk, exactly. Just observe. Find out what he's up to." Harry touched the key charm, feeling its warmth spread through him. "I have a way of finding things out." Ron looked doubtful, but Hermione nodded slowly. "If you think you can do it safely. But be careful, Harry. Malfoy's dangerous, and whatever he's carrying might be even more dangerous." Harry nodded. He knew the risks, but he also knew he couldn't ignore this. The darkness was gathering, and he needed to understand its shape. The next few days, Harry watched. He watched Malfoy in the corridors, in the Great Hall, in the grounds. He noticed things he hadn't noticed before, the way Malfoy's eyes kept darting to the Forbidden Forest, the way he flinched when Professor Quirrell walked past, the way he seemed thinner, paler, more drawn than he'd been at the start of term. Something was happening to him. Something dark. Harry's mother watched too, her golden eyes missing nothing. Sometimes, when Malfoy was nearby, she'd make a low sound in her throat. A warning, Harry recognized. She sensed the darkness around him, the wrongness that clung to him like smoke. On the third day of watching, Harry got his chance. Malfoy slipped away from Crabbe and Goyle during lunch, heading toward a part of the castle Harry didn't know well. Harry followed at a distance, his mother silent on his shoulder, his heart pounding. Malfoy led him through corridors and up staircases, deeper into the castle than Harry had ever been. Finally, he stopped outside a door on the 7th floor, a door Harry recognized. The Room of Requirement. Harry's breath caught. Malfoy knew about the room. And whatever he was hiding it there. Malfoy glanced around, checking for followers, then slipped inside. Harry waited, counting to 60, then approached the door. It opened at his touch. Inside, the room had changed. It was no longer the cozy library of Harry's study sessions. It was dark, cold, with stone walls and a single torch flickering on the wall. In the center, Malfoy stood before a pedestal, and on that pedestal rested the dark object Harry had seen before. Malfoy was speaking. His voice was low, urgent, pleading. "I've done what you asked. I've brought the information. Please, please tell my father I've been loyal." The object pulsed, and a voice emerged from it, a voice that made Harry's blood run cold. "Your father will know of your loyalty, Draco. But you must do more. You must bring me the boy." Harry's hand flew to his scar. The voice, it was the same voice from his dream. Voldemort's voice. "Potter." Malfoy's voice cracked. "But how? He's always surrounded by people. And there's that owl, it watches everything." "The owl is no ordinary creature," the voice hissed. "It is Lily Potter, trapped in animal form by my curse. She is the boy's protector. She must be dealt with." Harry's mother went rigid on his shoulder. He could feel her fear, her fury, her desperate need to protect him. "How?" Malfoy asked. "How do I deal with an owl? There are ways. Poisons. Traps. The dark arts have many tools." The voice paused. "But you must be careful. If she suspects you, she will warn the boy. And if the boy is warned, he will be harder to catch." Malfoy nodded, his face pale. "I'll do it. I'll do whatever you ask. Just tell my father I've been loyal. Your father will know." The object's pulse faded, and Malfoy slumped, exhausted. Harry backed away from the door, his mind racing. They knew. They knew about his mother. They were planning to kill her. And Malfoy was going to help them. He had to warn her. Had to protect her. But how? His mother pressed against his neck, and he felt her determination. She wasn't afraid for herself. She was afraid for him. Always for him. They retreated to Gryffindor Tower, to the safety of the common room, and Harry told Ron and Hermione everything. "That's insane," Ron breathed when he finished. "Malfoy's working for you-know-who. And he's got some kind of communication device. It's a dark artifact," Hermione said, her voice tight. "Like the ones in the book. It lets him talk to whatever's left of you-know-who. And they know about your mom," Ron added quietly. "They're going to try to kill her." Harry's mother was on his lap, her feathers ruffled, her golden eyes hard. She wasn't afraid. She was angry. Furious. Ready to fight. "I won't let them," Harry said. "I won't let them hurt her." "How do we stop them?" Hermione asked. "We can't exactly go to a teacher, they'd want to know how we found out, and that would mean revealing your mum's secret." Harry hadn't thought of that. If they told a teacher, any teacher, they'd have to explain about the owl. About Lily Potter, trapped in animal form, watching over her son for 10 years. It would put her at even greater risk. "We need to deal with this ourselves," he said. Ron nodded grimly. "What's the plan?" Harry thought. His bracelet was warm against his wrist, the heart charm pulsing, the key charm glowing faintly. His mother's presence was a steady comfort against his skin. And in his mind, he heard his father's voice from the dream. "You remember who you are. You remember the people who love you. I need to learn more about dark artifacts," he said. "How they work, how to destroy them. If we can destroy that thing, Malfoy can't communicate with Voldemort anymore." "And your mum?" Hermione asked. "My mum stays with me. Always." Harry looked at her, and she met his gaze with fierce love. "They'll have to go through both of us." The next week was a blur of research and preparation. Hermione devoured every book on dark artifacts she could find, taking notes in her tiny, precise handwriting. Ron practiced defensive spells with Harry in the room of requirement, his aim improving with each session. And Harry spent hours with his mother, learning to read her signals, to understand the warnings she couldn't speak. The bracelet helped. The key charm, in particular, seemed to respond to his need for understanding. When he touched it, he could sense his mother's intentions more clearly, could almost hear her thoughts in the back of his mind. It wasn't words, exactly, more like impressions, feelings, images. But it was enough. They learned that the dark object Malfoy carried was called a dark link, a device that allowed communication between dark wizards, even across great distances. It was powered by dark magic, fueled by the user's own negative emotions. The more afraid or angry Malfoy was, the stronger the connection. There's only one way to destroy it, Hermione said, closing yet another book. It has to be hit with a specific counter curse while the user is actively using it. If you try to destroy it any other time, the dark magic just reforms it. Great, Ron muttered. So we have to catch Malfoy in the middle of talking to you-know-who and hit his evil walkie-talkie with a spell we've never used before. Simple. Harry ignored Ron's sarcasm. What's the spell? Hermione flipped to a page. Finite Malorum. It's a variant of the general counter spell, but specifically designed for dark objects. The wand movement is complex, a figure 8 with a flick at the end, and the incantation has to be pronounced perfectly. Then we practice, Harry said. Until we can do it in our sleep. They practiced for hours every day. Ron struggled with the wand movement, his figure 8s coming out lopsided and shaky. Hermione had the movement perfect but couldn't seem to channel enough power into the spell. Harry was the only one who could make it work consistently. His mother watched each session, and Harry could feel her pride swelling with every successful cast. The bracelet helped here too. The wand charm glowed warmly whenever he attempted the spell, guiding his hand through the correct motion, lending him the power he needed. By the end of the week, all three of them could cast Finite Malorum reliably. Harry could cast it with his eyes closed. Now they just needed the opportunity. It came sooner than expected. On the last Friday before Christmas break, Harry was walking to dinner when he saw Malfoy slip away from the Slytherin table, heading toward the 7th floor. Harry signaled to Ron and Hermione, who were sitting nearby, and they followed at a distance. Malfoy led them through the same corridors as before, to the same door. He glanced around, didn't see them hidden in an alcove, and slipped inside. This is it, Harry whispered. Ron, you keep watch. Hermione, you're backup. I'll go in, and if something goes wrong. Ron asked. Harry touched his bracelet. The heart charm pulsed warm against his skin. Nothing will go wrong. He approached the door, his mother tense on his shoulder, and pushed it open. Inside, the room was the same as before, dark, cold, with the pedestal in the center. Malfoy stood before it, the dark link pulsing in his hands, his lips moving in urgent whispers. I've tried, but Potter's always with people. The voice from the artifact hissed back. You are not trying hard enough, Draco. Your father is disappointed. Very disappointed. Malfoy flinched. Please, I'll do better. I'll find a way. Perhaps, the voice said slowly, you need motivation. Perhaps you need to understand what happens to those who fail me. The dark link pulsed brighter, and Malfoy screamed. Harry moved without thinking. He ran forward, wand raised, and shouted, Finite Malorum. At the top of his lungs. The spell hit the dark link dead center. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the artifact blazed with light, red, then white, then nothing. It crumbled to dust in Malfoy's hands, and the screaming stopped. Malfoy collapsed to the floor, gasping. His face was streaked with tears, his hands shaking, his eyes wild with fear and pain. Harry stood over him, wand still raised, his mother's talons digging into his shoulder. It's over, Harry said quietly. He can't hurt you anymore. Malfoy looked up at him, and for the first time, Harry saw something other than sneering contempt in his gray eyes. Fear, yes, but also something else. Gratitude. Why? Malfoy whispered. Why did you help me? Harry thought about it. He thought about the Dursleys, about 10 years of loneliness and hunger and fear. He thought about his mother, trapped in owl form, watching him suffer. He thought about the piece of Voldemort inside his own head, whispering darkness in his ear. Because no one deserves to be used like that, he said finally. Not even you. He turned and walked out, leaving Malfoy on the floor of the room of requirement, surrounded by the dust of the thing that had controlled him. That night, Harry sat by the fire in the Gryffindor common room, his mother in his lap, staring into the flames. Ron and Hermione had gone to bed hours ago, but Harry couldn't sleep. His mind kept replaying the scene, Malfoy's scream, the dark link crumbling, the look of gratitude in those gray eyes. His mother pressed against him, warm and solid and real. "I did the right thing," Harry said quietly. "Didn't I?" She looked up at him, her golden eyes soft. Then she did something extraordinary. She shifted. Just for a moment, just a fraction of a second, her form flickered. The white feathers shimmered, dissolved, and Harry saw her face again. His mother's face. Lily Potter's face. She was smiling. Then she was an owl again, pressing her head against his chest, and Harry understood. He had done the right thing. Not because Malfoy deserved it, he probably didn't. But because Harry refused to become the kind of person who let others suffer. Refused to let the darkness inside him win. He was his mother's son. And that meant everything. The next morning, a small package appeared at Harry's place at the Gryffindor table. It was wrapped in green silk, tied with silver ribbon, Slytherin colors. Inside, on a bed of velvet, lay a small silver serpent, coiled as if sleeping. A note accompanied it, written in precise, careful handwriting. "Potter, I don't know why you helped me. I don't understand it, but my father always says to repay debts. So here's a debt repaid. The serpent is enchanted. If you're ever in danger, it will warn you. Don't ask how I got it. Just use it. We're not friends. We'll never be friends. But maybe we're not enemies either. DM." Harry stared at the serpent. Then at his mother. Then at the Slytherin table, where Draco Malfoy sat with Crabbe and Goyle, not looking at him, not looking at anything. He picked up the serpent. It was warm in his hand, and when he touched it, he felt a faint pulse, like a heartbeat, but not quite. A warning system. A gift from an unlikely source. His mother hooted softly, and Harry could have sworn it was approval. He tucked the serpent into his pocket, next to his heart, and went back to breakfast. The war wasn't over. It was barely beginning, but Harry had learned something important. Even in the darkest places, light could grow. Even from enemies, unexpected gifts could come. And as long as he had his mother, his friends, and his own stubborn heart, he would never stop fighting. Harry stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas. Ron had gone home to the burrow, his arms full of presents and his face bright with excitement. Hermione had returned to her parents for the holidays, promising to write every day. Even Neville had gone to visit his grandmother, leaving the Gryffindor common room strangely empty and quiet. But Harry didn't mind the quiet. It gave him time to think. Time to process everything that had happened since he'd arrived at Hogwarts, the discovery of his mother, the fragment of Voldemort in his scar, the confrontation with Malfoy, the strange gift of the Silver Serpent. His mother stayed with him constantly, a warm presence on his shoulder or in his lap. They spent long hours by the fire in the common room, Harry reading, his mother dozing, the silence between them comfortable and full. On Christmas Eve, Harry woke to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed. There was a jumper from Mrs. Weasley, hand-knitted in emerald green. She'd obviously forgotten which house he was in, but the thought made him smile. There were books from Hermione, advanced potion making and Quidditch through the ages. There was a box of Honeydukes chocolates from Ron, already half-eaten because, "I couldn't resist, mate, sorry." And there was a small, flat package wrapped in brown paper, with no return address. Harry opened it last. Inside was a photograph. An old photograph, faded with age, showing a young woman with red hair and green eyes, laughing at something outside the frame. She was sitting on the grass, a book in her lap, and beside her, half visible, was a man with messy black hair and glasses. His parents. Harry's breath caught. He turned the photograph over. On the back, in handwriting he now recognized as his mother's, were the words, "James and me, 6th year. The day he finally stopped being an idiot and asked me out." Tears pricked Harry's eyes. He looked at his mother, his owl mother, who was watching him from the bedpost with those golden eyes. Where did this come from? He whispered. She couldn't answer, but she didn't need to. Harry knew. She'd arranged it somehow, perhaps through Dumbledore, perhaps through some magic of her own. She'd given him a piece of their past, a moment frozen in time, a memory made tangible. He held the photograph close and let himself cry. Christmas morning dawned bright and cold. Harry woke to find his mother already alert, her feathers dusted with snow that must have blown in through a crack in the window. She'd been out flying, he realized, something she did sometimes at night, when the need to stretch her wings overcame her fear of leaving him. "Merry Christmas," he said softly. She hooted and flew to his shoulder, pressing her warm head against his cheek. They went down to breakfast together, and Harry was surprised to find the great hall nearly empty. Only a handful of students had stayed for the holidays, a few older students from each house, and 1 or 2 first years he didn't know well. But the feast was just as magnificent as ever. Dumbledore had joined them, his silver beard gleaming in the candlelight, and he raised his goblet in a toast to those who remained. "To family," he said, his eyes twinkling. "Those we are born into, and those we choose." Harry felt his mother's warmth against his neck and smiled. After breakfast, Dumbledore approached him. "Harry, may I have a word?" Harry nodded, his heart suddenly pounding. He followed Dumbledore out of the great hall and through the corridors, up staircases and past portraits, until they reached the familiar stone gargoyle. "Sherbet lemon," Dumbledore said, and they ascended to his office. The room was warm and cluttered as always, Fawkes the Phoenix watching from his perch. Dumbledore settled into his chair behind the desk and gestured for Harry to sit. "I have something for you," Dumbledore said. "A Christmas gift, if you will." He reached into a drawer and withdrew a small, leather-bound book. "This belonged to your father." Harry took it with shaking hands. The cover was worn, the pages yellowed, but the title was still legible, Advanced Transfiguration Techniques by James Potter. "It's his notes," Dumbledore explained. "His personal grimoire. He started it in his 5th year and added to it until..." He trailed off, but Harry understood. "Until the night he died." Harry opened the book carefully. The pages were filled with handwriting, messy, looping, exuberant handwriting that seemed to leap off the page. Diagrams of wand movements, notes on spell theory, observations about transfiguration that Harry had never seen in any textbook. And in the margins, scattered throughout, were other things. Little jokes, complaints about teachers, references to friends Harry didn't know. And once, in the middle of a complex explanation of human transfiguration, a single line that made Harry's heart ache. "Showed this to Lily today. She said it was brilliant. She said I was brilliant. I think I'm going to marry her." Harry closed the book and looked at Dumbledore. "Thank you. Your father was a remarkable wizard," Dumbledore said softly. "Not always the most serious, not always the most focused. But when it mattered, he was there. He fought. He protected. He loved." His eyes met Harry's. "You are more like him than you know." Harry looked at his mother, who had settled on the arm of his chair. She was watching him with those golden eyes, and he could feel her approval like a warm hand on his back. "I'll treasure it," he said. "Always." That afternoon, Harry took his father's grimoire to the room of requirement. The room had changed again. It was warm and cozy now, with a crackling fire and comfortable armchairs and soft light filtering through enchanted windows. Harry settled into a chair by the fire, his mother on the arm beside him, and began to read. James Potter's handwriting was atrocious. Harry had to squint at some passages, guessing at words that had been scribbled in haste. But the content was extraordinary. His father hadn't just copied spells from textbooks, he'd experimented with them, modified them, made them his own. There were notes on variations Harry had never heard of, warnings about side effects that no book mentioned, and in one case, a completely original spell that James had invented himself. The Patronus charm, Harry read, is supposed to be advanced magic, too difficult for students. But Lily can do it, and she's only a year older than me. If she can do it, I can do it. The trick, I think, is not just happy memories, it's the memory that defines who you are. The moment that made you you. For me, it was the first time I caught the snitch. For Lily, it was the first time she stood up to Snape. We're different people. Our Patronuses will be different too." Harry looked up from the page. The Patronus charm. He'd read about it in one of Hermione's books. It was supposed to be incredibly advanced, the kind of magic most witches and wizards never mastered. But his father had learned it at 15. His mother had learned it even earlier. He touched the bracelet on his wrist. The wand charm pulsed warmly. "Could I learn it?" he asked his mother. "The Patronus." She tilted her head, considering. Then she nodded slowly. Harry grinned. Then I will. The next few days, Harry practiced. The room of requirement provided everything he needed, a wide open space, targets to practice on, and a seemingly endless supply of patience. His mother watched from the sidelines, offering silent encouragement, her golden eyes tracking every movement. The Patronus charm was harder than anything Harry had tried before. The incantation was simple enough, expecto patronum, but the wand movement was complex, and the mental component was like nothing he'd experienced. He had to focus on a happy memory, the happiest he could find, and pour all that happiness into the spell. The first few times, nothing happened. Just a wisp of silver smoke from the tip of his wand, quickly dissipating. Then he tried a different memory. Not the Dursleys, those memories were anything but happy. Not his first day at Hogwarts, though that had been wonderful. Not even the dream of his parents, though that had filled him with love. He thought about his mother. His real mother, the one who had watched over him for 10 years, who had brought him food and warmth and love in the darkness of the cupboard. He thought about the first time she'd pressed her warm head against his chest. He thought about the way she looked at him now, with eyes full of love. Expecto patronum. Silver light burst from his wand, not just smoke this time, but something solid, something forming. For just a moment, Harry saw the shape of it, a great silver bird, wings spread, soaring through the air. Then it faded, and he was left gasping, his wand arm trembling. His mother was on her feet, her feathers ruffled, her golden eyes bright with wonder. She'd seen it. They'd both seen it. What was it? Harry asked. What shape did it take? His mother looked at him for a long moment. Then she hopped down from her perch and walked to a clear patch of floor. Using her beak, she began to draw in the dust. Harry watched as the shape emerged. A circle, 2 wings, a head with sharp eyes. An owl. His Patronus was an owl. Harry stared at the drawing, then at his mother. It's you, he whispered. My happiest memory is you. She flew to him then, wrapping her wings around him as best she could, and they stood there in the quiet room, holding each other, the silver light of his Patronus still lingering in the air like a promise. The day after Christmas, Harry received a visitor. He was in the library, reading through his father's grimoire, when a shadow fell over the page. He looked up to find Draco Malfoy standing there, looking uncomfortable and out of place among the bookshelves. Potter, Malfoy said stiffly. Malfoy. Harry closed the book, his hand instinctively going to the serpent in his pocket. It was warm, but not alarmingly so. Whatever Malfoy wanted, it wasn't a threat. I need to talk to you. Malfoy glanced around, checking for eavesdroppers. Somewhere private. Harry considered this. His mother, on his shoulder, was watching Malfoy with narrowed eyes. But she wasn't making the warning sound, wasn't tensing for attack. She was waiting, assessing. Room of requirement, Harry said. You know it. Malfoy's face flickered with something, surprise, maybe, or discomfort. I know it. Meet me there in 10 minutes. Malfoy nodded and left. Harry watched him go, then looked at his mother. What do you think? She tilted her head, considering. Then she nodded slowly. Okay, Harry said. Let's see what he wants. The room of requirement had transformed again. This time, it was a neutral space, plain walls, simple chairs, a table between them. No fire, no comfort, just a place to talk. Malfoy was already there when Harry arrived, pacing nervously. He stopped when Harry entered, his gray eyes fixed on Harry's face. You came, he said. It wasn't a question. You said you needed to talk. Harry sat in one of the chairs, his mother on the table beside him. So talk. Malfoy hesitated, then sat in the other chair. He looked different than he had at the start of term, thinner, paler, with dark circles under his eyes. The confident sneer was gone, replaced by something Harry couldn't quite read. I owe you an explanation, Malfoy said finally. About the dark link. About why I had it. Harry waited. My father gave it to me before I came to Hogwarts. He said it was a way to communicate with him, to report on what was happening at school. I didn't know, Malfoy's voice cracked. I didn't know it was connected to him. To the Dark Lord. But you found out. Malfoy nodded miserably. The first time I used it, he spoke to me. Not my father, him. He said my father had given me to him as a servant. That I was to do whatever he commanded. He looked up, and Harry saw genuine fear in his eyes. He said if I failed, he would kill my family. All of them. My mother, my father, everyone. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He knew what it was like to be threatened, to have someone hold power over you. But this was different. This was Voldemort. What did he want you to do? Watch you. Report on your movements. Find out about the owl. Malfoy's eyes flicked to Harry's mother, then away. He's obsessed with her. I don't know why. Harry's mother made a soft sound, and Harry felt her tension. She knew why. Voldemort wanted her dead because she was protecting Harry. Because her love was the one thing he couldn't overcome. He's planning something, Malfoy continued. Something big. He didn't tell me what, just that it would happen before the end of the school year. And that when it did, I had to be ready to help. Help with what? I don't know. He wouldn't say. Malfoy leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. But I heard something. When he thought I'd stopped listening. He mentioned the Philosopher's Stone. Harry frowned. The what? The Philosopher's Stone. It's a legendary object. It can turn any metal into gold and produce the elixir of life, which makes you immortal. Malfoy's eyes were wide. If the Dark Lord gets it, he'll come back fully. He'll be unstoppable. Harry's mind raced. The Philosopher's Stone. Immortality. Voldemort, returned to full power. It was everything Dumbledore had warned him about. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked. You could have just kept quiet. Let him do whatever he's planning. Malfoy looked away. Because you helped me. When you didn't have to. When I'd done nothing but make your life miserable. He met Harry's eyes again. My father says debts must be repaid. But this isn't about debt. This is about not wanting to be like him. Harry understood. He understood more than Malfoy probably realized. The darkness inside, the fear of becoming something terrible, it was a weight they both carried. Thank you, Harry said quietly. For telling me. Malfoy nodded stiffly. We're still not friends. No, Harry agreed. We're not. But something had shifted between them. A truce, maybe. An understanding. In a world full of enemies, sometimes that was enough. That night, Harry wrote letters. He wrote to Dumbledore first, telling him everything Malfoy had said about the Philosopher's Stone and Voldemort's plans. He wrote to Ron and Hermione, though he knew they wouldn't receive the letters until after the holidays. And he wrote to Sirius Black, or rather, he started to, before realizing he had no idea where his godfather was or how to reach him. His mother watched him write, her golden eyes soft with something like pride. She couldn't help with words, but her presence was enough. When he finished, Harry sat by the fire in the common room, staring into the flames. The serpent in his pocket was warm, not warning warm, just present warm, and he took it out, turning it over in his hands. It was beautifully made, silver so fine it seemed to flow like water. The scales were individually crafted, the eyes tiny chips of emerald that caught the firelight. Harry could feel the enchantment in it, a faint pulse like a heartbeat. Did you know about the Philosopher's Stone? He asked his mother. She nodded slowly. Is it here? At Hogwarts? Another nod. That's what Voldemort wants. That's why he's here, attached to Quirrell. Harry's hand went to his scar. It was warm, but not painfully so. The fragment inside him was quiet tonight. His mother flew to his lap and settled there, her warmth seeping through his robes. He stroked her feathers, feeling the steady beat of her heart. We have to stop him, Harry said. Whatever it takes, we have to stop him. She looked up at him, and in her golden eyes he saw agreement. And determination. And love. They would stop him together. The next day, Harry received a reply from Dumbledore. It was brief, written in the headmaster's elegant script. Harry, thank you for your message. I am aware of the situation regarding the Philosopher's Stone and am taking steps to ensure its safety. Do not attempt to involve yourself further, this is a matter for the staff to handle. Enjoy the remainder of your holidays. Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the note twice, then crumpled it in frustration. He's not going to do anything, he said to his mother. He's just going to sit there and wait. She tilted her head, questioning. He says he's taking steps, but what steps? Voldemort is inside the castle. He's attached to a teacher. He could strike at any moment, and Dumbledore's just. Harry stopped, running his hands through his hair. I can't just do nothing. His mother made a soft sound, and he felt the bracelet warm against his wrist. The key charm pulsed gently, and suddenly he understood. He didn't have to do nothing. He just had to be smart about it. Watch. Wait. Gather information. And when the moment came, be ready. Okay, he said quietly. We'll do this your way. We'll be ready. The rest of the Christmas holidays passed quietly. Harry read through his father's grimoire, practicing the spells James had developed. He worked on his Patronus, getting closer and closer to a fully formed corporeal shield. He explored the castle with his mother, learning its secrets, its hidden passages, its shortcuts. And he watched. He watched Quirrell in the Great Hall, noting how the professor never ate with the other teachers, always took his food to his quarters. He watched the third-floor corridor, where Dumbledore had forbidden students to go, and noted the comings and goings of teachers. He watched the Forbidden Forest, where something dark seemed to be gathering, waiting. On the last night of the holidays, Harry had another dream. He was standing in a dark cave, water lapping at his feet. The air was cold and thick with magic, and somewhere ahead, something was calling to him. He walked forward, his footsteps echoing in the darkness, until he reached a small island in the center of an underground lake. On the island sat a basin. And in the basin, a glowing liquid. Harry reached out to touch it. And woke with a gasp, his scar blazing with pain. His mother was there instantly, her wings wrapped around him, her body warm against his chest. The pain faded slowly, leaving behind a throbbing ache and a memory that felt more real than any dream should. The cave, Harry whispered. He's hiding something in a cave. His mother looked at him, and he could feel her fear. She knew what this meant. The connection between Harry and Voldemort was growing stronger. The fragment in his scar was awakening. And soon, Harry feared, it would be too late to stop it. The students returned on January 6th, and Hogwarts came alive again. Ron burst into the dormitory with stories of Christmas at the Burrow, of Fred and George's latest pranks, of a sweater from his mum that was somehow even brighter than last year's. Hermione arrived with new books and new determination to stay at the top of their class. Neville showed off a rare plant his grandmother had given him. Even the Slytherins seemed less hostile, though Harry suspected that had more to do with Malfoy's changed demeanor than any real shift in house relations. Harry told Ron and Hermione about the dream as soon as he could get them alone. A cave. Ron frowned. What kind of cave? I don't know. It was dark, with water. An underground lake. Harry rubbed his scar, which still throbbed faintly. There was something there. Something Voldemort hid. Hermione's eyes were wide. You think he's been hiding things? Like Horcruxes. What's a Horcrux? Hermione hesitated. It's really dark magic. The darkest. A wizard splits their soul and hides a piece of it in an object. That way, even if their body is destroyed, they can't die. They're anchored to the world. Harry's blood ran cold. Like what's in my scar? No, Hermione said quickly. That was an accident. A Horcrux is made intentionally, through murder. The soul is torn apart deliberately. She paused. But if Voldemort made Horcruxes, if he hid pieces of his soul in objects, that would explain how he survived. Why he's still out there. Ron looked sick. So we're not just dealing with one piece of him in Harry's head. We're dealing with multiple pieces. Hidden all over the place. It's possible, Hermione admitted. If he wanted immortality badly enough, he would have taken every precaution. Harry thought about the cave. About the basin. About the glowing liquid that had called to him in his dream. I think I know where one of them is, he said quietly. And I think Voldemort is getting ready to retrieve it. That night, Harry made a decision. He couldn't wait for Dumbledore to act. He couldn't sit back and let Voldemort grow stronger. He had to do something. His mother watched him from the bedpost as he packed a small bag, food from the kitchen, his father's grimoire, the silver serpent Malfoy had given him. He put on warm clothes and his invisibility cloak, another gift, this one left anonymously on his bed with a note that simply said your father's. Use it well. You don't have to come, he told his mother. It might be dangerous. She flew to his shoulder and pressed her warm head against his cheek. Her answer was clear, she was coming. Wherever he went, she went. Harry smiled, despite everything. Okay, let's go. They slipped out of the dormitory, down through the common room, and out through the portrait hole. The castle was dark and quiet, the only sounds the distant creaking of stairs and the soft hoot of an owl. The cave. Harry didn't know where it was, but he knew how to find it. The dream had shown him the way, a path through the forbidden forest, a hidden entrance, a journey into darkness. He walked through the empty corridors, his mother on his shoulder, his heart pounding with fear and determination. Behind him, the castle slept on, unaware of the battle about to begin. Ahead of him, the darkness waited. And somewhere in that darkness, a piece of Voldemort's soul called out to the piece in his scar, drawing him closer, drawing him home. The Forbidden Forest was darker than anything Harry had ever imagined. Even with his wand lit, the shadows pressed in from all sides, thick and suffocating. The trees towered above him, their branches intertwining to block out the stars, and the undergrowth crackled with every step as if announcing his presence to every creature within miles. His mother flew ahead, a white shape in the darkness, her golden eyes piercing the gloom. She seemed to know where they were going, or at least, she trusted Harry's instincts enough to follow wherever he led. Harry didn't know how he knew the way. The dream had shown him a path, but it hadn't given him directions. Yet with every step, he felt a pull, a tugging sensation in his chest, centered on his scar. The fragment of Voldemort inside him was guiding him toward its other half. The thought made him sick. They walked for what felt like hours. The forest grew darker, colder, more oppressive. Strange sounds echoed through the trees, howls and screeches and things that might have been footsteps. Harry kept his wand raised, ready to defend himself, but nothing attacked. The forest was watching, waiting, but it wasn't striking. Not yet. His mother circled back frequently, landing on his shoulder for a moment before flying ahead again. She was checking on him, reassuring herself that he was still there, still safe. Harry appreciated it more than he could say. Finally, they reached a clearing. In the center, a dark pool of water reflected nothing. No stars, no moonlight, no light at all. It was simply a void in the earth, a hole in the world that seemed to drink in everything around it. And beyond the pool, hidden in the shadows of the trees, was the entrance to a cave. Harry's scar blazed. "This is it," he whispered. "This is the place." His mother landed on his shoulder, her talons gripping tightly. He could feel her fear, not for herself, but for him. She didn't want him to go in there. But Harry knew he had to. "There's something in that cave," he said. "Something Voldemort hid. If we can find it, if we can destroy it." His mother made a sharp sound. A warning. From the darkness of the cave, something emerged. It was a creature, if creature was the right word. It seemed to be made of shadows and smoke, with no fixed form, shifting and writhing as it moved. It had no face, no eyes, but Harry could feel it watching him. Could feel its hunger. His mother launched herself from his shoulder, flying straight at the creature. She passed through it harmlessly. It was smoke, after all, not solid, but her passage seemed to disturb it, to make it flicker and waver. "Stay back," Harry shouted, but she was already circling for another pass. The creature ignored her. Its attention was fixed on Harry. It flowed toward him, faster than something made of smoke should be able to move, and Harry felt its cold touch against his mind. "Come," it whispered. "Come to us. We have been waiting." Harry stumbled backward, raising his wand. "What are you?" "We are the Guardians. We are the keepers of the secret. We are the pieces he left behind." "Pieces. Like the one in his scar." "You're part of him," Harry breathed. "You're part of Voldemort." The creature seemed to smile, though it had no mouth. "We are all part of him. As you are. As you will always be." "No." Harry's voice was stronger than he felt. "I'm not him. I'll never be him. You carry him inside you. You hear his thoughts. You feel his desires. You are already becoming him." "Shut up." The spell burst from Harry's wand before he consciously cast it, a wordless blast of magic that sent the creature reeling back. It dissipated into smoke, then reformed, smaller now, weaker. His mother dove at it again, and this time, when she passed through, the creature screamed. It was a horrible sound, high and thin and full of pain. The creature writhed, shrinking further, and Harry understood. His mother's love, the same love that had protected him from the killing curse, was poison to this thing. It couldn't touch her without being burned. "The owl," the creature hissed. "The mother. She should not exist. She should be dead. She should be," Harry agreed. "But she's not. And she's going to help me destroy you." He raised his wand again, focusing on the happiest memory he could find. His mother's golden eyes. Her warmth against his chest. The way she looked at him like he was the most precious thing in the world. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from his wand, not just a wisp this time, but a solid, corporeal shape. A great silver owl, wings spread wide, soaring toward the creature of shadow. The creature screamed again as the Patronus struck it. The silver light enveloped it, burned through it, scattered it like mist before the sun. For a moment, the clearing was filled with blinding radiance. Then it was gone. The creature was gone. Harry stood alone in the darkness, his mother on his shoulder, his Patronus fading into the night. The cave entrance yawned before him, no longer guarded. "We did it," he whispered. "We actually did it." His mother pressed her warm head against his cheek, and Harry felt tears prick his eyes. They'd done it together. Mother and son. Just as it should be. But there was still the cave. Still whatever waited inside. Harry took a deep breath, raised his wand, and walked forward into the darkness. The cave was cold and damp, with water dripping from the ceiling and pooling on the floor. Harry's footsteps echoed in the silence, each one louder than it should have been. His mother stayed on his shoulder, her warmth a steady comfort against the chill. The passage sloped downward, deeper into the earth. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe. Harry's wand light pushed back the shadows, but they pressed close on all sides, hungry and waiting. After what felt like miles, the passage opened into a vast cavern. In the center, a dark lake stretched to the edges of sight. And in the middle of that lake, on a small island, sat a stone basin. The same basin from his dream. Harry's scar blazed with pain. The fragment inside him was screaming, reaching toward its other half. He stumbled, clutching his head, and his mother made a worried sound. "I'm okay," he gasped. "I'm okay. It's calling to me." He looked at the lake. The water was black, impenetrable, and he knew, just knew, that something lived beneath it. Something that would not welcome intruders. "How do I get across?" he wondered aloud. His mother flew from his shoulder and circled above the lake. She seemed unaffected by whatever lurked below, perhaps because she was an owl, perhaps because she was protected by the same love that had shielded Harry. She flew to the island and back, then landed on his shoulder again. "Nothing attacked you," Harry observed. "So maybe it's only triggered by people. By humans." He thought for a moment. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out the silver serpent Malfoy had given him. "If I'm in danger, you'll warn me," he said to it. "Right." The serpent pulsed warmly in his hand. An answer, of sorts. Harry looked at his mother. "Stay here. If something happens, if I don't make it across, go get help. Dumbledore, McGonagall, anyone." She shook her head fiercely. She wasn't leaving him. "Mom." It was the first time he'd said it aloud, and the word felt strange on his tongue. "Please. I need to know you're safe." Her golden eyes softened. Then, slowly, she nodded. Harry took a deep breath, turned to the lake, and stepped forward onto the water. He didn't sink. The water held him, solid as stone, supporting his weight as if it were frozen. But it wasn't frozen. He could see ripples spreading from his feet, could feel the cold seeping through his shoes. He walked toward the island, one careful step at a time. The silver serpent pulsed in his pocket, warm but not alarmed. Whatever lurked below, it wasn't attacking. Yet, halfway across, Harry felt it. A presence in the water beneath him. Something huge, something ancient, something waking from a long sleep. The serpent in his pocket blazed with heat, danger, warning, run. Harry ran. He sprinted across the surface of the lake, his feet pounding against water that should have swallowed him. Behind him, the water churned and boiled. Something was rising. He reached the island just as a massive shape broke the surface behind him. Harry spun around, wand raised, and saw it. A serpent. Not an ordinary serpent, this one was the size of a dragon, with scales as black as the lake and eyes that glowed with malevolent intelligence. It towered above him, its head brushing the ceiling of the cavern, its forked tongue flickering out to taste the air. Harry didn't move, didn't breathe. The serpent's eyes fixed on him, and he felt its hunger like a physical weight. Then his mother flew past, a flash of white between Harry and the serpent. The serpent's head snapped toward her, but she was too fast, too small. She dove at its eyes, talons extended, and the serpent recoiled with a hiss of pain. "No!" Harry screamed. "Mom, no!" But she was already circling for another pass, drawing the serpent's attention away from him. The great beast turned, following her flight, and Harry saw his chance. He ran for the basin. Up close, it was even more ominous than in his dream. The basin was carved from stone, ancient and worn, and it held a glowing liquid that seemed to pulse with its own light. Harry didn't know what it was, but he knew it was guarding something. Something Voldemort had hidden. Behind him, he heard his mother's cries and the serpent's hisses. She was buying him time. Dying for him, if she had to. He couldn't let that happen. Harry reached into the basin without thinking. The liquid burned. It was like nothing he'd ever felt. Fire and ice and poison all at once, searing through his skin, into his blood, into his very soul. He screamed, but he didn't pull back. He couldn't. The basin held him, forced him to endure, and through the agony, he saw things. Memories. Not his own, Voldemort's. A orphanage, gray and cold. A boy with dark eyes, alone and angry. A woman's face, beautiful and cruel, turning away. A snake, the first friend he'd ever had. A murder, the first of many. A ritual, dark and terrible, that tore his soul in two. And then, the hiding. The places he'd concealed the pieces of himself. A locket, hidden in a cave. A diary, given to a follower. A cup, locked in a vault. A diadem, lost in a castle. A ring, buried in the ruins of his childhood home. And a snake, his familiar, his companion, carrying a piece of him wherever she went. 7 pieces. 7 Horcruxes. And Harry himself, the accidental 8th. The vision faded. Harry pulled his hand from the basin, gasping, his skin red and blistered but already healing. The bracelet on his wrist was blazing with light, the heart charm brightest of all, pouring warmth into him, accelerating his recovery. He looked around. The serpent was still fighting his mother, but it was slowing, tiring. She'd wounded it, one eye was destroyed, and dark blood seeped from gashes in its scales. Harry raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. The silver owl burst forth again, larger and brighter than before. It soared toward the great serpent and struck it full in the face. The serpent screamed, a horrible, piercing sound, and recoiled, sinking back into the lake. The water churned for a moment, then stilled. Silence. Harry's mother flew to him, landing on his shoulder, trembling with exhaustion and fear. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her as close as he could. "You're okay," he whispered. "You're okay. We're both okay." But they weren't okay. Not really. Harry had seen Voldemort's memories, felt his pain, understood his darkness. And he knew now, with terrible certainty, what they were up against. 7 Horcruxes. 7 pieces of a soul scattered across the world. And 1 piece inside Harry's own head. How could they possibly destroy them all? They made their way back through the cave, across the lake. Calm now, the serpent retreated to its depths and out into the forest. Dawn was breaking, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, and Harry had never been so grateful to see light. His mother stayed on his shoulder, too exhausted to fly. He could feel her exhaustion through the bracelet, a bone-deep weariness that mirrored his own. They'd both pushed themselves to the limit tonight. The walk back to the castle seemed endless. Harry's legs ached, his head throbbed, and every step was an effort. But he kept moving, kept putting one foot in front of the other, because stopping meant collapsing, and collapsing meant never getting up again. Finally, the castle walls loomed before him. He found a side door, unlocked, thank you, Hogwarts house elves, and slipped inside. The corridors were empty, silent, everyone still asleep. He made it to Gryffindor Tower, gave the password to the fat lady. She raised an eyebrow at his appearance but said nothing, and collapsed into the nearest armchair in the common room. His mother tumbled from his shoulder into his lap, and they lay there together, too tired to move, too tired to speak, too tired to do anything but breathe. The fire crackled softly. The first light of dawn crept through the windows. And Harry, for the first time in hours, let himself close his eyes. He woke to Ron's face inches from his own. "Mate, what happened to you? You look like you've been through a war." Harry sat up groggily, disoriented. The common room was bright with midday sun, and students were moving around them, casting curious glances his way. His mother was still in his lap, sleeping deeply. "What time is it?" he croaked. "Nearly noon. Hermione and I have been looking everywhere for you." Ron's face was a mask of worry. "Where did you go? Why do you smell like a swamp?" Harry looked down at himself. His clothes were filthy, caked with mud and something that might have been serpent blood. His hands were red and raw, though the blistering had healed. He looked like he'd crawled out of a grave. "I found it," he said quietly. "The cave. The thing Voldemort was hiding." Ron's eyes went wide. "You what?" I went last night. With my mum. Harry stroked her feathers gently. There was a serpent. A giant one. It nearly killed us. Ron sat down heavily in the chair opposite. Bloody hell, Harry. You could have died. I know. Harry met his friend's eyes. But I had to know. And now I do. Hermione appeared at that moment, a book tucked under her arm and a worried expression on her face. Harry, we've been so, she stopped, taking in his appearance. Oh my God. What happened? Harry told them. Everything. The cave, the creature of shadow, the lake, the serpent, the basin. The visions of Voldemort's memories. The 7 Horcruxes. When he finished, Hermione was pale and Ron was speechless. 7, Hermione whispered. 7 pieces of his soul. Plus the one in your scar. That's 8. 8 pieces of a soul that was already fractured, Harry agreed. He's less human now than the creature in the cave was. How do we destroy them? Ron asked. How do we destroy something that's part of a soul? I don't know. Harry rubbed his eyes. The basin held a memory. Maybe each Horcrux holds something different. Maybe we have to find them all and figure out how to destroy each one individually. That could take years, Hermione said. Decades. He hid them all over the world. Then we start now. Harry's voice was firm. We start with what we know. The locket in the cave. The diary with one of his followers. The cup in a vault. The diadem in a castle. The ring in the ruins. And the snake, his familiar. You want to hunt Horcruxes. Ron looked like he wasn't sure whether to be impressed or terrified. Us. First years. I want to be ready. Harry met his eyes. When Voldemort returns, and he will return, I want to be able to fight him. Not just survive him. Fight. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. I'll help. I'll research everything I can about Horcruxes, about dark magic, about anything that might be useful. Ron hesitated, then grinned. Well, someone's got to keep you two from getting yourselves killed. Might as well be me. Harry felt a surge of gratitude so strong it almost hurt. These were his friends, his family, the people who would stand with him against the darkness. Thank you, he said. Both of you. That afternoon, Harry visited Dumbledore's office. The headmaster listened silently as Harry recounted the night's events, his expression growing graver with each word. When Harry finished, Dumbledore sat back in his chair, steepling his fingers, his eyes fixed on some point in the distance. You were very brave, he said finally. And very foolish. You could have died. I know. Harry didn't flinch. But I also learned things. Important things. Voldemort made Horcruxes. 7 of them. Plus the piece in my scar. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I suspected as much, but I could never prove it. Now we know. Can we destroy them? Can we destroy him? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, I believe so. But it will not be easy, and it will not be quick. The Horcruxes must be found and destroyed one by one, in a specific order, using specific methods. And all the while, Voldemort will be growing stronger, seeking a way to return to full power. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry said. He's after it. He wants to use it to come back. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes met his. And I fear he may succeed. The stone is well protected, but not invulnerable. If he obtains it, then we have to stop him. We do. Dumbledore leaned forward. But not you, Harry. Not yet. You are 11 years old. You have a lifetime of training ahead of you before you can face Voldemort directly. Leave this to the adults. Harry wanted to argue, but he saw the look in Dumbledore's eyes. This wasn't a suggestion. It was an order. Yes, sir, he said quietly. Dumbledore's expression softened. I know you want to fight. I know you want to protect the people you love. That's admirable. But fighting smart means knowing when to wait, when to prepare, when to gather your strength. He smiled slightly. Your mother understood that. She waited 10 years for you. She can wait a little longer for justice. Harry looked at his mother, who had settled on the arm of his chair. She was watching Dumbledore with those golden eyes, and Harry could feel her agreement. She wanted him safe. She wanted him to wait. Okay, Harry said. I'll wait. But I won't stop learning. I won't stop preparing. I wouldn't expect you to. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. You are your parents' son, after all. The weeks that followed settled into a rhythm. Classes continued, homework piled up, and the threat of Voldemort hung over everything like a storm cloud waiting to break. But Harry didn't let the fear consume him. He studied harder than ever, practiced his spells until they were perfect, and spent every spare moment in the library with Hermione, researching Horcruxes and dark magic and the history of the most dangerous wizard alive. His mother stayed with him constantly, a silent presence on his shoulder, a warm weight in his bed at night. The bracelet on his wrist pulsed with her love, with the magic she'd poured into it, with the connection that bound them together. And slowly, gradually, Harry began to understand something. He wasn't just the boy who lived. He wasn't just the target of a Dark Lord's obsession. He was something more, something his parents had died to protect, something his mother had spent 10 years watching over, something worth fighting for. He was himself, Harry James Potter. And that was enough. February arrived with bitter cold and unexpected news. Professor Quirrell was leaving. Dumbledore announced it at breakfast one morning, his voice calm and measured. Professor Quirrell had decided to take a leave of absence for health reasons. A substitute would be taking over defense against the dark arts for the remainder of the year. Harry looked at his mother. She was watching Dumbledore with narrowed eyes, and he could feel her suspicion. Quirrell wasn't leaving for health reasons. He was leaving because Voldemort had other plans. The question was, what plans? Harry found out that night. He was in the common room, reading through his father's grimoire, when the silver serpent in his pocket blazed with heat. He grabbed it, and through the enchantment, he heard a voice, Malfoy's voice, urgent and afraid. Potter. He's making his move. The stone. Tonight. The third-floor corridor. The message faded, and Harry was on his feet, his mother already on his shoulder, his wand in his hand. Ron. Hermione. Wake up. They came running, still in their pajamas, and Harry told them what Malfoy had said. The third-floor corridor. Ron's face was pale. That's where Dumbledore said not to go. That's where they're keeping the stone. Then that's where we're going. Harry grabbed his cloak. You don't have to come. Either of you. Hermione lifted her chin. Of course we're coming. You'll need backup. Ron nodded, though he looked terrified. What are friends for? Harry felt that surge of gratitude again, warm and strong. Okay. Let's go. They slipped out of the common room, through the castle, toward the third-floor corridor. The serpent in Harry's pocket pulsed steadily, guiding them forward. His mother's talons gripped his shoulder, ready for anything. Behind them, the castle slept on, unaware of the battle about to begin. Ahead, in the darkness, Voldemort waited. And Harry walked toward him, not as a victim, not as a target, but as a fighter. As his mother's son. As the boy who lived. The third-floor corridor was exactly as forbidden as everyone said. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood at the entrance, their wand lights casting long shadows on the stone walls. The corridor stretched before them, dark and silent, and at its end, a door stood slightly ajar. The teachers set up protections, Hermione whispered. I heard McGonagall talking about it. There's Fluffy, that's Hagrid's three-headed dog, and then other things. Dangerous things. Fluffy. Ron's voice cracked. Three-headed dog. That's what's guarding the stone. Hagrid bought it from a Greek chappie a few weeks ago, Harry said, remembering the gamekeeper's casual mention of the creature. He called it Fluffy. Said it would sleep if you played it music. Hermione's eyes widened. Music. Of course, that's how. You get past it. But what about the other protections? Only one way to find out. Harry pushed the door open. Inside, the room was massive, and taking up most of the space was a creature that made Harry's blood run cold. Fluffy, if that was its name, was enormous, with 3 massive heads and 6 gleaming eyes, all fixed on the door. It growled, a sound that vibrated through the floor. Play something, Harry hissed. Ron fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a wooden flute. I don't know if this will work, I've only just started learning. Just play. Ron raised the flute to his lips and blew. A wobbly, uncertain tune emerged, nothing like the lullabies Harry had imagined. But it worked. Fluffy's eyes drooped, its head swaying, and within moments, the great beast was snoring, each head puffing clouds of dust with every breath. The floor, Hermione whispered. There's a trapdoor. Harry saw it, a large wooden hatch beneath Fluffy's massive body. They'd have to climb over the dog to reach it. Me first, he said, before anyone could argue. He crept forward, stepping carefully over Fluffy's massive paws, trying not to breathe the dusty air from its snores. The dog twitched in its sleep, and Harry froze, heart pounding. But it didn't wake. He reached the trapdoor and pulled it open. Darkness yawned below, thick and absolute. Wait for me to land, he whispered back to the others. Then follow. He dropped into the darkness. The fall was longer than he expected. He landed softly, on something that gave way beneath him, plants, he realized, thick vines and leaves that cushioned his fall. Above him, 2 more thumps announced Ron and Hermione's arrival. What is this place? Ron's voice echoed in the darkness. Harry lit his wand and looked around. They were in a greenhouse, but unlike any greenhouse he'd seen. The plants here were enormous, with twisting vines that reached toward them like grasping hands. Devil's Snare, Hermione breathed. It's Devil's Snare. The vines were moving, wrapping around their ankles, their legs, pulling them down. Harry struggled, but the more he fought, the tighter they gripped. Relax, Hermione shouted. It's Devil's Snare. You have to relax, or it kills you. Harry forced himself to go limp. The vines loosened slightly, but didn't release him. It's not working, Ron yelled, panic in his voice. Fire, Hermione cried. It hates fire. But I don't have any wood. Are you a witch or not? Ron bellowed. Hermione's eyes widened. She raised her wand, face screwed up in concentration, and whispered, Lumos Solum. A beam of bright sunlight shot from her wand, striking the Devil's Snare. The vines recoiled, shrieking, releasing their grip. Harry, Ron, and Hermione tumbled to the ground, gasping. That was brilliant, Ron said, genuine admiration in his voice. Hermione smiled shakily. I read about it. Devil's Snare is one of the plants they cover in herbology. I just never thought I'd have to use the knowledge so soon. They pushed through a door at the far end of the greenhouse and found themselves in a stone corridor lined with torches. The air was cold and still, and something glittered ahead. Keys. Hundreds of them. Thousands. They filled the corridor from floor to ceiling, fluttering on delicate wings like a flock of jewel-toned birds. A broom, Harry said, spotting one on the floor nearby. Someone left a broom. You're going to fly through that. Ron's voice was incredulous. There must be 1,000 keys in there. But only one will open the door. Harry pointed to the door at the far end of the corridor. See, it's locked. We need the right key. How do you know which one? Harry thought about his father's grimoire, about the notes on flying and seeking and finding. He thought about the stories Ron had told him of James Potter, the star seeker, the fastest on a broom. My father was a seeker, he said quietly. Maybe I inherited something from him. He mounted the broom, feeling its familiar hum beneath him. His mother hooted encouragement from his shoulder, she'd stayed with him through everything, a warm weight against his neck. I'll find it, he said. Cover me. He kicked off and soared into the storm of keys. They were fast, darting and weaving, impossible to track. Harry flew among them, his eyes scanning for anything unusual, anything that stood out. The keys flashed past, bronze, silver, gold, copper, all identical except for their color. Then he saw it. A key with a bent wing, as if it had been caught and roughly handled before. It was trying to hide among the others, but its damaged wing made it slower, more awkward. That's it, Harry breathed. He dove after it, his hand outstretched, weaving through the swarm. The key dodged left, then right, but Harry anticipated its moves, cutting it off at every turn. Finally, with a burst of speed, he grabbed it. The swarm parted, and Harry flew back to the door. The key slid into the lock with a satisfying click. Brilliant, Ron said as Harry dismounted. Absolutely brilliant. Your dad would have been proud. Harry smiled, but it faded as they pushed through the door into the next chamber. This room was enormous, larger than any they'd seen. The floor was a giant chessboard, and against the far wall, the pieces stood waiting, black on one side, white on the other, all of them enormous, carved from stone, and clearly alive. Chess, Ron breathed, and for the first time, he didn't sound afraid. He sounded excited. We have to play our way across. Harry looked at the board. The white pieces were on their side, waiting for opponents. To reach the door on the far side, they'd have to take the place of the missing white pieces and play against the black. I'll do it, Ron said. I'm the best chess player of us. But Ron, Hermione started. I'm the best, he repeated firmly. You two will be my pieces. Harry, you're a bishop. Hermione, you're a castle. I'll be a knight. He studied the board, his eyes moving rapidly. We can win. I know we can. They took their places. The moment they did, the black pieces moved, sliding forward with a grinding of stone on stone. Ron directed them calmly, his voice steady despite the danger. Harry, forward 3. Hermione, diagonal 2. Pawn to queen's bishop 4. The game progressed. Black attacked aggressively, taking white pieces with brutal efficiency. Each time a piece was captured, it was smashed to rubble by the opposing side. Harry watched in horror as a white bishop was demolished, stone dust filling the air. "We're losing," Hermione whispered. "Ron, we're losing." "I know," Ron said, his face pale. "But I have a plan." Harry looked at the board, trying to see what Ron saw. The Black Queen was dominating, taking piece after piece. If someone could take her, the game would shift. "The Queen," Harry said. "Someone has to take the Queen." Ron nodded slowly. "A knight sacrifice. It's the only way." "Who's the knight?" Harry asked. Ron met his eyes. "Me." "No." Hermione's voice was sharp. "Ron, no. It's the only way." Ron's voice was calm, resigned. "The Queen will take me, but it'll leave her open. Then Harry can checkmate the king." "Ron, just do it, okay." Ron smiled, but it was a sad smile. That's what chess players do. They sacrifice pieces to win. Before either of them could argue, Ron moved. His stone knight charged forward, straight at the Black Queen. The Queen swept down, her massive stone sword raised, and brought it crashing down on Ron's piece. Ron screamed. Harry watched in horror as his friend was thrown from the knight, landing in a crumpled heap on the stone floor. The Queen shattered the knight with another blow, then moved past it, leaving an opening. "Now." Ron's voice was weak but urgent. "Harry, now." Harry ran. He dodged past the remaining black pieces, ignoring their grasping stone hands, and reached the king. His wand was in his hand, but he didn't need it. The king looked at him, then slowly, deliberately, removed its crown and placed it at Harry's feet. Checkmate. The black pieces froze. Then, one by one, they stepped aside, clearing a path to the door. Harry ran to Ron. His friend was unconscious, blood trickling from a cut on his head, but he was breathing. "Stay with him," Harry told Hermione. "I'll go on." "Harry, you can't face him alone." "I'm not alone." He touched his mother on his shoulder, felt the warmth of the bracelet on his wrist. "I have her. I have all of them." Hermione nodded, tears streaming down her face. "Be careful. Please be careful." Harry pushed through the door. The next chamber was empty except for a single table. On the table stood a row of bottles, and beside them, a scroll of parchment. Harry approached and read, "Danger lies before you, while safety lies behind. 2 of us will help you, whichever you would find. 1 among us 7 will let you move ahead. Another will transport the drinker back instead. 2 among our number hold only nettle wine. 3 of us are killers, waiting hidden in line. Choose, unless you wish to stay here forevermore. To help you in your choice, we give you these clues 4. First, however slyly the poison tries to hide, you will always find some on nettle wine's left side. Second, different are those who stand at either end. But if you would move onward, neither is your friend. Third, as you see clearly, all are different size. Neither dwarf nor giant holds death in their insides. Fourth, the second left and the second on the right are twins once you taste them, though different at first sight. Harry stared at the parchment, his mind racing. Logic puzzles. Hermione would have loved this. But Hermione wasn't here. His mother hooted softly, and he felt the bracelet warm against his wrist. The key charm pulsed gently, and suddenly, the puzzle made sense. He read the clues again, working through them step by step. The smallest bottle would let him move ahead. The one at the far right would take him back. The rest were poison. He measured carefully, comparing sizes, counting positions. Finally, he was certain. He picked up the smallest bottle and drank. For a moment, nothing happened. Then fire raced through his veins, cold and hot at once, and the room spun around him. He stumbled, caught himself on the table, and when he looked up, he was in a different chamber. This one was large and grand, with high ceilings and torchlight that flickered against stone walls. In the center, on a pedestal, sat the most beautiful mirror Harry had ever seen. It reached from floor to ceiling, its frame carved with intricate designs, and in its surface, reflections danced. But Harry barely noticed the mirror. Because standing before it, his back to Harry, was Professor Quirrell. And on the back of Quirrell's head, where a head should not be, was another face. A face with red eyes and slits for nostrils and a smile that made Harry's blood freeze. Voldemort. Harry Potter, the face hissed. We meet at last. Harry's mother launched herself from his shoulder, flying straight at Quirrell. But Voldemort was ready. He hissed a word Harry didn't know, and Quirrell's hand shot out, grabbing the owl mid-flight. Mum! Harry screamed. Lily Potter, Voldemort breathed, his red eyes fixed on the struggling owl. So the rumors were true. You survived. In a fashion. He smiled, and it was horrible. How fitting. The mother who loved so deeply, reduced to a bird. How the mighty have fallen. Let her go. Harry's wand was raised, but he didn't know what spell to use. Didn't know how to fight this. Or what? Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound. You will kill me. You, a child, with no training, no power, no understanding of the magic that connects us. His eyes narrowed. You carry a piece of me, Harry Potter. In that scar on your forehead. You are already mine. I'm not yours. I'll never be yours. Brave words. But words are wind. Voldemort gestured, and Quirrell's grip tightened on Harry's mother. She screeched in pain. Surrender, and I will let her live. Fight, and she dies. The choice is yours. Harry looked at his mother. Her golden eyes were fixed on him, and in them he saw love. Pure, absolute, unconditional love. And he saw something else. A message. Don't. She didn't want him to surrender. She wanted him to fight. Even if it meant her death. No, Harry whispered. I won't let you die for me again. Voldemort's eyes flickered with something, curiosity, perhaps. Again. 10 years ago, Harry said, his voice growing stronger. She stood between you and me. She died so I could live. And now she's here, watching over me, protecting me. Your curse didn't kill her. It couldn't. Because love is stronger than anything you have. The face on Quirrell's head twisted with rage. Love is weakness. Sentiment is weakness. I am beyond such things. No, Harry said. You're not beyond them. You're beneath them. He raised his wand and shouted the first spell that came into his mind. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from his wand, brighter than before, stronger than before. The great silver owl soared across the chamber, straight at Quirrell. Quirrell screamed. His hands flew to his face, the face on the back of his head was writhing, smoking, burning. The silver light was destroying it. But Quirrell's grip on Harry's mother loosened, and she flew free. She dove at Quirrell, talons extended, and struck him across the face. Where her claws touched, the skin blistered and burned. She was made of love, of sacrifice, of the same magic that had protected Harry all those years ago. And that magic was poison to Voldemort. Kill her. Voldemort shrieked. Quirrell lunged for her, but Harry was faster. He grabbed his mother, pulling her close, and ran for the door. Behind him, Quirrell was screaming, Voldemort was cursing, and the chamber was filling with silver light. Harry didn't look back. He ran through the door, through the chambers, past the chessboard where Hermione was still kneeling beside Ron, past the devil's snare, up through the trapdoor past sleeping Fluffy, through the corridor, through the castle, until finally, he burst into the entrance hall and collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing. The ceiling was white and clean, and the beds were soft, and his mother was perched on the bedside table, watching him with those golden eyes. You're okay, he whispered. She hooted softly and pressed her head against his hand. Harry. Ron's voice. Harry turned his head and saw his friend in the next bed, bandaged but awake, a huge grin on his face. Beyond Ron, Hermione was sitting in a chair, a book open in her lap, her eyes red from crying. You're awake, Ron said. Hermione thought, well, you were out for 3 days. 3 days. Harry tried to sit up, but his body protested. What happened? Is Voldemort gone? Hermione said quietly. For now. Professor Quirrell is dead. Voldemort's spirit fled when his host died. He's out there, still, but he's weaker than ever. Harry sank back against the pillows. The stone. Safe. Dumbledore destroyed it. He said it was the only way to keep Voldemort from getting it. Harry processed this. Voldemort was gone, for now. The stone was destroyed. Quirrell was dead. And they were alive. How? He asked. How did we survive? Hermione and Ron exchanged glances. Then Hermione said, Dumbledore explained it. When your mother sacrificed herself for you, she created a protection. A magic so old and so powerful that Voldemort couldn't touch you. That protection lives in your blood, Harry. As long as you're with your mother's family, you're safe. But I'm not with them. I'm here. That's the thing. Ron leaned forward. The protection isn't about being with them physically. It's about being able to call their home home. And you can't do that anymore, can you? Hogwarts is your home now. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs, about the Dursleys, about 10 years of loneliness and hunger. No, that wasn't home. It had never been home. Hogwarts is my home, he agreed. Then the protection is still there, Hermione said. Because you have a home. A real one. And the people who love you are here. Harry looked at his mother. She was watching him with those golden eyes, and in them he saw everything. Love, pride, hope. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. She hooted softly, and Harry could have sworn it meant, always. The end of term arrived with a flurry of exams and goodbyes. Harry, Ron, and Hermione passed everything. Even Ron managed a respectable acceptable in potions, much to everyone's surprise. The final feast was magnificent, with Dumbledore awarding last-minute points that pushed Gryffindor into first place, winning the House Cup. But the best moment came when Dumbledore rose to speak. Before we depart, he said, his eyes twinkling, I have a few last-minute points to award. Let me see. He consulted a piece of parchment. First, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the cool use of logic in the face of fire, I award Gryffindor 50 points. The Gryffindor table erupted. Second, to Ronald Weasley, for the best played game of chess that Hogwarts has seen these many years, I award Gryffindor 50 points. Ron's ears turned red as his siblings cheered. Third, to Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award Gryffindor 60 points. The cheering was deafening. Harry sat frozen, not sure how to react. And finally, Dumbledore continued, and the hall fell silent, to a special guest who has watched over one of our students for 10 long years, who has protected and loved and sacrificed more than any of us can know, to Lily Potter, in her Animagus form, I award Gryffindor 100 points. The hall erupted. Harry looked at his mother, who was perched on his shoulder, her golden eyes wide with surprise. Then, slowly, she bowed her head, a gesture of thanks, of acceptance, of love. And Harry, for the first time in his life, felt like he truly belonged. The train ride home was bittersweet. Ron talked endlessly about summer, about the Burrow, about how Harry absolutely had to come visit. Hermione made lists of books to read over the holidays. And Harry sat with his mother on his shoulder, watching the English countryside roll past, thinking about everything that had happened. He was going back to the Dursleys. Back to the cupboard, to the hunger, to the loneliness. But it was different now. He had friends. He had a home at Hogwarts. He had a mother who loved him, even if she couldn't speak, even if she was trapped in an owl's body. And he had a mission. Voldemort was still out there. The Horcruxes still existed. The fragment in his scar still whispered in the darkness. But Harry wasn't afraid. Not anymore. He had love. He had hope. He had people who would stand with him against anything. And that, he realized, was the most powerful magic of all. The platform at King's Cross was crowded with families reuniting, students hugging, owls hooting in their cages. Harry stepped off the train and looked around for the Dursleys. They'd be there somewhere, probably looking angry and impatient. Ron's family surrounded him, Mrs. Weasley hugging him tightly while Fred and George made faces behind her back. Hermione's parents were there too, waving excitedly. And Harry stood alone, his mother on his shoulder, waiting. Then he saw them. Aunt Petunia, thin and horse-faced, clutching her handbag like a weapon. Uncle Vernon, purple-faced and glaring. Dudley, even larger than Harry remembered, stuffing his face with a chocolate bar. They spotted him at the same moment. Uncle Vernon's face went from purple to magenta. Boy, he bellowed. Over here. Now. Harry walked toward them slowly, his mother's talons gripping his shoulder. As he approached, he saw Aunt Petunia's eyes fix on the owl. For a moment, something flickered in her face, recognition. Fear. Then it was gone, replaced by her usual sneer. What's that? Uncle Vernon demanded, pointing at Harry's mother. No owls. I told you. No owls. She stays with me, Harry said quietly. She goes where I go. Uncle Vernon's face contorted. Now you listen here, boy. No. Harry's voice was firm. You listen. I've had the best year of my life. I've made friends. I've learned magic. And I have people who love me. People who will come looking if anything happens to me. He met Uncle Vernon's eyes. You will treat me with respect. You will give me a proper room. You will feed me properly. Or I will leave, and I won't come back. Silence. Uncle Vernon's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Aunt Petunia stared at Harry as if seeing him for the first time. Dudley, oblivious, kept eating. Finally, Uncle Vernon spoke. Get in the car. It wasn't agreement. It wasn't acceptance. But it was something. Harry walked past them toward the exit, his mother on his shoulder, his head high. Behind him, his friends called goodbye, and he waved without looking back. The summer stretched ahead, unknown and uncertain. But Harry faced it with something he'd never had before. Hope. The Dursleys' house felt smaller than Harry remembered. He stood in the hallway of number 4 Privet Drive, his trunk at his feet, his mother on his shoulder, and tried to find something familiar in the beige walls and beige carpet and beige everything. But it all felt foreign now. Like a place he'd visited once, a long time ago, and barely remembered. Upstairs, Uncle Vernon grunted, pointing at the staircase. Second bedroom. Don't expect any special treatment just because you've been away. Harry climbed the stairs without comment. The second bedroom, Dudley's second bedroom, really, the one they used to store his broken toys and extra video games, was exactly as he remembered. A single bed against the wall, a dresser with a cracked mirror, and boxes stacked in every corner. But there was a window. And a door he could close. And no lock on the outside. He'd slept in worse places. His mother flew from his shoulder and perched on the windowsill, her golden eyes taking in the view of Privet Drive. She didn't seem impressed. Harry sat on the bed and looked around. The summer stretched before him, empty and long. No Ron. No Hermione. No Hogwarts. Just the Dursleys and their endless contempt and the slowly ticking days until September. I don't know how I'm going to do this, he admitted to his mother. She hooted softly and flew to his lap, pressing her warm head against his chest. Her message was clear, together. We'll do it together. Harry smiled and stroked her feathers. Together, he agreed. The first week was miserable. Uncle Vernon found new ways to make Harry's life difficult, extra chores, reduced meals. Constant reminders that he was unwelcome, unwanted, unloved. Aunt Petunia pretended he didn't exist, walking past him in the hallway as if he were invisible. Dudley took every opportunity to remind Harry of his place, shoving him in corridors and laughing with his friends about the freak. But Harry had changed. He didn't cower anymore, didn't shrink into himself when Uncle Vernon yelled. He stood straight, met their eyes, and refused to be diminished. It infuriated them, he could see it in their faces, the way they didn't know how to handle this new Harry, this Harry who had friends and magic and a future. And at night, when the house was quiet and the Dursleys were asleep, Harry had his mother. They talked. Or rather, Harry talked and his mother listened. He told her about his fears, his hopes, his dreams. He told her about Ron and Hermione, about the adventures they'd shared, about the dangers they'd faced. He told her about the fragment in his scar and the whispers that sometimes came in the night. She listened to all of it, her golden eyes never leaving his face. And when words weren't enough, she pressed against him, letting her warmth and her love speak for her. It wasn't the same as having a real mother, a mother who could talk back, who could hug him properly, who could tell him everything would be okay. But it was more than he'd ever had before. And it was enough. The second week, Harry started having dreams again. Not the nightmares about Voldemort, those had faded since the Chamber of Secrets, though they still came sometimes. These were different, gentler. They were memories, he realized. His mother's memories, somehow transmitted through the bracelet or through their connection. He dreamed of Hogwarts as it had been 20 years ago. Of a girl with red hair and green eyes, laughing with friends in the common room. Of a boy with messy black hair and glasses, showing off on a Quidditch pitch. Of stolen moments in empty corridors, whispered conversations in the library, first kisses under the stars. He dreamed of their wedding, small and private, just close friends and family. Of their first home, a cozy cottage in Godric's Hollow. Of the night Harry was born, the joy and terror and overwhelming love. And he dreamed of the last night. The night it all ended. In that dream, he saw his mother hear the window smash. Saw her run to his room, grab him from his crib, hold him tight. Saw his father burst in, wand raised, shouting for them to run. Saw the green light, heard the scream, felt the cold hand of death reach for them all. Then the darkness, and the owl, and 10 years of watching from a distance. Harry woke from these dreams with tears on his face and his mother pressed close, her body trembling with grief. They held each other in the darkness, mother and son, bound by love and loss and the unbreakable connection between them. The third week, something changed. Harry woke one morning to find his mother perched on the windowsill, her head cocked, her golden eyes fixed on something in the garden below. He joined her at the window and looked out. A woman stood at the end of the garden, half hidden by the hedge. She was tall and thin, with long black hair and an expression that made Harry think of thunderstorms and dark omens. She was watching the house, watching his window, with an intensity that made his skin crawl. "Who is that?" Harry whispered. His mother made a sound, a warning sound. She didn't know, but she didn't like it. The woman stood there for a long moment, her dark eyes fixed on Harry's window. Then, slowly, she raised one hand and pointed at him. Directly at him. Then she was gone. Harry blinked, and the garden was empty. Had she ever been there at all? Or was it another dream, another vision? But his mother's tension told him it was real. Someone had been watching. Someone had pointed at him. Someone knew he was here. That afternoon, an owl arrived. It was a magnificent creature, a great horned owl with feathers the color of autumn leaves. It landed on Harry's windowsill, ignoring his mother's suspicious glare, and extended one leg. A letter was tied there, written on heavy parchment sealed with crimson wax. Harry broke the seal and read, "Harry, I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing to invite you to stay at the Burrow for the remainder of the summer. Ron has been insufferable since he got home, talking of nothing but you and your adventures. It would do us all a great kindness if you would come. I have already spoken to your aunt and uncle. They have agreed, after some persuasion, to let you visit. An owl will arrive on July 31st to escort you. We do hope you'll come. Molly Weasley." Harry read the letter twice, then looked at his mother. She was watching him with those golden eyes, and he could see the hope in them. "The Burrow," he said. "Ron's home. Mrs. Weasley wants me to visit." His mother hooted softly, and Harry could have sworn it meant, "Go. Go and be happy." He grinned, the first real smile in weeks. "Then that's what I'll do." The last week of July crawled by. Harry marked the days on the wall with a pencil stub, crossing them off one by one. His mother helped by hooting each morning to remind him how many were left. The Dursleys, for once, left him alone. Uncle Vernon had been oddly quiet since Mrs. Weasley's owl arrived, and Aunt Petunia had taken to avoiding him entirely. On the morning of July 31st, Harry woke before dawn. It was his 12th birthday. He'd almost forgotten, the Dursleys never celebrated, and he'd learned not to expect anything. But this year felt different. This year, he had friends who might remember. This year, he had a mother who loved him. His mother proved it by dropping a small package in his lap. It was wrapped in brown paper, tied with a white feather, and when Harry opened it, he found a small photograph in a silver frame. His parents, together, laughing at something outside the frame. His father's arm around his mother's shoulder, his mother's head tilted back in genuine, joyful laughter. They looked young and alive and so full of love that Harry's heart ached. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you." His mother pressed her head against his cheek, and he held her close, feeling her love like a physical warmth. The owl came at noon. It wasn't the same owl that had brought Mrs. Weasley's letter. This one was smaller, quicker, with bright eyes and an impatient air. It carried a second letter, this one from Ron. "Harry, Mum says you're coming. Brilliant. We'll have so much fun. Fred and George have been working on some new pranks, and Ginny won't stop talking about meeting you properly, and Dad's got this amazing muggle thing he wants to show you. It's a rubber duck. He's very excited. The owl will bring you. Just hold on tight and don't let go. Trust me, I learned the hard way. See you soon. Ron. P.S. Happy birthday." Harry grinned. Then he packed his trunk, settled his mother on his shoulder, and went downstairs to face the Dursleys. They were waiting in the living room, arranged like a tableau of disapproval. Uncle Vernon in his armchair, Aunt Petunia on the sofa, Dudley sprawled on the floor surrounded by snacks. "You're leaving," Uncle Vernon said. It wasn't a question. "Yes. And you'll be back at the end of summer." Harry hesitated. He didn't want to come back. Ever. But he knew he had to. The protection, Dumbledore had said, required him to be able to call this place home. Even if it wasn't. Even if it never would be. "Yes," he said. I'll be back." Uncle Vernon nodded stiffly. "Good. Now, go. Your ride is waiting." Harry didn't ask how he knew. He just walked out the front door, his mother on his shoulder, and didn't look back. The ride to the burrow was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The owl, whose name, he learned, was Errol, was not the most reliable of flyers. He wobbled and weaved and nearly dropped Harry's trunk twice. But somehow, they made it, soaring over fields and villages and finally descending toward a crooked, magical house that seemed to have been built by someone who'd never heard of right angles. The burrow. Harry landed in the garden with a thump, his trunk landing beside him, his mother flapping to keep her balance. Before he could move, the back door burst open and Mrs. Weasley came rushing out, her arms wide. "Harry. Oh, Harry, dear, you're here." She enveloped him in a hug that squeezed the breath from his lungs. Behind her, Ron was hopping up and down with excitement, and Fred and George were grinning from the doorway. Come in, Mrs. Weasley urged, pulling him toward the house. "You must be starving. I've made lunch. Ron, take his trunk upstairs. Harry, this is your home now, as long as you want it." Harry followed her inside, his mother on his shoulder, his heart swelling with something he hadn't felt in a long time. Belonging. The burrow was chaos. Chairs walked on their own. The clock told not time but where family members were. The sink washed dishes with enthusiasm and occasional violence. And everywhere, were Weasleys. Arthur Weasley, Ron's father, shook Harry's hand so enthusiastically that his glasses flew off. Fred and George demonstrated their latest prank product, a candy that made your teeth chatter, and were promptly banished from the kitchen. Ginny, Ron's younger sister, turned bright red whenever Harry looked at her and fled the room. And Mrs. Weasley presided over it all with the warm authority of a general, making sure everyone was fed and happy and properly cared for. Harry sat at the crowded kitchen table, his mother perched on the back of his chair, and ate the best meal he'd had since leaving Hogwarts. Roast chicken and mashed potatoes and gravy and peas and fresh bread with butter and a treacle tart that made his eyes water with joy. "So, Harry, Mr. Weasley said, leaning forward with eager curiosity. "Ron tells us you live with Muggles. What are they like? Did they use electricity? Have they ever asked you about magic? What about Arthur?" Mrs. Weasley interrupted, "Let the boy eat." Right, of course. Sorry. But Mr. Weasley's eyes still sparkled with questions. Harry smiled. "I don't mind. The Dursleys are, well, they're not great. They hate magic. They hate anything different. But I'm used to it." Mr. Weasley's expression darkened. "I've heard about your aunt and uncle. Petunia Dursley, formerly Petunia Evans. Lily's sister." He shook his head. "Your mother was a remarkable witch, Harry. One of the best. It's a tragedy that her sister couldn't see past her own prejudice." Harry's mother made a soft sound on his shoulder. Mr. Weasley looked at her, and his eyes widened. That's not just an owl, is it?" "That's Lily," Harry said quietly. "She's my mother. She's been trapped in Animagus form since that night." Mr. Weasley's face went through several emotions: shock, wonder, grief, and finally, a kind of reverent awe. "I remember her," he said softly. "At Hogwarts. She was in the year above me. Brilliant, kind, everyone loved her." He looked at the owl, at Lily, with tears in his eyes. "You've been watching over him all these years." The owl nodded slowly. Mr. Weasley reached out and gently touched her feathers. "Extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary." He looked at Harry. "You're very lucky, son. Most of us never get to know our mothers as well as you do." Harry nodded, his throat tight. He knew how lucky he was. Every single day. The weeks at the burrow passed in a blur of happiness. Harry helped Mr. Weasley with his Muggle artifacts. The rubber duck remained a mystery. He played Quidditch in the orchard with Ron and the twins. He listened to Mrs. Weasley's stories about his parents, learning things he'd never known, how his mother had once hexed a Slytherin so badly she'd been in detention for a month, how his father had led the Gryffindor Quidditch team to 3 consecutive victories, how they'd fallen in love slowly and unexpectedly and completely. His mother listened to these stories too, her golden eyes soft with memory. Sometimes, when Mrs. Weasley said something particularly accurate, the owl would hoot softly. Confirmation, Harry realized. Yes, that happened. Yes, that's true. At night, Harry slept in Ron's room, surrounded by Chudley Cannon's posters and Ron's gentle snoring. His mother perched on the bedpost, watching over him as she always did, and Harry slept more peacefully than he had in months. But the peace couldn't last. The first sign came on August 15th. Harry woke from a nightmare, not the usual one, not the green light and his mother's scream. This was different. A dark corridor, a door at the end, and a voice whispering his name. Over and over. Harry, Harry, come to me. He sat up, gasping, his scar blazing with pain. His mother was there instantly, her wings wrapped around him, her warmth seeping through his pajamas. What is it? Ron mumbled, waking. Harry, you okay? Dream, Harry managed. Just a dream. But it wasn't just a dream. He knew that now. The fragment in his scar was stirring again. Voldemort was reaching out, searching for him, trying to find a way back. The second sign came 3 days later. Harry was in the garden with Ron when a house elf appeared with a loud crack. It was small and wrinkled, with bat-like ears and enormous green eyes that filled with tears the moment it saw Harry. It wore a filthy pillowcase, and it wrung its hands as it spoke. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. It squeaked. There is a plot to make terrible things happen. Harry Potter must stay safe. Harry stared. What? Who are you? Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf. Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter. The elf's eyes were huge and earnest. If Harry Potter returns to Hogwarts, he will be in mortal danger. What kind of danger? Ron demanded. Dobby wrung his hands harder. Dobby cannot say. Dobby is not allowed to say. But Harry Potter must believe Dobby. Harry Potter must not go back. Harry's mother flew to his shoulder, her golden eyes fixed on the elf with an intensity that made Harry's skin prickle. She didn't trust this creature. Neither did Harry. I'm going back to Hogwarts, Harry said firmly. It's my home. Dobby wailed. Then, before anyone could stop him, he snapped his fingers. Harry's trunk flew through the air. His mother screeched and dove after it, but it was too late. The trunk smashed into the garden wall, bursting open, spilling clothes and books everywhere. And from the wreckage, something floated up. Something dark and leather-bound, pulsing with malevolent energy. A diary. Harry had never seen it before. It wasn't his. But as he watched, it opened, and words began to write themselves on the page. Hello, Harry. I've been waiting to meet you. Dobby screamed. No. It is too late. He has found it. He has found the way. And with another crack, the elf vanished. The diary sat on the grass, innocuous and terrifying. Harry approached it slowly, his mother hovering protectively above. The words on the page were still there, written in ink that seemed to flow from nowhere. Pick me up, Harry. Let's talk. Don't touch it, Ron said urgently. It's dark magic. I can feel it. Harry could feel it too, a cold, wrong sensation that radiated from the diary like heat from a fire. But he could also feel something else. A pull. A connection. The fragment in his scar was responding to this thing. I have to, Harry said. It's connected to him. To Voldemort. He reached down and picked up the diary. Instantly, the world went white. He was standing in a corridor. Not Hogwarts, this was somewhere else, somewhere darker. Stone walls, flickering torches, and at the end, a door. A girl stood before him. She was young, maybe 15, with long red hair and a pretty face. But her eyes were wrong. They were old, ancient, full of malice. Hello, Harry, she said. I've been waiting for you. Who are you? My name is Tom Riddle. But you might know me better by another name. She smiled, and it was horrible. Lord Voldemort. Harry's hand went to his scar. It was blazing. But you're a girl. This is just a form. A memory. I poured a piece of myself into this diary years ago, hoping that one day, someone would find it. Someone like you. She stepped closer. You carry a piece of me too, don't you, Harry? In that scar of yours. We're connected, you and I. We're nothing alike, aren't we? Tom Riddle's smile widened. You've felt it, haven't you? The darkness. The hunger. The desire to prove yourself. That's me, Harry. That's the piece of me inside you. And soon, very soon, it will be time for us to be reunited. The vision shattered. Harry was on his knees in the garden, gasping, the diary clutched in his hands. His mother was on his shoulder, her talons digging in, her body shaking with fear. Harry. Ron was beside him, gripping his arm. Harry, what happened? What did you see? Harry looked at the diary. The pages were blank now, innocent. But he knew what lurked inside. A Horcrux, he whispered. Voldemort made a Horcrux out of a diary. And it's awake. Mr. Weasley examined the diary that evening with a gravity Harry had never seen on his cheerful face. It's dark magic, he confirmed. Very dark. This isn't just any enchanted object, this is a piece of a soul. Voldemort's soul. He looked at Harry. Where did you say it came from? I don't know. It was in my trunk, but I've never seen it before. Dobby, the house elf, he must have put it there. Dobby. Mr. Weasley frowned. I've heard of that elf. He serves the Malfoy family. If Lucius Malfoy is involved in this. He is. Harry's voice was flat. Malfoy's father. He gave the diary to someone. Maybe to Ginny. That's how it ended up here. Mrs. Weasley went pale. Ginny. My Ginny. She's been acting strange, Ron admitted. Moody. Talking to herself. I thought it was just, you know, girl stuff. Mrs. Weasley was already running for the house. They found Ginny in her room, curled on her bed, pale and trembling. The diary was open beside her, and on its pages, words were forming. Let me in, Ginny. Let me help you. Let me show you what true power feels like. Mrs. Weasley grabbed the diary and threw it across the room. It hit the wall with a thud and lay still. Ginny. Ginny, look at me. The girl's eyes fluttered open. They were clear now, normal, frightened, her own. Mum, she whispered. Mum, what happened? I don't remember. Mrs. Weasley gathered her daughter in her arms and held her tight. Harry picked up the diary. It felt cold now, dormant. But he knew it wouldn't stay that way forever. We have to destroy this, he said. Before it hurts anyone else. How? Ron asked. How do you destroy a piece of soul? Harry thought about the cave. About the basin and the liquid and the serpent. About the things he'd learned from his father's grimoire and Hermione's books. Basilisk venom, he said slowly. There's a legend, a basilisk's venom can destroy Horcruxes. But where would we find basilisk venom? In Hogwarts, Ron breathed. In the Chamber of Secrets. They looked at each other, the weight of what they were saying settling over them. The Chamber of Secrets. The legendary dungeon where Salazar Slytherin had hidden a monster. Where, according to Hogwarts lore, only his true heir could enter. Harry had a feeling he knew who that heir was supposed to be. He looked at the diary in his hands. At the name on the cover, T.M. Riddle. Tom Marvolo Riddle. I am Lord Voldemort, Harry whispered, rearranging the letters in his mind. Tom Marvolo Riddle. It's an anagram. Ron stared. You're saying, Voldemort, he was at Hogwarts. He had a name. He had a name. And he had a plan. Harry looked at his mother. He's been planning this for 50 years. And now the diary is awake. Which means the chamber is open, Mr. Weasley finished from the doorway. His face was pale, grim. And if the chamber is open, then the monster is loose. Harry looked at the diary. At his mother. At Ron and Ginny and Mr. Weasley. Summer was over. The real battle was about to begin. The burrow was chaos. Mrs. Weasley had taken Ginny to bed, her arm wrapped protectively around her daughter, her face a mask of fear and fury. Mr. Weasley sat at the kitchen table, the diary before him, his expression grim. Fred and George had been sent to their room, for once too shocked to argue. And Ron paced the kitchen floor, running his hands through his hair until it stood on end. Harry sat at the table, his mother on his shoulder, watching the diary like it might spring to life at any moment. The silver serpent in his pocket was warm, not alarm warm, but alert warm. It knew something was wrong. A piece of soul, Mr. Weasley said quietly. In a diary. Given to an 11-year-old girl. He looked up, and Harry saw something he'd never seen in the cheerful Mr. Weasley before. Rage. Lucius Malfoy. This has his fingerprints all over it. You think he gave it to Ginny? Ron asked. I think he slipped it into her cauldron at Flourish and Blots. Remember, we ran into him there. He was acting strange, smug. I should have known. Mr. Weasley's hands clenched on the table. He knew what this diary could do. He wanted it to find its way to someone vulnerable. Someone who would open it, connect with it, let it in. Ginny, Harry breathed. She's been writing in it all summer. And the more she wrote, the more of herself she gave away. Mr. Weasley's voice cracked. That diary has been feeding on her. Using her. And we didn't notice. Harry looked at the diary. It looked so innocent, a simple leather-bound book, slightly worn, with blank pages waiting to be filled. But he knew what lurked inside. Knew the darkness that waited there. We have to destroy it, he said. Before it hurts her again. We will. Mr. Weasley stood. But not tonight. Tonight, we watch over Ginny. Tomorrow, we send an owl to Dumbledore. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in Ron's room, staring at the ceiling, his mother warm against his side. Ron was snoring. How he could sleep after everything that happened, Harry didn't know, but Harry's mind wouldn't quiet. The diary was connected to Voldemort. That much was clear, and it had been trying to use Ginny to do something terrible. Harry remembered the vision he'd had when he touched it. Tom Riddle's face, speaking to him, calling to him. You carry a piece of me too, Harry. We're connected. The fragment in his scar pulsed, as if in agreement. His mother stirred, pressing closer. She could feel his tension, his fear. She always could. I don't know how to fight this, Harry whispered to her. It's inside Ginny. It's inside me. How do you fight something that's already inside? She couldn't answer. But her warmth, her presence, her love, they were enough. For now. Morning came gray and cold. Harry dressed quickly and hurried downstairs, his mother on his shoulder. The kitchen was already full, Mrs. Weasley at the stove, Mr. Weasley reading the Daily Prophet, Fred and George unusually quiet, and Ron picking at his toast. Ginny was there too. She sat at the table, pale and small, her eyes red from crying. When she saw Harry, she flinched. It's okay, Harry said gently. I'm not going to hurt you. You should hate me. Ginny's voice was barely a whisper. I let it in. I let it use me. I wrote to it for months, telling it everything, and it just took and took and took. It's not your fault. Harry sat across from her. That diary is dark magic. It was made to trick people, to use them. You're not the first person it's hurt, and you won't be the last. Ginny looked up, and for the first time, Harry saw a spark of something in her eyes. Hope, maybe. Or determination. Can we destroy it? Yes. Harry's voice was firm. We're going to destroy it. Together. The owl to Dumbledore went out that morning. While they waited for a response, Mr. Weasley took Harry aside. Harry, there's something you should know. He closed the kitchen door behind them, ensuring privacy. About your mother. Harry's heart clenched. What about her? The curse that binds her, it's not permanent. Mr. Weasley's voice was careful. Dumbledore has been researching it. There may be a way to reverse it. To make her human again. Harry stared. You mean, she could become my real mother? Talk to me. Hug me. Live with me. Possibly. But it's dangerous, Harry. Very dangerous. The magic that holds her in that form is ancient and complex. If something goes wrong, he hesitated. If something goes wrong, she could die. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. But if we do nothing, she stays like this forever. Yes. Harry looked at his mother, who had followed them into the garden and was perched on a fence post, watching them with those golden eyes. She knew what they were discussing. He could see it in her gaze, the hope, the fear, the desperate longing. I want to try, Harry said. If there's even a chance. There's a chance. Mr. Weasley put a hand on his shoulder. But we need to be careful. We need to wait for Dumbledore. He knows more about this than anyone. Harry nodded, but inside, a fire had been lit. His mother could be human again. She could hold him, talk to him, be real. He would do anything to make that happen. Dumbledore's response came that evening. The phoenix appeared at the window, Fawkes, magnificent and glowing, a letter tied to his leg. He landed on the kitchen table, allowing Mr. Weasley to untie the message, then fixed his bright eyes on Harry's mother. For a long moment, the phoenix and the owl stared at each other. Then Fawkes bowed his head, a gesture of respect, and Harry's mother bowed in return. What's happening? Ron whispered. I think they know each other, Harry said. From before. From when my mother was human. Fawkes burst into flame, then reformed from the ashes, and Harry understood. Phoenixes represented life, death, rebirth. Maybe Fawkes was telling his mother that there was hope. That even after death, there could be life again. Mr. Weasley read Dumbledore's letter aloud. Arthur, the situation is graver than I feared. The diary is indeed a Horcrux, a piece of Voldemort's soul, hidden away decades ago. It must be destroyed, but not hastily. There are methods, and there are dangers. Bring Harry and the diary to Hogwarts immediately. I will meet you at the gates. And Arthur, be careful. Voldemort's reach is longer than we know. Albus Dumbledore. Tonight, Mr. Weasley said. We leave tonight. The journey to Hogwarts was swift and silent. Mr. Weasley had arranged for a ministry car, a strange, floating vehicle that puzzled him endlessly, and they drove through the night, the English countryside dark and still around them. Harry sat in the back with Ron and Ginny, his mother on his lap, the diary in a locked box at his feet. Ginny hadn't spoken since they left. She stared out the window, her face pale, her hands clenched in her lap. Harry wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how. What do you say to someone who's been possessed by a piece of dark magic? Ron caught his eye and shook his head slightly. Give her time. Harry nodded and turned to look out his own window. The stars were bright overhead, thousands of them, and somewhere among them, he knew, his parents were watching. Waiting, hoping. They reached Hogwarts just before midnight. The castle loomed above them, dark and majestic, its windows glittering with candlelight. Dumbledore stood at the gates, his silver beard gleaming in the moonlight, Fox perched on his shoulder. Welcome, he said as they approached. I'm sorry it's under such circumstances. He led them inside, through the empty corridors, up the moving staircases, to his office. The gargoyle leapt aside at his word, and they ascended to the circular room with its whirring instruments and sleeping portraits. Place the diary on the desk, Dumbledore instructed. Harry did. The diary lay there, innocent and terrible, its blank pages waiting. Dumbledore studied it for a long moment. Then he raised his wand and spoke a single word, Revelio. The diary shuddered. Pages flipped on their own, and from them emerged a shape, a translucent figure, barely visible, with the face of Tom Riddle. You, the figure hissed, its eyes fixed on Dumbledore. I might have known. Tom, Dumbledore said calmly. Or should I call you Voldemort? I understand you've been busy. Possessing children. Feeding on their souls. It's a new low, even for you. The figure laughed, a cold, horrible sound. You think you can destroy me? I am immortal. I have made preparations. This diary is only one of many. I know. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. I know about the others. The locket, the cup, the diadem, the ring, the snake, and the boy. He glanced at Harry. The accidental eighth. The figure's eyes flicked to Harry, and something like hunger crossed its face. Yes, the boy. He carries a piece of me, doesn't he? I can feel it, calling to me. You will never touch him. Won't I? The figure smiled. He is already mine. He dreams my dreams, feels my desires. Soon, very soon, he will become me. No. Harry's voice rang out, surprising even himself. I won't. I'm not you. I'll never be you. The figure laughed again. Brave words. But words are wind. We shall see, Harry Potter. We shall see. The figure faded, and the diary went still. Dumbledore turned to Harry. He's wrong, you know. You are not becoming him. The fragment in your scar is just that, a fragment. It has no power over you unless you give it power. How do I stop giving it power? You love. Dumbledore smiled gently. You let yourself be loved. You hold on to the people who matter. That fragment feeds on fear, on anger, on isolation. It starves on joy, on connection, on love. He glanced at Harry's mother. You have more love in your life than Voldemort ever did. Use it. The diary was destroyed that night. Dumbledore used a combination of spells, fire and ice and light, that reduced it to ash. The process took hours, and by the end, Dumbledore was pale and exhausted. But the diary was gone. The piece of Voldemort's soul within it was no more. Ginny wept when it was over. Not tears of sadness, but of relief. The weight that had been pressing on her for months was finally lifted. She was herself again. Harry watched her, and for the first time, he understood what he was fighting for. Not just survival, not just revenge, but for moments like this. For the chance for people to be free. His mother pressed against his cheek, and he knew she understood too. The rest of the summer passed quietly. Harry stayed at the Burrow, helping Mrs. Weasley in the garden, playing Quidditch with Ron and the twins, learning to cook from a woman who approached meals with the same intensity she brought to everything. His mother stayed with him always, a white shadow on his shoulder, a warm presence in his bed at night. Ginny recovered slowly. The experience had changed her, made her quieter, more thoughtful, less likely to blush when Harry looked at her. But there was strength in her now, too. A core of steel that hadn't been there before. "She's tougher than she looks," Ron said one evening, watching his sister laugh at something Fred had said. "Always has been." Harry nodded. He understood. Sometimes the quiet ones were the strongest of all. The night before they left for Hogwarts, Harry had another dream. He was standing in a dark place, a chamber, vast and cold, with stone pillars rising into shadow. Water pooled on the floor, reflecting nothing. And at the far end, carved into the wall, was a massive stone face. A serpent's face, with eyes that seemed to follow him. "Come," a voice hissed. "Come to me, heir of Slytherin. Come and claim your birthright." Harry woke gasping, his scar blazing. His mother was there instantly, her wings wrapped around him, her warmth driving back the cold. He held her tight, breathing hard, trying to shake the feeling of those serpent eyes. "It's getting stronger," he whispered. "The connection. He's getting stronger." His mother made a soft sound, fearful, protective. She knew what this meant. Voldemort was reaching out, testing the bond between them. Soon, he would try to use it. Soon, Harry would have to fight. September 1st dawned bright and golden. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, his trunk packed, his mother on his shoulder, his friends around him. The Hogwarts Express waited, steam billowing from its chimney, ready to carry them back to school. Mrs. Weasley hugged him tightly, tears in her eyes. "You take care of yourself, Harry. Write to me if you need anything. Anything at all." "I will, Mrs. Weasley. Thank you for everything." Mr. Weasley shook his hand warmly. "Good luck, Harry. We're all rooting for you." Fred and George clapped him on the back. Ginny smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen since the diary. And Ron stood beside him, ready for whatever came next. They boarded the train together, finding an empty compartment near the end. Hermione joined them minutes later, her arms full of books, her face alight with excitement. "Harry, Ron, I've been reading all summer, there's so much to tell you. Did you hear about the attacks? People are saying the Chamber of Secrets has been opened again." "Slow down," Ron laughed. "One thing at a time." But Harry's attention was elsewhere. Through the window, he saw something, a flash of movement on the platform. A figure in black, watching the train. A woman with dark hair and darker eyes, the same woman who had stood in the Dursleys' garden weeks ago. She raised her hand and pointed at him. Then the train began to move, and she was gone. "Harry." Hermione's voice broke through. "Harry, are you okay?" He turned from the window, his mother's talons gripping his shoulder. "I'm fine. Just thought I saw someone." Ron peered out the window. "Who?" "I don't know. But I think she was watching me." The compartment fell silent. They all knew what that meant. Someone was interested in Harry. Someone was tracking him. And with the Chamber of Secrets supposedly open, that someone could be anyone. "Well," Ron said finally, his voice lighter than his expression, "at least this year can't be as exciting as last year, right?" Harry looked at his mother. She looked back at him, her golden eyes filled with love and warning. Somehow, he doubted that very much. The train ride was long but comfortable. They talked about the summer, Harry's time at the Burrow, Hermione's trip to France with her parents, Ron's attempts to teach his little sister chess. They avoided the darker topics, the diary, the chamber, the woman on the platform. Those could wait. Hermione had indeed been reading. She told them about the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, about Salazar Slytherin and his supposed monster, about the attacks that had happened 50 years ago. "A girl died," she said quietly. "Myrtle. She was found dead in a bathroom, and no one ever figured out how. They closed the chamber after that, or thought they did. So if it's open again." Ron trailed off. "Then someone is the heir of Slytherin. Someone who can control the monster." Hermione looked at Harry. "People are going to talk. You know that, right? You're a Parselmouth. You can talk to snakes. People are going to think that I'm the heir." Harry finished the thought. "I know. Are you?" Ron asked. It wasn't accusatory, just curious. "No." Harry's voice was firm. "I'm not. I can talk to snakes because of Voldemort's piece in my scar. That's all. It doesn't make me his heir. But people won't know that, Hermione said. They'll just see a boy who can do something only Slytherin's descendants can do. They'll jump to conclusions. Harry thought about it. Thought about the whispers, the stares, the accusations. He'd dealt with that before, at the Dursleys, at Hogwarts, everywhere. He could handle it. Let them talk, he said. I know who I am. That's what matters. His mother hooted softly in agreement. The train slowed as evening fell. Students gathered their things, chattering excitedly about the new year. Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined the flow, making their way toward the doors. Outside, the familiar platform waited, and beyond it, the horseless carriages that would take them to the castle. But something was wrong. As they descended from the train, Harry felt it, a pressure in the air, a heaviness that hadn't been there before. His mother tensed on his shoulder, her feathers ruffling, her eyes scanning the darkness. What is it? Ron asked. I don't know. Harry's hand went to his wand. Something's not right. They climbed into a carriage with Hermione, and the doors closed. The carriage lurched forward, pulled by invisible horses, and began the journey up the dark path to Hogwarts. Through the window, Harry saw the castle lights twinkling in the distance. Home. He was almost home. Then the carriage stopped. The doors flew open, and a voice rang out in the darkness. Harry Potter. Step forward. Harry looked at his mother. She was rigid with tension, her golden eyes fixed on something outside. Slowly, carefully, Harry stepped out of the carriage. A woman stood before him. Tall and thin, with black hair pulled tight and an expression of cold satisfaction. The same woman from the platform. The same woman from the Dursleys' garden. I am Madame Amelia Bones, she said. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. You are under arrest. Harry stared. Arrest? For what? For the murder of Myrtle Warren. For opening the Chamber of Secrets. For crimes against the wizarding world. Her wand was raised, pointed at his heart. You will come with me quietly, or you will be subdued. Behind him, Harry heard Ron's shout. Of outrage, Hermione's gasp of fear. His mother's talons dug into his shoulder, drawing blood. He looked at the woman, at her cold eyes, her raised wand, her expression of triumph. And he understood. Someone had set a trap. Someone had framed him, and unless he could prove his innocence, he would spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Madame Bones, he said, his voice steady despite his pounding heart. I didn't do any of those things. I'm innocent. That, she said coldly, is for a trial to determine. She raised her wand higher, and Harry felt the first threads of magic begin to bind him. Then his mother launched herself from his shoulder. She flew straight at Madame Bones, talons extended, her white feathers blazing in the darkness. The witch shouted in surprise, deflecting her with a hasty spell, but the distraction was enough. Harry ran. He ran into the darkness, toward the castle, toward safety. Behind him, he heard shouts, spells, the beating of wings. He didn't look back. He couldn't. The castle gates loomed ahead. He threw himself through them, into the grounds, and kept running. He didn't stop until he reached the front doors. Until he was inside. Until the stone walls surrounded him and the portraits stared and the ancient magic of Hogwarts wrapped around him like a shield. Then he collapsed, gasping, and waited for whatever came next. Dumbledore found him an hour later. The headmaster knelt beside him, his face grave, his eyes filled with something Harry had never seen there before. Fear. Harry, he said quietly. You're safe now. The wards won't let her in. She said I killed someone. That I opened the chamber. Harry's voice cracked. I didn't. I swear I didn't. I know. Dumbledore helped him to his feet. I know you didn't. But someone wants you to take the blame. Someone has been planning this for a long time. Who? Dumbledore's eyes were sad. I don't know yet. But we will find out. I promise you, Harry. We will find out. Harry looked around. His mother was gone. The last he'd seen, she was flying at Madame Bones, distracting her, giving him time to escape. Where is she? He whispered. Where's my mother? Dumbledore's face told him everything. They went looking together, searching the grounds by wandlight. They found her near the gates, lying in the grass, her white feathers stained with blood. Harry fell to his knees beside her. No, he whispered. No, no, no. She was alive, barely. Her golden eyes fluttered open when she heard his voice, and she tried to lift her head, tried to reach for him. But she was too weak. Too hurt. "Mum," Harry sobbed, gathering her gently into his arms. "Mum, stay with me. Please stay with me." She looked at him, her golden eyes filled with love. And slowly, painfully, she lifted one wing and pointed at his bracelet. At the heart charm. Then her eyes closed. Harry screamed. Harry didn't remember carrying his mother to the castle. He didn't remember running through the corridors, or shouting for help, or collapsing outside the hospital wing doors. The next thing he knew, he was sitting on a hard wooden chair, his hands covered in blood, and Madame Pomfrey was bending over a small white form on the bed. Will she? "I'm doing everything I can, Mr. Potter." The matron's voice was gentle but firm. "Now step back and let me work." Harry stumbled backward, his legs barely supporting him. Strong hands caught him, Dumbledore's hands, and guided him to another chair. "She was hit by a curse," Dumbledore said quietly. "A powerful one. Madame Bones is not known for restraint." Madame Bones. The name tasted like poison. "She tried to arrest me. She said I killed someone. She said I opened the chamber." "I know." Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. "And I believe you are innocent. But someone has gone to great lengths to make you look guilty." "Who? Why?" Those were the questions, weren't they? The same questions that had haunted Harry since he learned he was a wizard. Who wanted him dead? Why did they want him dead? And how far would they go to achieve it? Dumbledore didn't answer immediately. He was watching Madame Pomfrey work, his expression unreadable. Finally, he said, "There are those who would use you, Harry. Who would manipulate events to serve their own purposes." Lucius Malfoy gave Ginny that diary, knowing it would find its way to someone vulnerable. But someone else, someone with power in the ministry, arranged for Madame Bones to be here tonight, ready to arrest you. You think they're working together? I think it's possible. Voldemort may be weakened, but his followers are not. They wait in the shadows, biding their time, looking for opportunities. Dumbledore's gaze met Harry's. And you, Harry, are the biggest opportunity of all. If they can destroy you, or turn you, or use you, they will. Harry looked at his mother on the bed. She was so small, so still. The white feathers that had always been so bright were dull now, matted with blood. He could barely see her breathing. "I don't care about any of that," he said. "I just want her to be okay." Dumbledore's hand rested on his shoulder. "I know. And we will do everything in our power to ensure that she is." Hours passed. The hospital wing grew dark as night fell outside. Madame Pomfrey worked tirelessly, her wand moving in complicated patterns, her face drawn with concentration. Other teachers came and went, McGonagall, Snape, who looked at Harry with an expression Harry couldn't read, even Hagrid, who had to duck to get through the door. But Harry barely noticed them. His eyes were fixed on his mother, on the small rise and fall of her chest, on the occasional twitch of her wing. She was alive. That was all that mattered. Ron and Hermione appeared at some point, their faces pale and worried. They sat with him in silence, not trying to talk, just being there. Harry was grateful for that. Words would have been too much. Sometime after midnight, Madame Pomfrey finally stepped back. "I've done all I can," she said, her voice heavy with exhaustion. The curse was designed to kill, a cutting curse, aimed at her vital organs. But she's strong. Stronger than any normal owl has a right to be. Will she live? Harry's voice was hoarse. "I believe so. But she'll need time to heal. Weeks, maybe months. And she'll need to be kept calm and comfortable. No stress, no excitement, no flying." Madame Pomfrey looked at Harry with something like pity. "I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. I know how much she means to you." Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. He walked to the bed and looked down at his mother. Her eyes were closed, her breathing shallow but steady. She looked so fragile, so breakable. He reached out and gently touched her feathers. They were soft, as always, but beneath them he could feel the bandages, the wounds, the evidence of how close he'd come to losing her. "I'm here," he whispered. "I'm not going anywhere." Her wing twitched slightly, as if she'd heard him. As if she was trying to respond. Harry pulled the chair closer to the bed and sat down. He would stay here all night. All week. However long it took. He had almost lost her once. He wouldn't lose her again. The next morning, Dumbledore returned with news. "Madame Bones has been recalled to the ministry," he said. Her actions last night were unauthorized. It seems someone fed her false information, leading her to believe you were a direct threat. Who? Harry asked. That is still under investigation. But I have my suspicions. Dumbledore's eyes were hard. Lucius Malfoy has considerable influence at the Ministry. He would benefit greatly from your removal from Hogwarts. But why? What does he want? Power, influence, revenge. Dumbledore shrugged slightly. The motives of dark wizards are rarely complex, Harry. They want what they want, and they will do anything to get it. Harry looked at his mother, still sleeping, still healing. What about her? Is she safe here? She is safe. Madame Pomfrey will guard her with her life. And I will add additional protections to the hospital wing. Dumbledore paused. But you, Harry, must be careful. Whoever set this trap will try again. You must not give them another opportunity. I won't. Dumbledore nodded, satisfied. Then he reached into his robes and withdrew a small, leather-bound book. I brought you something. Something that may help. Harry took the book. It was old, worn, with pages yellowed by time. The title read, Advanced Healing Magic for Magical Creatures. Your mother's form may be that of an owl, Dumbledore said, but she is still a witch. The magic that heals her must account for both. This book contains spells that may assist Madame Pomfrey in her work. I thought you might want to read it. To understand. Harry clutched the book to his chest. Thank you. Dumbledore smiled gently. She would do the same for you, Harry. She already has. Many times. The days that followed were the longest of Harry's life. He went to classes because he had to, because staying away would raise questions, because Ron and Hermione dragged him, because his mother would want him to. But his heart was always in the hospital wing, with the small white owl who was fighting for her life. He spent every free moment there. He read to her from the healing book, hoping the words would somehow seep into her consciousness. He talked to her about his day, about Ron and Hermione, about the classes he was taking. He held her gently, careful of her injuries, and told her he loved her. Sometimes, when he talked, her wing would twitch. He chose to believe she could hear him. Madame Pomfrey was optimistic. She's healing faster than I expected, she said on the 4th day. Much faster. There's magic in her that I don't fully understand. Ancient magic. Powerful magic. Harry touched the bracelet on his wrist. The heart charm was warm, pulsing gently. He'd felt it growing warmer each day, as if it were channeling energy to his mother, helping her heal. Love, he said quietly. It's love. Madame Pomfrey looked at him, then at the owl, then back at him. Yes, she said softly. I believe it is. On the 7th day, Harry arrived at the hospital wing to find his mother's eyes open. He stopped in the doorway, afraid to breathe, afraid to move. Her golden eyes were fixed on him, and in them he saw recognition. Awareness. Love. Mum, he whispered. She tried to lift her head, but she was too weak. Her wing fluttered slightly, a greeting, a reaching out. Harry crossed the room in 3 steps and knelt beside the bed. You're awake. You're okay. She blinked slowly. Once. Twice. A message. I'm here. I'm still here. Harry carefully, gently, gathered her into his arms. She was so light, so fragile, but she was warm. Alive. His. I thought I'd lost you, he said, his voice breaking. I thought you were gone. She pressed her head against his chest, right over his heart, and he felt her love like a physical warmth. She was telling him, in the only way she could, that she would always be there. Always. Madame Pomfrey found them like that. Hours later, Harry asleep in the chair, his mother cradled in his arms, both of them breathing softly in the quiet of the hospital wing. She didn't wake them. The second week of term brought new challenges. Word had spread about the attempted arrest, about Harry's escape, about his mother's injury. The whispers were worse than ever, some sympathetic, some suspicious, some openly hostile. Murderer, someone hissed in the corridor. Harry turned, but saw only a crowd of Slytherins, their faces carefully blank. Parselmouth, another whispered. Heir of Slytherin. He probably opened the chamber himself. His mother's an owl. What does that make him? Harry kept walking, his face expressionless, his hands clenched at his sides. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction of a reaction. But the words hurt. They always hurt. Ron and Hermione flanked him everywhere, a buffer against the worst of it. Ron made loud, rude comments about the intelligence of anyone who believed Harry was the heir. Hermione quoted statistics about wrongful accusations and the dangers of mob mentality. Between them, they made the corridors almost bearable. But the attacks continued. Not physical attacks, not yet. But the whispers grew louder, the stares more hostile. A group of Hufflepuffs crossed the corridor to avoid him. A Ravenclaw dropped her books and fled when he offered to help. Even some Gryffindors looked at him sideways, uncertainty in their eyes. People are scared, Hermione said one evening in the common room. The chamber being open, it's real this time. 50 years ago, a girl died. People think it could happen again. And they think I'm the one who'll do it. Harry's voice was flat. They don't know you. They just know the rumors. Hermione leaned forward. But we know you, Harry. We know you're not capable of hurting anyone. Harry wished he could be as sure. The dreams started again in the third week. They were different this time, not Voldemort's memories, but something else. A dark corridor. A stone wall. A serpent's face carved into the stone. Come, the voice hissed. Come to me, heir of Slytherin. Open the chamber. Let me out. Harry woke gasping, his scar blazing, his mother stirring weakly beside him. She was still too injured to fly, still confined to the hospital wing, but Madame Pomfrey had allowed her to stay in Harry's dormitory at night, as long as Harry promised to be careful with her. He was careful. He was always careful. It's calling to me, he told her in the darkness. The chamber. The monster. It wants me to open it. She looked at him with those golden eyes, and he saw fear there. Not for herself, for him. She knew what the dreams meant. The connection was growing stronger. Voldemort's peace was waking up. I won't do it, Harry said. I won't open anything. I'm not his heir. But even as he said it, he wondered. If he could talk to snakes, if he carried a piece of Voldemort's soul, if the chamber called to him in his dreams, what did that make him? What did that make him? October arrived with cold winds and darker days. The attacks began. First, a cat. Mrs. Norris, Filch's beloved pet, was found hanging from a torch bracket, her body stiff and lifeless. Beside her, written on the wall in what looked like blood, were the words. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Harry was in the corridor when they found her. He'd been walking to dinner, his mother on his shoulder. She was well enough for short flights now when he heard the screams. He ran toward the sound, and found himself at the center of a nightmare. Filch was there, weeping over his cat. Dumbledore was there, his face grave. And all around them, students were staring at Harry, their eyes wide with accusation. He was here, someone whispered. He was here when it happened. Parselmouth, heir of Slytherin. Harry backed away, his mother's talons digging into his shoulder. I didn't do this. I didn't. Dumbledore's eyes met his. I know, Harry. Go to your common room. Stay there. Harry went. The days that followed were a waking nightmare. Everywhere Harry went, people stared. The whispers were constant now, no longer hidden. Murderer. Heir. Monster. Even some Gryffindors avoided him, crossing the common room to sit elsewhere. Only Ron and Hermione stood by him. And his mother. Always his mother. They're idiots, Ron said fiercely. All of them. They don't know you. They know what they see. Harry's voice was tired. A boy who can talk to snakes. A boy who was found at the scene. A boy with a piece of Voldemort in his head. Which you can't help, Hermione pointed out. It's not your fault, isn't it? Harry looked at his hands. The dreams I've been having, they're getting stronger. Clearer. Last night, I saw the chamber. I saw the monster. I heard it calling to me. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Harry, Hermione said carefully, you know those dreams aren't real, right? They're not just dreams. Harry's voice was flat. They're connections. Voldemort's piece is connecting to whatever's in the chamber. And I'm the bridge. So what do we do? Ron asked. Harry thought about it. Thought about his mother, still healing, still watching him with worried eyes. Thought about Dumbledore, who believed in him but couldn't protect him from everything. Thought about the monster in the chamber, waiting to be released. We find out who's really opening the chamber, he said. We prove it's not me. How? Harry touched the bracelet on his wrist. The key charm pulsed warmly. We start investigating. The investigation began in the library. Hermione, as always, took the lead. She pulled every book she could find on the Chamber of Secrets, on Salazar Slytherin, on the attacks 50 years ago. Ron scoured the newspapers from that time, looking for clues. Harry read through his father's grimoire, searching for any mention of the chamber or its monster. His mother helped too. She couldn't read, but she could watch. She perched on a high shelf in the library, her golden eyes scanning the room, alert for anyone who might be watching them. They learned a few things. The girl who died 50 years ago was named Myrtle Warren. She was found dead in a bathroom on the second floor, and no one ever figured out how she died. The school was almost closed down, but then the attack stopped, and life returned to normal. A bathroom, Ron said. That's where she died, so maybe the entrance to the chamber is in a bathroom. Which bathroom? Hermione asked. There are dozens. Ron shrugged. The one where she died. The girls' bathroom on the second floor. It's been closed for years, Hermione said slowly. I've heard ghosts talk about it. They say it's haunted by Myrtle's ghost. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. Then that's where we start. The girls' bathroom on the second floor was dark and damp and utterly miserable. Water dripped from the faucets. The mirrors were cracked and stained. And in one of the stalls, a ghost sat on the toilet, crying. Myrtle was not what Harry had expected. She was a plump girl with glasses and straggly hair, and she cried constantly, even when nothing was wrong. I don't have many visitors, she said, brightening slightly when they appeared. Most people think I'm depressing. We need to ask you about the day you died, Hermione said gently. Myrtle's face fell. That. Everyone always wants to know about that. Please, Harry said. It's important. Myrtle looked at him, really looked at him, and something in her expression shifted. You're the one they're blaming, aren't you? The Parselmouth. Harry nodded. You're not the heir. Myrtle said it with absolute certainty. I've seen the heir. Felt him. He was cold. Cruel. You're not like that. Who was he? Harry leaned forward. Do you know his name? Myrtle thought for a moment. I heard him talking once. Before I died. He was speaking to something, a monster, I think. He called it his servant. And he called himself. She frowned, concentrating. Tom. Something Tom. I don't remember the rest. Tom Riddle. Harry's blood ran cold. Tom Riddle. Yes. Myrtle's face lit up. That was it. Tom Riddle. Do you know him? I know of him. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione. Tom Riddle is Voldemort. The revelation changed everything. Voldemort had opened the chamber 50 years ago. Voldemort had let the monster loose. Voldemort had killed Myrtle Warren. And now, somehow, his memory, or his spirit, was doing it again. But how? Ron asked. He's not here. He's a shade, a shadow. How can he control a monster? The diary, Harry said slowly. The diary was a Horcrux. A piece of his soul. When Ginny wrote in it, she gave it power. Enough power to open the chamber, Hermione finished. To command the monster. To start the attacks again. But the diary was destroyed. Dumbledore destroyed it. Yes. Harry frowned. But what if there are more? What if there are other Horcruxes, other pieces of his soul, that can do the same thing? The thought was terrifying. One diary had nearly killed Ginny, had nearly opened the chamber. If there were more, if other dark objects were out there, waiting to be found. We have to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said. Harry nodded. Tonight. But tonight was too late. As they left the bathroom, a scream echoed through the corridor. They ran toward it, their wands out, their hearts pounding. They found a group of students gathered outside the Charms classroom. In the center of the group, frozen solid, was a girl. Colin Creevey. A first year, a muggle born, a boy who had idolized Harry since the day he arrived. Beside him, written on the wall in the same bloody letters. Her chamber has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. Harry stared at Colin's frozen face, at his wide eyes, at the terror frozen there forever. Another attack. Another victim. And everyone was looking at Harry. The weeks that followed were the worst of Harry's life. Colin survived. Madame Pomfrey managed to revive him, but the damage was done. Fear swept through the castle like wildfire. Muggle-born students were terrified. Pure-blood students looked at them with suspicion. And everywhere, the whispers followed Harry. Heir of Slytherin. Monster. Murderer. Even some of the teachers seemed uncertain. Snape watched him with cold suspicion. Flitwick avoided his eyes. Only McGonagall and Dumbledore treated him the same as always. Harry's mother stayed with him constantly now, her injuries mostly healed, her golden eyes scanning every corridor for threats. She couldn't protect him from the whispers, but she could protect him from worse. And she would. Another attack came a week later. A Hufflepuff boy, Justin Finch Fletchley, found frozen near the library. Beside him, the same message, the same bloody letters. Harry was in the library when it happened. He heard the screams, ran toward them, and found himself at the center of another nightmare. Justin's friends were there. Ernie Macmillan, Hannah Abbott, others Harry didn't know. They looked at him with hatred in their eyes. "You," Ernie spat. "You did this." "I didn't." Harry's voice was steady, though inside he was shaking. "I was in the library." "Ask Madam Pants. Your kind always has excuses." "My kind. Parselmouths. Dark wizards. You're all the same." Harry's mother made a warning sound on his shoulder. Her talons dug in, ready to defend him if necessary. But Harry didn't need defending. Not from words. "I'm not a dark wizard," he said quietly. "And I'm not the heir. I'm just a boy who wants to go to school without being accused of things I didn't do." He turned and walked away, his mother on his shoulder, his heart heavy with the weight of it all. That night, Harry dreamed of the chamber again. But this time, it was different. This time, he wasn't alone. A figure stood before him, a boy, about his age, with dark hair and cold eyes. He was handsome, almost pretty, but there was something wrong about him. Something hollow. "Hello, Harry," the boy said. "I've been waiting to meet you properly." "Who are you? Don't you recognize me?" The boy smiled, and it didn't reach his eyes. "I'm Tom Riddle. But you know me by another name. Voldemort. Young Voldemort, before he'd become a monster." "You're dead," Harry said. "Dumbledore destroyed your diary. This is just a memory. An echo. But even echoes can be dangerous." Tom stepped closer. "You carry a piece of me, Harry. In that scar of yours. We're connected, you and I. And soon, very soon, that connection will be complete." "Never. Already is." Tom smiled again. "You dream my dreams. You feel my desires. You are becoming me, Harry. And there's nothing you can do to stop it." Harry woke screaming, his mother's wings wrapped around him, her warmth driving back the cold. But the cold remained. Deep inside him, where the fragment of Voldemort's soul lived, something was stirring. Something dark and hungry and patient. And Harry knew, with terrible certainty, that the worst was yet to come. Harry didn't sleep again that night. He sat in the darkness of the dormitory, his mother in his lap, her warmth the only thing keeping the cold at bay. The dream played over and over in his mind, Tom Riddle's face, his words, his certainty that Harry was becoming him. "You are becoming me, Harry. And there's nothing you can do to stop it." Was it true? Could he feel the darkness growing inside him, spreading like poison through his veins? Or was that just fear, just imagination, just the natural reaction to everything that had happened? His mother stirred, pressing closer. She couldn't speak, but she didn't need to. Her presence was enough. "I won't become him," Harry whispered. "I won't." But even as he said it, he wondered if the choice was his to make. Morning came gray and cold. Harry dressed mechanically, his mother on his shoulder, and went down to breakfast. The Great Hall was buzzing with the latest news, another attack, another victim, another reason to be afraid. Justin Finch Fletchley had been moved to the hospital wing, still frozen, still waiting to be revived. And everyone was still looking at Harry. He took his seat at the Gryffindor table, ignoring the stares. Ron and Hermione flanked him immediately, their presence a buffer against the hostility. His mother perched on the table beside him, her golden eyes scanning the room, ready for anything. "You look terrible," Ron said bluntly. "Thanks. I mean it. You look like you haven't slept in a week." Harry shrugged. He hadn't, really. Not properly. Every time he closed his eyes, the dreams came. Tom Riddle's face. The chamber. The monster calling to him. "We need to talk," Hermione said quietly. "After breakfast." The library. Harry nodded. Anywhere was better than here, with all these eyes on him. The library was quiet, as always. They found a table in the back, hidden behind stacks of books, where no one could overhear. Harry's mother perched on a nearby shelf, keeping watch. "I've been thinking," Hermione began, "about what Myrtle said. About Tom Riddle opening the chamber 50 years ago. He was a student then," Ron said. "A prefect. How could a student open the chamber and get away with it?" He was the heir of Slytherin, Hermione said. Or at least, he claimed to be. He could talk to snakes, just like Harry. And he had access to the castle, to the students, to everything. But if he opened it 50 years ago, and Myrtle died, why wasn't he caught? Hermione leaned forward. Because he framed someone else. Hagrid. Harry stared. Hagrid. It's in the records. 50 years ago, when Myrtle died, Hagrid was accused of opening the chamber. They said his pet, some kind of monster, was responsible. He was expelled. His wand was broken. But that's ridiculous, Ron said. Hagrid wouldn't hurt anyone. No. But Tom Riddle would. And he was the one who told the teachers it was Hagrid. He was the one who pointed the finger. Hermione's voice was fierce. He used Hagrid as a scapegoat to protect himself. Harry thought about Hagrid, gentle, kind, loyal Hagrid, being accused of murder. Being expelled from the only home he'd ever known. All because Tom Riddle needed someone to blame. We have to tell him, Harry said. We have to tell Hagrid the truth. Tell him what? Ron asked. That we figured it out from a ghost and some old records. He'll think we're mental. Maybe. But he deserves to know. They found Hagrid in his hut, brewing tea and looking miserable. I heard about Justin, he said, his voice thick. Poor lad. And Colin before him. It's like 50 years ago all over again. Hagrid, Harry said carefully, we need to ask you about that. About 50 years ago. Hagrid's face went pale. What about it? They said you opened the chamber. That your pet, whatever it was, killed Myrtle Warren. Hagrid's hands shook, sloshing tea onto the table. I didn't. I swear I didn't. It was just a spider, a big spider, but harmless. Aragog. He wouldn't hurt anyone. Aragog, Hermione repeated. What happened to him? I had to let him go. After I was accused. I took him into the forest and let him go. He's still there, I think. Living with his family. Harry leaned forward. Could we talk to him? Would he remember what really happened? Hagrid looked uncertain. He might. But the forest is dangerous, Harry. Really dangerous. And Aragog, he's not exactly friendly to humans anymore. We have to try. Hagrid studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. All right. But I'm coming with you. The forbidden forest at night was even darker than Harry remembered. Hagrid led the way with a lantern, his crossbow over his shoulder. Harry walked beside him, his mother on his shoulder, her golden eyes piercing the darkness. Ron and Hermione followed close behind, their wands lit, their faces pale with fear. The trees pressed in on all sides, their branches reaching like grasping hands. Strange sounds echoed through the darkness, howls and screeches and things that might have been footsteps. Harry's mother tensed on his shoulder, ready to defend him if necessary. Aragog lives deep in the forest, Hagrid said quietly. In a clearing where his family has grown. They're acromantulas, giant spiders. They'll eat anything that moves. Comforting, Ron muttered. They walked for what felt like hours. Finally, Hagrid stopped at the edge of a clearing. In the center, visible even in the darkness, was a massive web. And in that web, waiting, was the largest spider Harry had ever seen. Aragog, Hagrid called softly. It's me, Hagrid. I've brought some friends. The spider moved, its legs clicking against the web. Its eyes, 8 of them, black and glistening, fixed on the group. Hagrid, it said, its voice a low rumble. It has been many years. I know, Aragog. I know. But I need your help. Hagrid stepped forward, his hands raised in peace. These children need to know what really happened 50 years ago. The night the girl died. Aragog was silent for a long moment. Then it said, the girl. I remember. She died in the bathroom, yes. But not by my hand. Not by any spider's hand. Then whose? I do not know the name. But I saw him. A boy. He spoke to something in the walls. Something ancient. Something that obeyed him. Aragog's eyes shifted to Harry. He spoke as you speak, boy. In the tongue of serpents. Harry's blood ran cold. Tom Riddle. That may have been his name. I do not know. Aragog shifted, its massive body creaking. He used me, Hagrid. He made it look like I was the monster. But I am no monster. I am just a spider, living as spiders do. Hagrid's eyes were wet. I know, Aragog. I know. The real monster is still down there. In the chamber. Waiting. Aragog's voice grew softer. And now it wakes again. They left the forest in silence. Harry's mind was reeling. Tom Riddle had framed Hagrid. Tom Riddle had opened the chamber. Tom Riddle had let a monster loose in the school. And now, somehow, his memory, his echo, was doing it again. "We have to tell Dumbledore," Hermione said as they emerged from the trees. "He needs to know about Aragog. About what really happened. He'll believe us," Ron agreed. "He trusts Hagrid." Harry nodded, but his attention was elsewhere. His mother had gone rigid on his shoulder, her golden eyes fixed on something in the darkness. He followed her gaze and saw it, a figure, standing at the edge of the forest, watching them. A girl. Young, with long dark hair and a pretty face. She was smiling. "Who's that?" Ron asked. Harry didn't answer. He was walking toward her, drawn by something he couldn't explain. His mother's talons dug into his shoulder, warning him, but he couldn't stop. The girl watched him approach, her smile never wavering. When he was close enough to see her eyes, dark, empty, ancient, she spoke. "Hello, Harry. I've been waiting to meet you." "Who are you?" "My name is not important. What I am, however." She tilted her head, studying him. "I am a memory. An echo. A piece of someone you know." "Tom Riddle. Very good." She clapped slowly, mockingly. "Yes, Tom Riddle. Though I prefer to think of myself as a younger version. Before he became what he is. Before he lost himself. Why are you here?" "To warn you." She stepped closer, and Harry saw that she wasn't quite solid. There was a transparency to her, a shimmer at the edges. "There are others like me. Other pieces. Other memories. They're waking up, Harry. All of them. And they all want the same thing." "What?" "You." Her smile widened. "The piece of him inside you. They want it back. They want to be whole again." Harry's hand went to his scar. It was blazing. "You can't have it," he said. "It's mine. For now." The girl, the echo, began to fade. "But soon, Harry. Soon, we'll come for you. All of us. And there's nothing you can do to stop it." She vanished, leaving Harry alone at the edge of the forest, his mother pressed against him, his friends running toward him, and the weight of her words pressing down on his soul. Dumbledore listened to their story in silence. When they finished, he sat back in his chair, his fingers steepled, his eyes distant. Fawkes stirred on his perch, making a soft sound that might have been concern. "Tom Riddle," Dumbledore said finally. "I knew him, you know. When he was a boy. I was the one who brought him to Hogwarts, who watched him grow, who saw the darkness bloom in him." He shook his head slowly. "I failed him. I see that now. I thought I could guide him, teach him, show him a better way. But the darkness was already too deep. You couldn't have known," Hermione said softly. "Couldn't I?" Dumbledore's eyes were sad. "I saw the signs. The cruelty, the ambition, the hunger for power. I chose to believe they were the result of his upbringing, his circumstances. I chose to believe he could change." He looked at Harry. "I was wrong. And now, because of my mistake, you are in danger." "The echoes," Harry said. "The pieces of him. They're all waking up." "Apparently so. The diary was the first, but it won't be the last. Voldemort made multiple Horcruxes, we know that now. And each Horcrux contains a piece of his soul. A piece that can think, feel, act." Dumbledore's voice was grave. "If they're all waking, if they're all seeking to reunite, then they'll come for the piece in my scar." "Yes." Silence filled the office. Harry's mother pressed against him, her warmth a small comfort against the enormity of what they faced. "How do I stop them?" Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "You find them first. You destroy them before they can find you. All of them. There could be anywhere." "7, Dumbledore said quietly. "I believe he made 7. The diary was 1. The piece in your scar is another. That leaves 5 more, hidden somewhere in the world. 5 more pieces of Voldemort's soul," Ron breathed. "Just waiting to be found." "We have to find them first," Hermione said. "We have to destroy them before they can wake up fully." "Agreed." Dumbledore stood. "But not tonight. Tonight, you rest. Tomorrow, we begin the search in earnest." The next morning, the attacks resumed. A Ravenclaw girl was found frozen near the library. A Hufflepuff boy in the dungeons. A Gryffindor third year in the common room. Each time, the same message, the same bloody letters. Each time, the whispers grew louder. Harry moved through the days like a ghost. He went to classes, ate his meals, did his homework. But his mind was elsewhere, on the echoes, on the Horcruxes, on the monster in the chamber that was still loose, still hunting. His mother stayed with him constantly, her golden eyes never resting. She was healing well now, her strength returning, but the fear in her gaze never faded. She knew what was coming. She could feel it. One night, Harry woke to find her at the window, staring out at the grounds. He joined her, looking out at the darkness. "What is it?" he asked. She pointed with her wing. At first, Harry saw nothing. Then, movement. A figure, small and dark, slipping through the shadows toward the castle. A student. A girl. Ginny Weasley. Harry's blood ran cold. Ginny. What's she doing out there? His mother made a warning sound. She knew. Somehow, she knew. Harry ran. He ran through the dormitory, down the stairs, through the common room, out into the corridors. His mother flew ahead, lighting the way, her white form a beacon in the darkness. He followed her through the castle, down staircases, through passages, until they reached the second floor. The girls' bathroom. Myrtle's bathroom. Ginny stood before the sinks, her back to him, her shoulders shaking. She was crying. "Ginny." Harry approached carefully. "Ginny, what are you doing?" She turned. Her face was pale, her eyes blank. And when she spoke, it wasn't her voice. "Hello again, Harry." Tom Riddle. Speaking through Ginny, using her body, her voice. "Let her go," Harry said. "She's done nothing to you. She's done everything to me. She gave me life. She gave me power. And now she'll give me you." Ginny, Tom, smiled. "You see, Harry, I need you. The piece of me in your scar, it calls to me. It wants to come home. You can't have it. I can. And I will." Ginny raised her hand, and in it was a wand, Ginny's wand, but glowing with dark light. "The chamber is open, Harry. The monster is awake. And you're going to help me finish what I started 50 years ago." "Never. Already have." Tom smiled through Ginny's lips. "You're here, aren't you? You came when she called. You followed her into danger. Because you care. Because you love." The smile widened. "That's your weakness, Harry. Love. And I'm going to use it to destroy you." Ginny's hand moved, and one of the sinks began to glow. It shifted, rose, revealing a dark opening beneath. A tunnel. The entrance to the chamber. "Go on," Tom said. "Go down. Meet my monster. And when you do," Ginny's body crumpled, falling to the floor unconscious. But her voice echoed in the darkness. "Say hello to death for me." Harry stood at the edge of the tunnel, his mother on his shoulder, his heart pounding. Below him, darkness waited. The Chamber of Secrets. The monster. And somewhere, the echo of Tom Riddle, waiting to claim the piece of himself that lived in Harry's scar. "You don't have to come," he said to his mother. "You could stay here. Guard Ginny." She made a sound, a sharp, angry sound, and pressed closer to his neck. She was coming. Of course she was coming. Harry took a deep breath and jumped. The tunnel was long and dark and cold. He slid down for what felt like minutes, the stone walls rushing past, his mother's talons gripping his shoulder. Finally, he landed with a thump on hard ground, in a darkness so complete he couldn't see his own hand. He lit his wand. The light pushed back the shadows, revealing a stone corridor lined with serpent carvings. Ahead, a massive door loomed, carved with intertwined snakes. Harry approached it. The snakes seemed to move in the wandlight, their eyes following him. He knew what he had to do. He spoke in Parseltongue. "Open." The snakes parted. The door swung open. The Chamber of Secrets stretched before him, vast and ancient. Stone pillars rose into darkness. A green light filtered from somewhere unseen. And at the far end, a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin watched with empty eyes. At the statue's feet, Ginny lay crumpled, unconscious. Harry ran toward her. But before he could reach her, a voice stopped him. "Not so fast, Harry." Tom Riddle stepped out from behind a pillar. He was solid now, not a ghost, not an echo, but almost real. Almost alive. Impressive, isn't it? Tom gestured at the chamber. Slytherin's greatest achievement. A place where his heir could command the monster, could purify the school of those unworthy to study magic. He smiled. "I opened it 50 years ago. I would have finished the job, too, if Dumbledore hadn't interfered." "Ginny," Harry said. "What did you do to her?" "Used her. As I used the diary. As I'll use you." Tom stepped closer. "You see, Harry, the piece of me in your scar, it's the largest piece. The most powerful. If I can reclaim it, I'll be almost whole again. Strong enough to return. Strong enough to finish what I started. You'll never touch it. I already have. Tom's eyes gleamed. Every time you dream my dreams, I touch it. Every time you feel my anger, my hunger, my desire, I touch it. We're connected, Harry. And soon, that connection will become permanent. Harry raised his wand. I'll fight you. You'll lose. Tom raised his own wand. Not a real wand, Harry realized, but something like it, made of memory and magic. I was the most gifted student Hogwarts ever saw. I mastered magic you can't imagine. And you're just a boy with a scar and a dead mother. My mother isn't dead. Tom's eyes flicked to the owl on Harry's shoulder. Ah, yes. The famous Lily Potter, reduced to a bird. How touching. He sneered. She couldn't save you then. She can't save you now. She already has. From Harry's shoulder, his mother launched herself at Tom Riddle. She flew straight through him, because he wasn't solid, wasn't real. But as she passed, something happened. The silver light that surrounded her, the love that protected her, burned him. He screamed, stumbling backward, his form flickering. What is that? Love, Harry said. The one thing you never understood. He raised his wand and shouted, Expecto Patronum. The silver owl burst forth, larger and brighter than ever before. It soared toward Tom Riddle, and where it touched him, he dissolved. His form shredded like smoke in wind, his screams echoing through the chamber. But even as he faded, he laughed. You think this is over? There are others, Harry. Other pieces. Other memories. They'll find you. They'll claim you. And when they do, he vanished. Silence. Harry stood alone in the chamber, his mother on his shoulder, his heart pounding. Then he ran to Ginny. She was alive. Unconscious, but alive. He gathered her in his arms, and together, they fled the chamber. They emerged in the bathroom to find Ron, Hermione, and Professor McGonagall waiting. Ginny was taken to the hospital wing. Harry was questioned, examined, questioned again. He told them everything, the chamber, Tom Riddle, the monster which he'd never actually seen. He realized the battle of light and shadow. McGonagall listened in silence. When he finished, she said only, You were very brave, Potter. Foolish, but brave. Harry didn't care about brave. He cared about Ginny, about his mother, about the 5 Horcruxes still out there, waiting to be found. That night, in the hospital wing, he sat beside Ginny's bed and watched her sleep. His mother perched on the bedside table, her golden eyes soft with exhaustion. She'll be okay, Harry said quietly. They all will. We'll make sure of it. His mother hooted softly. Agreement. Hope. But in the darkness of his mind, Tom Riddle's words echoed. There are others, Harry. Other pieces. Other memories. They'll find you. And Harry knew, with terrible certainty, that this was only the beginning. The hospital wing was quiet. Harry sat in the chair beside Ginny's bed, his mother on his shoulder, watching the slow rise and fall of the girl's chest. She'd been unconscious for 3 days now, ever since they'd brought her up from the chamber. Madame Pomfrey said she would wake when she was ready. When her body had recovered from the possession. Harry came every day. He didn't know why, he barely knew Ginny, had only spoken to her a handful of times. But he felt responsible. If he'd destroyed the diary sooner, if he'd realized what was happening, maybe she wouldn't have suffered so much. His mother pressed her warm head against his cheek. She knew what he was thinking. She always did. It's not your fault, a voice said. Harry looked up. Mrs. Weasley stood in the doorway, her eyes red from crying, but her face soft with something that looked like gratitude. I should have noticed, Harry said. I should have. You were 12 years old. Mrs. Weasley crossed the room and sat in the chair beside him. You fought a memory of Voldemort in the Chamber of Secrets. You saved my daughter's life. She took his hand. That's not something to feel guilty about, Harry. That's something to be proud of. Harry didn't feel proud. He felt tired. So tired. Mrs. Weasley seemed to understand. She squeezed his hand, then stood. I'm going to get some tea. You look like you could use some too. She left, and Harry was alone again with Ginny and his mother and his thoughts. Ginny woke that evening. Harry was dozing in the chair when he heard a soft moan. He opened his eyes to find her staring at him, her brown eyes wide with confusion and fear. It's okay, he said quickly. You're safe. You're in the hospital wing. Ginny's eyes filled with tears. Harry, what happened? I remember writing in the diary, and then nothing. Tom Riddle possessed you, used you to open the chamber. Harry's voice was gentle. But it's over now. The diary is destroyed. He's gone. Ginny's face crumpled. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, I didn't know. Hey. Harry leaned forward, his voice firm but kind. None of this is your fault. That diary was dark magic. It was made to trick people, to use them. You're not the first person it's hurt, and you won't be the last. Ginny looked at him with tear-filled eyes. How do you know? Because it happened to me too. Harry touched his scar. I carry a piece of Voldemort in my head. Have since I was a year old. I know what it's like to have something dark inside you, something you didn't ask for and can't control. Ginny was silent for a long moment. Then she whispered, does it ever get easier? Harry thought about it. Thought about the dreams, the whispers, the moments when he wasn't sure where he ended and Voldemort began. Thought about his mother, his friends, the people who loved him anyway. Yes, he said. It gets easier. Not because the darkness goes away. But because you learn that you're more than the darkness. You're you. And that matters. Ginny nodded slowly. Then she reached out and took his hand. Thank you, Harry. He squeezed her hand gently. Any time. The next few weeks were a blur of recovery and reflection. Ginny grew stronger each day, her color returning, her laughter slowly coming back. Mrs. Weasley stayed at Hogwarts, sleeping in a spare room, watching over her daughter like a hawk. Mr. Weasley visited on weekends, bringing news from the outside world and terrible Muggle artifacts he'd found. The attacks stopped. The chamber was closed, really closed this time, with Dumbledore himself sealing the entrance. The monster, whatever it was, remained trapped below. For now. But the questions remained. Who had given Ginny the diary? How had it gotten into her cauldron at Flourish and Blots? And were there other dark objects out there, waiting to be found? Harry knew the answers to some of those questions. Lucius Malfoy had slipped the diary to Ginny, he was sure of it. But proving it was another matter. And even if they could prove it, there were still 5 other Horcruxes out there, hidden somewhere in the world. 5 other pieces of Voldemort's soul. 5 other chances for the darkness to return. Just before Christmas, Harry received a visitor. He was in the library with Hermione, researching Horcruxes again when a shadow fell over the table. He looked up to find Draco Malfoy standing there, his face pale, his gray eyes troubled. Potter. A word. Hermione tensed, but Harry shook his head slightly. It's okay. I'll be right back. He followed Malfoy to a quiet corner of the library, his mother on his shoulder, her golden eyes watching the Slytherin boy with suspicion. I know what my father did, Malfoy said without preamble. The diary. Giving it to the Weasley girl. I know. Harry waited. I didn't know at the time. I swear I didn't. But I found out. Malfoy's voice was tight. He was proud of it. Bragging to his friends about how he'd gotten rid of a dark object and discredited Arthur Weasley in one move. Why are you telling me this? Malfoy met his eyes. Because I'm not him. I'm not my father. And I don't want to be. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, folded piece of parchment. This is everything I know. Dates, names, places. It's enough to prove he did it. Harry took the parchment, stunned. Malfoy, this could put your father in Azkaban. I know. Malfoy's voice was barely a whisper. But he deserves it. For what he did to that girl. For what he would have done to you. He turned to go, then paused. We're still not friends, Potter. No, Harry agreed. We're not. But something had shifted between them. Something that felt almost like respect. Christmas at Hogwarts was quiet that year. Many students had gone home, spooked by the attacks and the fear that still lingered in the corridors. But Harry stayed, as always, and Ron and Hermione stayed with him. Ginny stayed too, recovering under her mother's watchful eye. The Great Hall was beautiful, decorated with towering fir trees and enchanted snow that never melted. The feast was magnificent, as always. But Harry's mind was elsewhere. He kept thinking about the Horcruxes. 5 of them, hidden somewhere in the world. How could they possibly find them all? How could they destroy them? His mother, perched on the back of his chair, seemed to sense his thoughts. She made a soft sound and pressed her head against his. One at a time, the gesture seemed to say. One at a time. Harry nodded. She was right. They couldn't do everything at once. They had to start somewhere. The question was, where? After the feast, Dumbledore called Harry to his office. The room was warm and cozy, filled with the soft light of candles and the gentle crackle of the fire. Fawkes dozed on his perch, and the portraits of former headmasters snored softly in their frames. "Harry," Dumbledore said, gesturing to a chair. "Please, sit down." Harry sat, his mother settling on the arm of the chair beside him. "I wanted to talk to you about the Horcruxes." Dumbledore's voice was grave. "I've been doing some research, and I've made a few discoveries. About where they are. About one of them, at least." Dumbledore leaned forward. "There is a house. An old house, belonging to a family long extinct. The Gounts. They were the last descendants of Salazar Slytherin." Harry's heart quickened. "Voldemort's family." "Yes. His mother was a Gaunt. And I have reason to believe, that he hid a Horcrux there. A ring, perhaps, or something similar." "Where is this house?" "Little Hangleton. A village in Yorkshire." Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. "But Harry, this is not something you can pursue." "Not yet. The house is dangerous, protected by dark magic. And Voldemort may have left other traps." "Then who will go?" "I will." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "I am not completely useless yet, you know. I will go to Little Hangleton and retrieve the Horcrux. And when I return, we will destroy it together." Harry wanted to argue, wanted to insist on coming. But he saw the look in Dumbledore's eyes, the same look his mother got when she was trying to protect him. "Okay," he said quietly. "But if you need help, I know where to find you." January brought cold and snow and the return of students. The castle came alive again, filled with laughter and chatter and the normal chaos of school life. The attacks were a memory now, fading with each passing day. People stopped looking at Harry with suspicion. Some even smiled at him in the corridors. It felt strange. After months of being the target of whispers and stares, the sudden return to normalcy was almost disorienting. But Harry didn't let himself relax. He knew the danger wasn't over. It was just waiting. Dumbledore had gone to Little Hangleton during the holidays, but he'd returned empty-handed. The house had been stripped, the Horcrux gone. Someone had gotten there first. Who? Harry asked when Dumbledore told him. "I don't know, but I have my suspicions." Dumbledore's eyes were dark. "There are those who served Voldemort, who have been waiting for his return. They may be searching for his Horcruxes, trying to reunite them, trying to bring him back. Can we stop them?" "We can try." Dumbledore's voice was firm. "We can try." February arrived with a surprise. Harry was in the common room, working on homework, when his mother suddenly stiffened on his shoulder. Her golden eyes fixed on the window, and a low sound built in her throat, a warning. Harry looked up. Outside, in the darkness, something moved. He crossed to the window and peered out. At first, he saw nothing. Then, a figure emerged. From the shadows, a woman, tall and thin, with dark hair and darker eyes. The same woman from the Dursleys' garden. The same woman from the platform. She was watching him. Harry's hand went to his wand. His mother's talons dug into his shoulder. The woman raised her hand and pointed at him. Then, slowly, she smiled. And vanished. Harry didn't sleep that night. He sat by the window, his mother on his lap, watching the darkness for any sign of the woman. But she didn't return. The grounds remained empty, silent, still. "Who is she?" he whispered. "What does she want?" His mother couldn't answer. But her fear was palpable, a trembling that ran through her body and into his. She knew something. Something she couldn't tell him. The next morning, Harry went to Dumbledore. The headmaster listened to his description of the woman, his expression growing graver with each word. When Harry finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "I had hoped," he said finally, "that she would not show herself." "Not yet. You know who she is." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Her name is Bellatrix Lestrange. She was one of Voldemort's most faithful followers. After his fall, she was imprisoned in Azkaban for the torture of Frank and Alice Longbottom." "Neville's parents," Harry breathed. "Yes. She and her companions drove them mad with the Cruciatus curse. They have been in St. Mungo's ever since." Dumbledore's eyes were hard. "She escaped from Azkaban 6 months ago. The Ministry has been searching for her ever since." "Why is she watching me?" "Because you are the key to Voldemort's return. She knows about the piece in your scar. She wants to use it to bring him back." Harry's blood ran cold. "Can she do that?" "I don't know. But we must assume she can try." Dumbledore stood. "I will increase the protections around the castle. And Harry, do not go anywhere alone. Not even to the bathroom. Is that clear? Harry nodded. It was clear. Terrifyingly clear. The next few weeks were tense. Harry moved through the castle with his mother on his shoulder and his wand in his pocket, always watching, always waiting. Ron and Hermione flanked him everywhere, their own wands ready. Even Malfoy, in his own way, kept an eye out, catching Harry's eye in corridors, shaking his head slightly when things were clear. But Bellatrix didn't show herself again. The days passed, and the tension slowly eased. Until March. It was a Tuesday, unremarkable in every way. Harry was walking to Charms with Ron when his mother suddenly launched herself from his shoulder. She flew down the corridor, fast as an arrow, and disappeared around a corner. "Mum!" Harry ran after her, Ron close behind. They found her in a deserted corridor, facing down a figure in black. Bellatrix Lestrange. She stood with her wand raised, a cruel smile on her face. "The famous Lily Potter," Bellatrix purred. "Reduced to a bird. How the mighty have fallen." Harry's mother hissed, an actual hiss, like a snake, and flew at Bellatrix. But the witch was ready. She dodged, laughing, and sent a curse flying toward the owl. Harry didn't think. He threw himself between his mother and the curse. The spell hit him in the chest. For a moment, nothing happened. Then pain exploded through his body, pain like nothing he'd ever felt, fire and ice and knives all at once. He screamed, or tried to, but no sound came out. He was falling into darkness. And then his mother was there, her wings wrapped around him, her warmth driving back the cold. The bracelet on his wrist blazed with light, all 7 charms glowing at once, and he felt power flood through him. Not his power. Hers. The pain stopped. Harry opened his eyes to find Bellatrix staring at him, her face twisted with fury. What magic is this?" "Love," Harry said, and he wasn't sure if it was his voice or his mother's or both. "The one thing you'll never understand." He raised his wand, or rather, the bracelet raised his wand, channeling power he didn't know he had, and shouted, "Expelliarmus." The spell hit Bellatrix square in the chest. She flew backward, her wand spinning away, and crashed into the wall. Before she could recover, Harry's mother was on her, talons raking her face, wings beating her head. Bellatrix screamed, a sound of pure rage, and then, with a crack of apparition, she was gone. Silence. Harry collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing, his mother on his chest, her golden eyes filled with tears. "You're okay," he whispered, reaching up to stroke her feathers. "We're okay." She pressed her head against his chin, and he felt her love like a physical warmth. Madame Pomfrey appeared, her face a mixture of relief and concern. "Mr. Potter, you gave us quite a scare. That curse, it was dark magic. Very dark. If not for your mother's intervention." "I know." Harry looked at his mother. "She saved me." Again. Madame Pomfrey nodded, her eyes soft. "She's quite remarkable, your mother." Harry smiled. "I know that too." The days that followed were quiet. Bellatrix didn't return. Perhaps she was wounded, perhaps she was regrouping, perhaps she was simply waiting. But her absence gave Harry time to recover, time to think, time to plan. He spent hours in the library with Hermione, researching Horcruxes, dark magic, anything that might help them find and destroy the remaining pieces of Voldemort's soul. Ron joined them when he could, though his attention often wandered to Quidditch and food. His mother stayed with him always, her golden eyes watchful, her presence a constant comfort. She was healing well from the battle, her strength returning, but Harry could see the fear in her eyes. She knew Bellatrix would be back. They all knew. One evening, Harry asked Dumbledore the question that had been haunting him. "Can she be cured? My mother. Can she become human again?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "I believe so. But the magic required is complex and dangerous. It would require," he hesitated. "It would require a sacrifice." "What kind of sacrifice?" "Love, Harry. Pure, selfless love. The same kind of love that protected you from Voldemort all those years ago." Dumbledore's eyes were sad. Someone would have to give up something precious to them. Something irreplaceable. Harry thought about it. Thought about his mother, trapped in an owl's body for 12 years. Thought about all she'd given up, her voice, her touch, her life, to protect him. "I would do it," he said. "Whatever it takes, I would do it." Dumbledore smiled gently. "I know you would, Harry. And that, perhaps, is the most important thing of all. April brought rain and hope. The days grew longer, the grounds greener, the castle lighter. Students laughed in the corridors, played in the grounds, studied in the library. Life returned to normal, or as normal as it ever was at Hogwarts. Harry threw himself into his studies with renewed energy. Transfiguration, charms, defense against the dark arts, he excelled in all of them, driven by a determination that surprised even himself. His father's grimoire became his constant companion, its pages filled with spells and techniques that James Potter had developed. His mother watched him practice, her golden eyes bright with pride. Sometimes, when he got a spell right, she'd hoot softly, her version of applause. It made Harry smile every time. But the dreams continued. Not every night, but often enough. Tom Riddle's face, the chamber, the monster. And now, a new image, a locket, gleaming in the darkness, calling to him. Find me, it seemed to whisper. Find me, and be whole. Harry knew what it was. Another Horcrux. Another piece of Voldemort's soul, waiting to be found. The question was, where? The answer came from an unexpected source. Harry was in the library, as usual, when a house elf appeared with a soft crack. It was Dobby, the same elf who had warned him about the chamber, who had tried to protect him. Harry Potter. Dobby squeaked, his huge eyes filled with tears. Dobby has been looking for Harry Potter everywhere. Dobby, what are you doing here? Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter. The elf wrung his hands. Dobby's master, the bad master, he has something. Something dark. Something that belonged to the Dark Lord. Harry's heart stopped. What is it? A locket, Harry Potter. A heavy gold locket that no one can open. The bad master keeps it in his drawing room, hidden behind glass. Dobby's voice trembled. Dobby heard him talking about it. He said it was a treasure from the old days. He said it would be valuable when the Dark Lord returned. A locket, Harry breathed. That's one of them. That's a Horcrux. Dobby does not know what a Horcrux is, but Dobby knows it is evil. Dobby can feel it. The elf grabbed Harry's hand. Harry Potter must destroy it. Before the bad master gives it to the Dark Lord. Where is your master? Where is Malfoy Manor? Dobby told him. And Harry listened, his mind racing, his heart pounding. This was it. This was their chance. That night, Harry told Ron and Hermione everything. We're going to break into Malfoy Manor. Ron's face was pale. Are you insane? Maybe. But we have to try. Harry's voice was firm. That locket is a piece of Voldemort's soul. If we can destroy it, we weaken him. We stop him from coming back. How do we destroy it? Hermione asked. We don't have basilisk venom. No. But we have something else. Harry touched the bracelet on his wrist. We have my mother. His mother hooted softly. She understood. She was part of this now, part of the fight. Her love, Hermione said slowly. It's pure magic. It destroyed the memory of Tom Riddle. Maybe it can destroy a Horcrux too. It's worth a try. Harry looked at his friends. You don't have to come. Either of you. Ron snorted. Like we'd let you go alone. Hermione nodded, her expression determined. We're with you, Harry. All the way. Harry felt a surge of gratitude so strong it almost hurt. Then let's do this. They left that night. Under cover of darkness, they slipped out of the castle, through the grounds, past the gates. Harry's mother flew ahead, a white shape in the night, guiding them toward their destination. Malfoy Manor loomed before them, dark and imposing. Lights flickered in the windows, and shadows moved behind the curtains. Stay close, Harry whispered. Stay quiet. They crept toward the house, keeping to the shadows, avoiding the patches of light. Harry's mother circled above, watching for danger. The side door was unlocked. They slipped inside. The manor was even more impressive inside. Marble floors, chandeliers, paintings that watched them pass. But Harry barely noticed. His eyes were fixed on the drawing room door ahead. They pushed it open. The room was large and grand, filled with expensive furniture and dark wood. And in the corner, behind a glass case, a locket gleamed. Harry crossed to it, his heart pounding. The locket was beautiful, gold, with a serpentine S inlaid with emeralds. But even from here, he could feel its wrongness. The dark magic radiating from it. This is it, he whispered. He raised his wand to break the glass, but before he could, a voice stopped him. Well, what do we have here? Lucius Malfoy stood in the doorway, his wand raised, his smile cruel. Intruders in my home. How delightful. His eyes fixed on Harry. The famous Harry Potter. Come to steal my property. Your property is a piece of Voldemort's soul. Harry's voice was steady. It's a Horcrux. It's evil. Malfoy's smile flickered. You don't know what you're talking about. I know exactly what I'm talking about. And I'm going to destroy it. You'll do no such thing. Malfoy raised his wand higher. Crew. But before he could finish the curse, Harry's mother struck. She flew at Malfoy's face, talons extended, wings beating. He screamed, stumbling backward, his wand flying from his hand. The spell fizzled, harmless. Now, Harry shouted. Ron and Hermione ran forward, grabbing the glass case, pulling it open. Harry reached inside and grabbed the locket. It burned. Cold fire raced up his arm, through his body, into his mind. He heard screams, Voldemort's screams, his victim's screams, and saw visions of death and destruction. The locket was fighting him, trying to overwhelm him. But Harry didn't fight alone. His mother landed on his shoulder, and her warmth flooded through him. The bracelet blazed with light, and the love that bound them together poured into the locket. The locket screamed. It was a horrible sound, high and thin and full of rage. The gold blackened, cracked, split open. Dark liquid oozed out, evaporating into smoke. And then, silence. Harry stood in the ruined drawing room, the broken locket in his hands, his mother on his shoulder, his friends beside him. Lucius Malfoy lay unconscious on the floor. They'd done it. They'd destroyed a Horcrux. They fled into the night, not stopping until they were miles away, until the manor was just a memory behind them. Harry collapsed against a tree, gasping, shaking. His mother pressed against him, her warmth steadying him. We did it, Ron said, his voice filled with wonder. We actually did it. One down, Hermione said quietly. 4 to go. Harry looked at the broken locket in his hands. It was just metal now, ordinary and empty. The piece of Voldemort's soul was gone. But there were more. 4 more Horcruxes, hidden somewhere in the world. And Bellatrix was still out there, waiting. And the fragment in his scar still whispered in the darkness. The war wasn't over. It was barely beginning. But tonight, they had won. And that was enough. Dawn found them stumbling through the gates of Hogwarts. Harry's legs gave out halfway across the grounds. Ron caught him before he hit the ground, Hermione grabbing his other arm, and together they half-carried, half-dragged him toward the castle. His mother flew ahead, her white form a beacon in the gray morning light. They made it to the front doors before collapsing. Harry lay on the cold stone, staring at the ceiling, his chest heaving. Every muscle in his body screamed. The locket's dark magic had burned through him, leaving behind an exhaustion so deep he felt hollowed out. We need Madame Pomfrey, Hermione was saying, her voice distant. Ron, go. But before Ron could move, footsteps echoed in the hall. Dumbledore appeared, his robes billowing, his face grave. Behind him, McGonagall and Snape. Harry. Dumbledore knelt beside him, his wand already moving in diagnostic spells. What happened? Harry's voice cracked. We found one. A Horcrux. At Malfoy Manor. Silence. Snape's face went white. McGonagall's hand flew to her mouth. Dumbledore's eyes blazed with something Harry had never seen there before, fury. You went to Malfoy Manor. Alone. Without telling anyone. We destroyed it. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. The locket. We destroyed it. Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, his expression softened. You destroyed a Horcrux. At 12 years old. We had help. Harry looked at his mother, who had landed on his chest and was pressing her warm head against his chin. She helped. Her love, it burned the dark magic away. Dumbledore's eyes moved to the owl, and something like wonder crossed his face. Lily. Always protecting him. Always fighting. He stood and addressed the others. Get them to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will need to examine them thoroughly. And then, his eyes hardened. Then we will discuss what happens next. The hospital wing was bright and warm and smelled of antiseptic. Madame Pomfrey fussed over them for hours, casting spell after spell, muttering under her breath about reckless children and irresponsible behavior. Harry submitted to it all without complaint. He was too tired to do anything else. His mother refused to leave his side. She perched on the headboard of his bed, her golden eyes fixed on him, watching his every breath. Even when Madame Pomfrey tried to shoo her away, she refused to move. She's fine where she is, Harry mumbled. Please. I need her. Madame Pomfrey's expression softened. Very well. But if she gets in the way of treatment. She won't. Ron and Hermione were in beds nearby, both asleep, both exhausted. They'd pushed themselves as hard as Harry had, and it showed. Ron's face was pale, Hermione's hair wilder than usual. But they were alive. They were all alive. Harry closed his eyes and let the darkness take him. He dreamed of fire. Not the green fire of the killing curse, but something warmer. A hearth, crackling and bright, casting shadows on stone walls. A woman sat before it, her red hair catching the light, a baby in her arms. His mother. But not his owl mother, his real mother, human and whole, her green eyes soft with love. She was singing, a lullaby Harry almost remembered, and the baby in her arms was him. He's beautiful, a voice said. Harry's father stepped into the firelight, his glasses askew, his hair even messier than usual. How did we make something so perfect? Luck, Lily laughed. Pure luck. James knelt beside her, reaching out to touch Harry's tiny hand. He's got your eyes. Thank Merlin for that. My eyes are terrible. They're not terrible. They're distinctive. That's one word for it. They laughed together, and the sound filled Harry with a warmth he couldn't describe. This was his family. This was what he'd been missing his whole life. The baby in Lily's arms stirred, and Harry, the dream Harry, the baby Harry, opened his eyes. Green eyes met green eyes. Mum, Harry whispered, and he didn't know if it was the baby or the 12-year-old speaking. Dad. Lily looked up, straight at him, not at the baby, but at the Harry standing in the shadows. We see you, she said softly. We've always seen you. And we're so proud of you. James nodded, his eyes bright. The bravest son a father could ask for. But I'm scared, Harry admitted. There's so much darkness. So much I don't understand. That's okay. Lily shifted the baby, making room. Come here. Harry approached slowly, afraid the dream would shatter. But it held. He knelt beside them, and Lily reached out to touch his face. You carry our love with you always, she said. In your heart, in your memories, in the bracelet on your wrist. That love is stronger than any dark magic. Stronger than Voldemort. Stronger than death itself. But the Horcruxes will be destroyed, one by one. You won't do it alone. James gripped his shoulder. You have friends. You have Dumbledore. And you have her. He nodded toward the shadows, and Harry turned to see his mother, his owl mother, watching from the darkness. Her golden eyes glowed with love. She's still with you, Lily said. In a different form, but still with you. And one day, if you're brave enough, if you love enough, she'll be whole again. How? That, Lily smiled, is for you to discover. The dream began to fade. The fire dimmed, the stone walls dissolved, and his parents' faces grew distant. Wait. Harry called. Don't go. We're always here, Lily's voice echoed. In your heart. Always. Harry woke to his mother's feathers brushing his cheek. He was crying. He hadn't realized it until he felt the wetness on his face. His mother made a soft, worried sound and pressed closer. I'm okay, he whispered. I saw them. In a dream. They said they were proud of me. His mother's eyes filled with tears, all tears, but real nonetheless. She understood. She always understood. Harry held her close and let himself cry. The days that followed were a blur of recovery and reflection. Madame Pomfrey released them from the hospital wing after 3 days, satisfied that whatever dark magic had touched them was gone. Ron immediately headed for the kitchens, claiming he hadn't eaten properly in weeks. Hermione headed for the library, already planning her next research project. Harry headed for Dumbledore's office. The headmaster was waiting for him, as if he'd known Harry would come. Fawkes sang softly on his perch, and the portraits of former headmasters watched with interest. Harry. Dumbledore gestured to a chair. Please, sit. Harry sat, his mother on his shoulder. The dream I had, about my parents. Was it real? Dumbledore considered the question. Real is a complicated concept when it comes to dreams. But I believe you did connect with something true. Your parents' love for you is not bound by death. It exists, eternally, in the magic that protects you. Can I talk to them again? See them again? Perhaps. In dreams, in memories, in moments of great need. Dumbledore's eyes were kind. But they are not gone, Harry. They live in you. In your courage, your kindness, your capacity for love. That is their greatest gift to you. Harry nodded slowly. It wasn't the same as having them there, alive and whole. But it was something. The Horcruxes, he said, changing the subject. We destroyed 1. 4 more to go. 5, Dumbledore corrected gently. The piece in your scar is also a Horcrux, though an accidental one. Harry's hand went to his forehead. Can that be destroyed too? Without killing me? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. I don't know. But I promise you, Harry, I will find a way. I will not let that piece of Voldemort claim you. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Dumbledore stood and moved to the window, looking out at the grounds. The destruction of the locket will not go unnoticed. Voldemort's followers will know that someone is hunting his Horcruxes. They will become more desperate, more dangerous. Bellatrix. Yes, she is still out there, and she will not rest until she finds a way to bring her master back. Dumbledore turned. You must be careful, Harry. More careful than you've ever been. No more solo missions, no more reckless bravery. Is that understood? Harry wanted to argue, but he saw the look in Dumbledore's eyes. This wasn't a suggestion. It was an order. Yes, sir. Good. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Now, I believe you have a feast to attend. The end-of-term feast is tonight, and I hear the House Cup is still undecided. Harry grinned despite himself. Some things, at least, were still normal. The end-of-term feast was magnificent. The Great Hall was decorated in Gryffindor colors, red and gold banners hanging from every wall, candles floating overhead, the enchanted ceiling showing a perfect summer sky. The food was abundant and delicious, and Harry ate until he thought he might burst. But the best moment came when Dumbledore rose to speak. Another year has passed, he began, and like every year at Hogwarts, it has been full of challenges, triumphs, and more than a few surprises. His eyes twinkled. I would like to take a moment to recognize some extraordinary achievements. He awarded points, to Ron for his chess mastery, to Hermione for her quick thinking, to Harry for his courage. But then he paused. And finally, Dumbledore said, I would like to recognize someone who cannot be here in person. Someone who has watched over one of our students for 12 long years, who has protected and loved and sacrificed more than any of us can imagine. The hall fell silent. Lily Potter, in her Animagus form, has been a silent guardian to her son since the night Voldemort fell. She has watched him grow, kept him safe, and loved him from the shadows. And tonight, we honor her. Dumbledore raised his wand, and a shower of gold sparks rained down on Harry's mother, who sat on his shoulder, her golden eyes wide with surprise. To Lily Potter, Dumbledore said, I award the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, for extraordinary courage and sacrifice. The hall erupted in applause. Harry's mother looked at him, and he could have sworn she was blushing beneath her feathers. He hugged her close, feeling her warmth, her love, her joy. They'd come so far, and they still had so far to go. But tonight, they celebrated. The train ride home was bittersweet. Ron talked endlessly about summer, about the Burrow, about how Harry absolutely had to visit again. Hermione made lists of books to read and topics to research. Ginny, fully recovered now, sat with them for part of the journey, laughing at Ron's jokes and stealing glances at Harry when she thought he wasn't looking. Harry's mother perched on the seat beside him, her golden eyes watching the countryside roll past. She seemed content, peaceful, as if the destruction of the locket had lifted a weight from her. But Harry knew the peace wouldn't last. Bellatrix was still out there. 4 Horcruxes remained hidden, and the piece of Voldemort in his scar still whispered in the darkness. He touched the bracelet on his wrist. The 7 charms glowed faintly, his mother's love, his father's memory, his family's protection. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, as always. Parents hugged their children, students reunited with siblings, owls hooted in their cages. Harry looked around for the Dursleys, dreading the moment they'd appear. Instead, he saw someone else. A woman stood at the edge of the platform, half hidden by a pillar. Tall and thin, with dark hair and darker eyes. Bellatrix Lestrange. She was watching him. Harry's hand went to his wand. His mother tensed on his shoulder, a warning sound building in her throat. But Bellatrix didn't move, didn't attack. She simply watched, a small smile playing at her lips. Then she raised her hand and pointed at him. Once, twice, 3 times, and vanished. Harry stood frozen, his heart pounding, his mother's talons digging into his shoulder. Around him, the platform continued its chaos, oblivious to what had just happened. Harry. Ron appeared at his side. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm fine. Harry's voice was steady, though inside he was shaking. Just tired. Ron accepted this with a nod. Come on, Mum's waiting. She's got enough food for an army, as usual. Harry let himself be led away, but he couldn't shake the feeling of those dark eyes on him. Bellatrix knew where he'd be this summer. She knew he'd be with the Dursleys, unprotected by Hogwarts wards. And she was waiting. The Dursleys were exactly as Harry remembered. Uncle Vernon's face purpled at the sight of him. Aunt Petunia's lips thinned to a line of disapproval. Dudley, now even larger, stared at Harry with the same blank hostility as always. But something had changed. Maybe it was the way Harry held himself, straighter, taller, more confident. Maybe it was the owl on his shoulder, watching them with unnerving intelligence. Maybe it was simply that they'd had a year to get used to the idea of a wizard in the family. Whatever the reason, they didn't say much. Uncle Vernon grunted a greeting. Aunt Petunia nodded stiffly. Dudley actually moved aside to let Harry pass. It wasn't warmth. It wasn't acceptance. But it was something. Harry climbed the stairs to his room, his actual room now, not the cupboard, and closed the door. His mother flew to the windowsill and perched there, her golden eyes scanning the street below. She's out there somewhere, Harry said quietly. Bellatrix. Watching. His mother made a soft sound of agreement. We can't stay here. It's not safe. Not for you, not for me. She looked at him, and he saw the question in her eyes. Then where? Harry thought about it. The burrow was too far, too exposed. Hogwarts was closed for the summer. Dumbledore was busy, always busy. But there was one place. One person who might be able to help. Sirius, Harry said. My godfather. He's out there somewhere. If we could find him. His mother's eyes widened. She knew Sirius. Had known him, back when they were all young and alive and fighting together. He might be able to protect us. Hide us. Harry nodded, the idea taking shape. We just have to find him. But how do you find someone who's been on the run for 12 years? Someone the whole wizarding world believed was a murderer. Harry didn't know. But he was going to find out. The first week of summer was tense. Harry stayed in his room most of the time, reading through his father's grimoire, practicing spells, watching the street for any sign of Bellatrix. His mother kept watch from the windowsill, her golden eyes never resting. The Dursleys left him alone. They brought food to his door and left it there, as if afraid to enter. Harry didn't mind. The less interaction, the better. On the 7th night, a knock came at his window. Harry spun, wand raised. But it wasn't Bellatrix. It was an owl, a familiar owl, with a letter tied to its leg. He opened the window and took the letter. The owl flew off into the night. The letter was from Dumbledore. Harry, I have news. Sirius Black has been sighted in the north of England. I believe he is trying to reach you. Be careful. He may be dangerous, but he may also be your only hope. I will send word when I know more. Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter twice, his heart pounding. Sirius was coming. His godfather was coming. But why? After all these years, why now? His mother made a soft sound, and he looked at her. Her golden eyes were troubled. You don't trust him? Harry asked. She shook her head slowly. Then she pointed at herself, then at the letter, then at Harry. I trusted him once. You should be careful. Harry nodded. He understood. Sirius had been his parents' friend, their best man, their chosen guardian for Harry. But he'd also spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime he may or may not have committed. The question was, which Sirius would come? The friend, or the fugitive? The answer came 3 nights later. Harry woke to the sound of scratching at his window. He sat up, wand ready, and saw a large black dog on the fire escape, its eyes gleaming in the darkness. For a moment, he thought it was just a stray. Then the dog shifted, changed, and a man stood there, gaunt and ragged, with dark hair and haunted eyes. Sirius Black. Harry's mother flew to the window, her golden eyes fixed on the man. She made a sound, not a warning, but something else. Recognition. Grief. Lily, Sirius breathed. It's really you. She bowed her head, and Harry saw tears in her eyes. Sirius turned to Harry. I know you don't have any reason to trust me. I know what they say about me. But I swear on your parents' memory, I never betrayed them. I never worked for Voldemort. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Looked at his mother, who had known Sirius when they were young, who had loved him like a brother. She believes you, Harry said quietly. That's enough for me. Sirius's face crumpled. He slid down the wall, sitting on the fire escape, his head in his hands. Harry opened the window and climbed out to join him. I tried to protect them, Sirius whispered. I tried to be the secret keeper. But I knew they'd come for me first. So I convinced your parents to use Peter instead. Peter Pettigrew. I thought no one would suspect him. He looked up, and his eyes were full of pain. I was wrong. He betrayed them. He sold them to Voldemort, and then he framed me for it. Peter Pettigrew, Harry repeated. He's the one who killed those muggles, who cut off his own finger to fake his death, who's been hiding as a rat for 12 years. Sirius's voice was bitter. And he's out there, right now, probably with Voldemort's other followers, waiting for his master to return. Harry thought about the rat Ron kept as a pet. Scabbers. He'd been with the Weasleys for years, sleeping in Ron's bed, sitting in their pockets. Scabbers, he breathed. Ron's rat. He's been with the Weasleys for 12 years. Sirius stared at him. A rat named Scabbers. One of his toes is missing. Ron always thought it was a normal injury, but Pettigrew cut off his finger. Sirius was on his feet now, his eyes blazing. Where are the Weasleys? Where can I find this rat? They're at the burrow. But Sirius, there's no time. If Pettigrew gets word that I'm free, he'll run. He'll disappear again, and I'll never prove my innocence. Sirius gripped Harry's shoulder. I have to go. Now. I'm coming with you. No. Sirius's voice was firm. It's too dangerous. If Pettigrew has allies, if Bellatrix is nearby, then you'll need help. Harry's voice was equally firm. I'm coming. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at Lily, who had flown to Harry's shoulder, her golden eyes steady. She'd never forgive me if I let you get hurt, Sirius said finally. But she'd never forgive me if I left you behind either. He nodded. Fine. But you do exactly what I say, when I say it. Understood. Harry nodded. Understood. They left that night. Harry wrote a quick note to the Dursleys, gone to a friend's house. Don't worry, and left it on his bed. Then he climbed out the window onto the fire escape, his mother on his shoulder, and joined Sirius in the darkness. Sirius transformed into the dog, a huge, shaggy black creature, and together, they ran. Through the streets of Little Whinging, past sleeping houses and empty roads, into the countryside beyond. Harry ran until his lungs burned and his legs screamed, but he didn't stop. His mother flew ahead, guiding them, her white form a beacon in the night. They reached the burrow just before dawn. The house was dark, quiet, everyone asleep. Sirius transformed back and crept toward the back door. Harry followed, his heart pounding. They found Ron's room easily enough. Ron was asleep, snoring gently, and on his bedside table, curled in a ball, was Scabbers. The rat. Sirius moved faster than Harry could follow. He lunged across the room, grabbing the rat before it could escape. Scabbers squealed, struggling, but Sirius's grip was iron. Got you, Sirius breathed. Got you at last. The rat squirmed, twisted, and then, in a flash of light, it wasn't a rat anymore. A man stood before them. Small, mousy, with watery eyes and dirty blonde hair. Peter Pettigrew. Sirius, he whimpered. Old friend. Please. Don't. Sirius's voice was ice. Don't you dare call me that. Ron woke with a shout. Lights flicked on in the house. Footsteps pounded up the stairs. And Harry stood in the middle of it all, his mother on his shoulder, watching as 12 years of lies finally came to light. The burrow erupted into chaos. Mrs. Weasley appeared in the doorway first, her wand raised, her nightgown billowing. She took one look at the scene, Sirius Black, convicted murderer, holding a trembling Peter Pettigrew at wand point, and screamed. Arthur. Mr. Weasley came running, followed by Fred and George, then Ginny, then Percy, all of them in various states of undress, all of them with wands raised. Everyone calm down. Sirius's voice cut through the chaos. This isn't what it looks like. Not what it looks like. Mrs. Weasley's wand was steady, pointed directly at his heart. You're Sirius Black. You escaped from Azkaban. You're supposed to be innocent. Harry stepped forward, positioning himself between Sirius and the Weasleys. He's innocent. Pettigrew is the one who betrayed my parents. Silence. Ron, still in his bed, was staring at the small, trembling man who had been his pet for 12 years. That's Scabbers. His name is Peter Pettigrew, Sirius said. He was my friend, your parents' friend, and he sold them to Voldemort. Peter whimpered. It wasn't me. It was Sirius. He was the secret keeper. I was not. Sirius's voice was cold. I convinced James and Lily to use you instead. I thought no one would suspect you. I thought you were loyal. His eyes blazed. I was wrong, Mr. Weasley lowered his wand slightly. This is a lot to take in, Black. You're asking us to believe that Peter Pettigrew, a man we all thought was dead, has been living as a rat for 12 years. He cut off his finger, Sirius said. He faked his death, and then he transformed into a rat and hid where no one would think to look. He glanced at Ron. In your son's pocket. Ron looked sick. I've been sleeping with a murderer in my bed for 3 years. 12 years for me, Peter whined. 12 years as a rat, hiding, surviving. 12 years, Sirius cut in, while I rotted in Azkaban for your crime. The tension in the room was unbearable. Harry's mother gripped his shoulder, her golden eyes fixed on Pettigrew. He could feel her fury, her grief, her desperate need for justice. There's a way to prove it, Harry said quietly. Veritaserum. Or Dumbledore. He'll know what to do. Mrs. Weasley hesitated, then nodded slowly. Arthur, send an owl to Dumbledore. Now. Mr. Weasley disappeared down the stairs. The rest of them stood frozen, wands still raised, watching the two men who held the key to a 12-year-old mystery. Dumbledore arrived within the hour. He swept into the burrow like a force of nature, his presence filling the small kitchen. Behind him came Madame Bones, the same witch who had tried to arrest Harry months ago, and several Aurors Harry didn't recognize. Sirius Black. Madame Bones's voice was crisp. You have a lot to answer for. I do. Sirius met her eyes. And I will. But first, look at him. He pointed at Pettigrew. Look at the man who should have been in Azkaban all these years. Madame Bones studied Pettigrew with cold efficiency. Peter Pettigrew. Presumed dead. Awarded the Order of Merit posthumously. Her eyes narrowed. If this is true, Black, it changes everything. It is true. Sirius's voice was steady. I'll take Veritaserum. I'll submit to any test you want. But you have to listen to me first. Dumbledore stepped forward. Amelia, I vouch for Sirius Black. I knew him when he was young. I knew his heart. He is not a murderer. Madame Bones considered this. Then she nodded. We'll do this properly. Everyone to the Ministry. Now. The Ministry of Magic was even more impressive than Harry had imagined. Marble floors stretched in every direction, fireplaces lined the walls, and golden statues gleamed in the atrium. Witches and wizards hurried past, casting curious glances at the group that had just arrived. They were led to a courtroom on level 10, a dark, imposing chamber with rows of benches rising in tiers and a central chair surrounded by chains. The Wizengamot, Harry learned, the highest court in the magical world. Harry sat in the front row with his mother on his shoulder, Ron and Hermione on either side. The Weasleys filled the benches behind them. And at the center of it all, Sirius Black stood accused. Madame Bones presided, her voice echoing in the chamber. We are gathered here today to hear the case of Sirius Orion Black, escaped convict from Azkaban, charged with the murder of 12 Muggles and the betrayal of James and Lily Potter to the Dark Lord. She paused. However, new evidence has come to light that may change the nature of these proceedings. Mr. Black, you may speak. Sirius stood tall, his gaunt face serious. 12 years ago, I agreed to be the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter. It was my idea. I thought I was the obvious choice, the one Voldemort would target first. So at the last moment, I convinced them to switch to Peter Pettigrew. No one would suspect him. Murmurs rippled through the courtroom. On the night they died, I went to check on Pettigrew. I found him, but he wasn't alone. He had Muggles with him, innocent people he was about to kill to fake his own death. When I confronted him, he screamed, blew up the street, cut off his own finger, and transformed into a rat. The Ministry found me with the finger, with the bodies, and assumed I was guilty. And you've spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime you didn't commit, Madame Bones said slowly. Why didn't you speak up? Why didn't you tell anyone the truth? Would you have believed me? Sirius asked quietly. The Potter's secret keeper, found at the scene of a massacre, with no proof and no witnesses. I knew I'd never get a fair trial. So I waited. I planned. And when I saw an opportunity, I escaped. To kill Pettigrew. No. Sirius shook his head. To capture him. To bring him to justice. To clear my name. He looked at the bench where Harry sat. To protect my godson. All eyes turned to Harry. He sat still, his mother warm on his shoulder, his expression calm despite the chaos inside. Peter Pettigrew is alive, Sirius continued. He's been living as a rat for 12 years, hiding with the Weasley family. He's here, in this room, right now. Madame Bones raised an eyebrow. Show us. Sirius reached into his pocket and pulled out the trembling rat. He placed it on the floor and stepped back. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the rat began to change. It grew, twisted, reshaped itself. Fur became skin, paws became hands, and within seconds, Peter Pettigrew stood before them, small and cowering and utterly guilty. The courtroom erupted. It took hours to restore order. Pettigrew was taken into custody, screaming about how he'd had no choice, how the Dark Lord would have killed him, how he was a victim too. No one listened. The evidence was clear, Veritaserum confirmed his confession, and the Wizengamot had no choice but to exonerate Sirius. When it was over, when the gavel fell and Sirius was declared a free man, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. Sirius crossed the courtroom toward him, his eyes bright with tears. He stopped before Harry, looking at him as if he couldn't quite believe he was real. You look so much like him, Sirius whispered. Like James. But you've got your mother's eyes. He glanced at the owl on Harry's shoulder. Both of them. Harry's mother hooted softly, and Sirius smiled, a real smile, the first Harry had seen on his gaunt face. Can we? Sirius's voice broke. Can I hug you? Harry nodded, and suddenly he was wrapped in arms so tight they almost hurt. But he didn't care. This was his godfather. His family. The last living link to his parents. Thank you, Sirius whispered. For believing me. For not giving up. You're my family, Harry said simply. Family doesn't give up. The weeks that followed were the happiest of Harry's life. He stayed at the Burrow, but Sirius was there too, having been invited by Mrs. Weasley after much persuasion and a promise to behave. They spent long days in the garden, talking about Harry's parents, about Hogwarts, about the life Sirius had missed. Harry's mother stayed with them always, perched on a branch or a shoulder, her golden eyes soft with memories. Sometimes, when Sirius told a story about James and Lily, she'd hoot in agreement or make a sound that might have been laughter. She's still in there, Sirius said one evening, watching the owl. I can feel it. Her spirit, her love, her stubbornness. He smiled. She always was the stubborn one. Can she be cured? Harry asked. Dumbledore said it might be possible, but it would require sacrifice. Sirius nodded slowly. I've been thinking about that. About what kind of sacrifice? What do you mean? Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then he said, your mother's love protected you from Voldemort. That love is the most powerful magic there is. To break the curse that binds her, someone would have to offer a love just as powerful. A love willing to give up something precious. Like what? I don't know. But I intend to find out. Sirius met Harry's eyes. I owe her that. I owe both of them. I failed them once. I won't fail them again. August brought heat and humidity in the annual Weasley trip to Diagon Alley. This year, Harry went with them, and Sirius came too, though he stayed in the shadows, wary of the stares and whispers that still followed him. The Daily Prophet had published his exoneration, but old habits died hard. They shopped for school supplies, new robes for Ron, hand-me-downs, but better than before, books for Hermione, a new cauldron for Harry, his old one had seen better days. Ginny chattered excitedly about her second year, and Fred and George plotted their latest pranks. At Flourish and Blots, Harry found himself in the Defense Against the Dark Arts section, browsing titles he'd never seen before. His mother perched on a nearby shelf, watching the crowd. Looking for something specific, Harry turned to find a woman watching him. She was young, with dark skin and kind eyes, and she wore the robes of a Hogwarts professor. I'm Harry Potter, he said, unsure why he was introducing himself. I know. The woman smiled. I'm Remus Lupin. I'll be your new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor this year. Harry stared. You're a teacher. Surprised. Her smile widened. I knew your parents, Harry. I was their friend. Sirius's friend. We all fought together in the First War. You knew them. I did. Remus's eyes grew sad. James and Lily were the best of us. Brave and kind and so full of life. I miss them every day. Harry's mother flew to his shoulder, and Remus's gaze shifted to her. For a long moment, she simply looked at the woman. Lily, Remus breathed. Is it really you? The owl bowed her head. Remus reached out, hesitating, then gently touched her feathers. I thought I'd never see you again. After all these years. Her wing touched his hand, and Remus's eyes filled with tears. Extraordinary, she whispered. Absolutely extraordinary. The last day of summer was bittersweet. Harry sat in the garden with Sirius, watching the sun set over the burrow. His mother was on his lap, her warmth seeping through his clothes. Ron and Hermione were inside, packing for the trip tomorrow. I don't want to leave, Harry admitted. Not after finally finding you. You're not losing me, Harry. Sirius's voice was firm. I'll be at Hogwarts too. Remus and I have been talking. Dumbledore's offered me a position. Teaching defense against the dark arts, alongside Remus. Harry stared. You're going to be a teacher. Strange, isn't it? Me, a convict, teaching children. Sirius grinned. But I want to be near you. To watch you grow. To be the godfather I should have been all along. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. I'd like that. Good. Sirius put an arm around him. Because you're stuck with me now. For better or worse. They sat in comfortable silence as the stars began to appear. Harry's mother stirred, looking up at the sky, and made a soft sound. She's thinking about your father, Sirius said quietly. They used to watch the stars together. James always said Lily's eyes were brighter than any star. Harry smiled. He sounds like he was a romantic. He was. Terribly so. Couldn't write a poem to save his life, but he tried. Sirius laughed. Lily used to tease him mercilessly about it. But she kept every single one. I wish I'd known them. They knew you, Harry. That's what matters. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. They knew you, and they loved you, and they died to protect you. That love is still with you. It always will be. Harry looked at his mother. She was watching him, her golden eyes soft with love. He leaned down and pressed his forehead to her feathers. I love you, he whispered. She hooted softly. I love you too. September 1st arrived in a blaze of golden light. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos, as always. But this year, Harry wasn't alone. He had Ron and Hermione beside him, Ginny chattering excitedly, Fred and George plotting their next prank. And he had Sirius, standing tall and free, watching him with pride. Write to me, Sirius said, pulling him into a hug. Every week. I want to know everything. I will. Harry hugged him back fiercely. Promise. And take care of your mother. She's more precious than you know. Harry looked at the owl on his shoulder. I know. The train whistle blew. Harry climbed aboard with Ron and Hermione, finding their usual compartment near the end. Through the window, he watched Sirius wave, watched the Weasleys hug goodbye, watched the platform shrink as the train began to move. Here we go, Ron said. Third year. Think it'll be as exciting as the first two. Doubt it, Hermione said. Nothing could be that exciting. Harry smiled and looked at his mother. She hooted softly, and he could have sworn she was laughing. The train carried them north, toward Hogwarts, toward whatever adventures awaited. And Harry, for the first time in his life, felt ready for anything. The feast that night was magnificent. The great hall sparkled with candles, the enchanted ceiling showed a perfect starry sky, and the food was as abundant as ever. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione, his mother on the back of his chair, watching the sorting with mild interest. New first years were sorted into houses, a nervous boy into Hufflepuff, a confident girl into Ravenclaw, a sullen-looking kid into Slytherin. The usual. But Harry's attention kept drifting to the staff table. Sirius sat at the end, looking slightly uncomfortable in Professor's robes, but happy. Beside him, Remus Lupin smiled and waved at students he recognized. And at the center, Dumbledore watched them all with twinkling eyes. Welcome, he said, rising, to another year at Hogwarts. I have a few things to say before we begin our feast. He paused dramatically. First, the Forbidden Forest is, as always, forbidden. Second, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that no magic is allowed in the corridors between classes. Third, we have 2 new members of staff this year. He gestured. Professor Lupin, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts, and Professor Black, who will be teaching, he paused, consulting his notes. Well, he'll be teaching whatever needs teaching. We're still working that out. Laughter rippled through the hall. And finally, Dumbledore said, his eyes finding Harry, I would like to remind you all that Hogwarts is a place of safety, of learning, and of family. We are all part of something larger here. Never forget that. He sat down, and the feast began. That night, Harry lay in his 4-poster bed, staring at the canopy above. His mother was beside him, warm and soft, her golden eyes reflecting the faint light from the window. Third year, he whispered. Can you believe it? She hooted softly. Sirius is here. Remus is here. You're here. He smiled. For the first time, I feel like I actually belong somewhere. She pressed closer, and he wrapped his arm around her. Whatever comes next, he said, we'll face it together. Right. Her wing touched his cheek. Together. Harry closed his eyes and slept, dreaming of his parents, of Sirius, of a future that finally looked bright. But in the darkness, something stirred. Far away, in a hidden place, a golden cup pulsed with dark light. The ancient diadem whispered in the silence. A great snake coiled in anticipation. And in a small, forgotten cave, a locket waited, the twin of the one Harry had destroyed. The Horcruxes were waking, and they were hungry. The first sign came 3 weeks into term. Harry was walking to defense against the dark arts when his scar blazed with pain. He stumbled, catching himself on the wall, his mother's talons digging into his shoulder. Harry. Ron was at his side instantly. What happened? I don't know, the pain, it just. Then the vision came. He was standing in a dark place, surrounded by water. An island rose before him, and on that island, a stone basin. But the basin was empty. Whatever had been inside was gone. And a voice echoed in the darkness. He's coming for the others. He's coming for us all. The vision shattered. Harry slumped against the wall, gasping. His mother was making frantic sounds, her wings wrapping around him, her warmth driving back the cold. We have to find Dumbledore, he managed. Something's wrong. Something's happened. Dumbledore listened in silence as Harry described the vision. When Harry finished, the headmaster's face was grave. The locket you destroyed, it was one of several. The vision suggests that someone is hunting the others. Who? I don't know. But I intend to find out. Dumbledore stood. Harry, I must ask you to be careful. The connection between you and Voldemort is growing stronger. These visions will become more frequent, more intense. You must learn to control them, or they will control you. How do I control them? Practice, patience, and help. Dumbledore glanced at Harry's mother. You have someone who understands the bond between souls better than most. Use her. Harry looked at his mother. She met his eyes, and he saw determination there. Together, they would figure this out. Together, they would fight. That night, Harry sat by the fire in the Gryffindor common room, his mother in his lap, thinking about everything that had happened. Sirius had found him. Remus had returned. His mother was with him, healing slowly, growing stronger. And they had destroyed one Horcrux, proof that Voldemort could be defeated. But 4 remained. 4 pieces of a dark soul, scattered across the world, waiting to be found. We'll find them, Harry whispered to his mother. All of them. And we'll destroy them. Together. She hooted softly, and he felt her love like a shield around his heart. Whatever came next, they would face it together. That was enough. That was everything. October arrived with a chill that seeped through the castle stones and wrapped around Harry's bones like icy fingers. The dreams were getting worse. Every night, the same vision, dark water, a stone basin, an empty platter where something precious had rested. And that voice, whispering, calling, promising. He's coming for the others. He's coming for us all. Harry woke each morning exhausted, his scar throbbing, his mother's worried eyes watching him from the pillow. She couldn't sleep either, not when he was suffering. She stayed awake through the nights, her warmth pressed against him, her presence the only thing that kept the darkness at bay. You need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said for the 100th time as they walked to breakfast. These visions, they're getting worse. What if they're not just visions? What if you're actually seeing what's happening? I don't know what they are. Harry rubbed his scar absently. Dumbledore says the connection is growing stronger. That I need to learn to control it. How do you control something like that? Harry didn't have an answer. Defense against the dark arts that morning was taught by Remus. Harry loved Remus's classes. They were practical, engaging, and Remus had a way of making even the most complex magic feel accessible. Today, they were studying boggarts, shape-shifting creatures that took the form of whatever you feared most. Boggarts are tricky, Remus explained, pacing before the class. They feed on fear, so the more afraid you are, the more powerful they become. The trick is to laugh at them. Use the ridiculous charm to force them into something humorous. He demonstrated with a wardrobe that rattled ominously. When he opened it, a boggart in the form of a full moon emerged, but before it could fully form, Remus laughed and shouted, "Ridiculous!" And the moon turned into a deflated balloon. The class applauded. "Now it's your turn," Remus said. "One at a time, approach the wardrobe. Think of what you fear most, and then imagine something funny to transform it into." Neville went first. When the wardrobe opened, Professor Snape emerged in full witch's regalia, Neville's worst fear, apparently. The class laughed, and Neville, gathering courage, shouted, "Ridiculous!" Snape's robes turned into his grandmother's flowered dress. Even Harry laughed. When it was his turn, Harry approached the wardrobe with his heart pounding. What would he see? Voldemort. The fragment in his scar. His mother, trapped forever in all form. He opened the wardrobe. A Dementor emerged. Harry froze. The creature was tall and hooded, its face hidden, its rotting hand reaching for him. Cold filled the room, cold like nothing he'd ever felt, and he heard screaming. His mother's screams, from that night, from the darkness. "Harry!" Remus's voice cut through. "Use the charm. Now!" Harry raised his wand, but his hand was shaking. The Dementor was getting closer, closer, and the cold was spreading, and he couldn't breathe. His mother launched herself from his shoulder. She flew straight at the Dementor, her white feathers blazing with silver light. The creature recoiled, hissing, and for a moment, Harry saw it, the Dementor, afraid of her. Afraid of the love that protected her. "Ridiculous!" Harry shouted. The Dementor wobbled, twisted, and turned into a deflated balloon, just like Remus's moon. It floated harmlessly to the floor. Harry collapsed against the wardrobe, gasping. His mother landed on his shoulder, her wings wrapping around his head, her warmth driving back the last of the cold. "Well done, Harry." Remus's voice was gentle. "Very well done." What was that?" Harry managed. "Why did it show me a Dementor?" Remus's eyes were sad. Dementors feed on happy memories. They make you relive your worst moments. For you, Harry, your worst moment is the night your parents died. The Dementor brought that back. Harry looked at his mother. She was trembling, her golden eyes bright with unshed tears. She'd felt it too. She'd lived it. "It's okay," he whispered to her. "We're okay." She pressed closer, and he held her tight. After class, Remus asked Harry to stay behind. "Your reaction to the boggart," Remus said quietly, "was stronger than most. Dementors affect you more deeply because of what you've been through." He paused. "But there's something else. Something you should know." Harry waited. "Your mother's intervention, the silver light that surrounded her when she flew at the Dementor. That was a Patronus. A corporeal Patronus, from a witch who can't even speak." Harry stared. "She cast a Patronus. Love is the most powerful form of magic, Harry. Your mother's love for you is so strong, so pure, that it manifested as a Patronus. She protected you from the Dementor's influence." Remus smiled. "She's quite remarkable." Harry looked at his mother. She was watching him with those golden eyes, and he could feel her love like a warm hand on his heart. "I know," he said. "I know." That night, Sirius found him in the common room. Harry was sitting by the fire, his mother in his lap, staring into the flames. Sirius dropped into the chair beside him, looking tired but content. "Remus told me about what happened in class today." Harry nodded, not looking up. "Dementors are nasty creatures. I spent 12 years surrounded by them in Azkaban." Sirius's voice was quiet. "They take everything good from you. Every happy memory, every moment of joy. All that's left is the worst parts of yourself. How did you survive?" Sirius was silent for a moment. "I knew I was innocent. That was something they couldn't take. And I had hope that one day, I'd be free. Hope that I'd find you." He looked at Harry. "Hope is powerful magic, Harry. Don't ever underestimate it." Harry looked at his mother. She was watching Sirius, her golden eyes soft with something like gratitude. "Remus said she cast a Patronus," Harry said. "To protect me from the Dementor." "She did." Sirius smiled. "She always was the strongest of us." James and I were good at fighting, at dueling, at making trouble. But Lily was good at loving. And that's the most powerful magic of all. Harry felt tears prick his eyes. I miss her. Even though she's right here, I miss the her she used to be. She's still in there. Sirius's voice was firm. Every bit of her. The love, the courage, the stubbornness. We're going to get her back, Harry. I promise you that. The next day, Fred and George found Harry in the corridor. Potter. Fred grabbed his arm. We have something for you. Something special, George added. Something we nicked from Filch's office. They dragged him to an empty classroom and produced a folded piece of parchment. It was old and yellowed, with nothing written on it. A blank piece of paper. Harry asked. Not blank. Fred grinned. You have to activate it. He tapped the parchment with his wand and said, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Instantly, lines appeared on the parchment, a map, Harry realized, of Hogwarts. But not just any map. This map showed every corridor, every secret passage, every room. In moving across it, labeled with tiny names, were dots representing every person in the castle. The Marauder's map, George said proudly. Our father gave it to us. Said it belonged to some students from his time, Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Harry's breath caught. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, Prongs, Remus, Peter, Sirius, James, his father. This belonged to my dad, he whispered. And his friends. Fred and George exchanged glances. Your dad, James Potter. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The twins were silent for a moment. Then Fred said, well, then it definitely belongs to you now. George nodded. Consider it a gift. From us to you. Harry looked at the map, at the dots moving across it. There was Sirius, in his office. Remus, in the staff room. And there, in the Gryffindor common room, a dot labeled Harry Potter. And beside it, another dot. A dot that shouldn't exist on a map designed to show only humans. Lily Potter. The map recognized her. It saw her as a witch, not an owl. Thank you, Harry said, his voice thick. Thank you so much. The map became Harry's most treasured possession. He studied it for hours, watching the dots move, learning the patterns of the castle. He saw Dumbledore's dot pacing in his office late at night. He saw Snape's dot lurking in the dungeons. He saw Hagrid's dot in his hut, usually stationary, probably sleeping. And always, he saw his mother's dot, right beside his own. She never left him, not really, and the map proved it. One night, Harry noticed something strange. A dot in the corridor outside the room of requirement. A dot with no name. He stared at it, frowning. Every dot on the map had a name, students, teachers, ghosts, even Peeves. But this dot was blank, just a pulsing circle of light. Who is that? He wondered aloud. His mother flew to his shoulder, looking at the map. She made a soft sound, confusion, wariness. I'm going to check it out, Harry said. His mother's talons tightened. She didn't like it. I'll be careful. Promise. The corridor outside the room of requirement was empty. Harry walked slowly, his wand lit, his mother on his shoulder. The map showed the dot right here, but there was nothing. No one. Then he felt it. Cold. The same cold he'd felt in Remus's classroom when the boggart became a Dementor. It seeped into his bones, into his blood, into his very soul. And from the shadows, a figure emerged. Not a Dementor. Something else. Something worse. It was tall and hooded, like a Dementor, but where a Dementor's face should be, there was only darkness. And from that darkness, eyes gleamed, red eyes, slit-pupiled, hungry. Harry Potter, it hissed. I've been looking for you. Harry raised his wand, but his hand was shaking. The cold was overwhelming, paralyzing. His mother launched herself at the creature. Silver light blazed from her feathers, a Patronus, fully formed, striking the creature in the chest. It screamed, a horrible sound, and staggered backward. But it didn't fall. Foolish bird, it hissed. You cannot hurt me. I am not a Dementor. I am something far worse. It raised a hand, a skeletal hand, wrapped in rotted cloth, and pointed at Harry's mother. No, Harry screamed. But before the creature could strike, another figure appeared. Sirius. He ran down the corridor, his wand raised, and shouted, Expecto Patronum. A great silver dog burst from his wand, leaping at the creature. It struck with the force of a battering ram, and the creature dissolved into shadow, fleeing into the darkness. Silence. Harry collapsed against the wall, his mother in his arms, his heart pounding. Sirius knelt beside him, breathing hard. What was that? Harry gasped. A lethifold. Sirius's voice was grim. One of the darkest creatures in existence. It consumes its victims whole, leaving nothing behind. He looked at Harry. They're rare. Extremely rare. Someone sent this one. Someone wanted you dead. Bellatrix. Almost certainly. Sirius helped him to his feet. We need to tell Dumbledore. Now. Dumbledore's office was warm and bright, a sharp contrast to the cold darkness of the corridor. The headmaster listened to their story in silence, his face grave. When they finished, he sat back in his chair, steepling his fingers. A lethifold, he said quietly. I have not seen one in 50 years. They are native to tropical climates, not England. Someone brought it here. Someone with considerable dark magic at their disposal. Bellatrix, Harry said again. Almost certainly. But she is not working alone. Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. Voldemort's followers have been quiet for 12 years, waiting, planning. Now they are beginning to move. The attack on you, the search for Horcruxes, it's all connected. What do? We prepare, we protect, and we hunt. Dumbledore stood. Harry, I am going to teach you something. A skill that may save your life. What kind of skill? Occlumency. The art of closing your mind to outside influence. Dumbledore's eyes met his. The connection between you and Voldemort is a vulnerability. He can use it to find you, to influence you, to control you. Occlumency will help you defend against that. Who will teach me? Dumbledore hesitated. Professor Snape. Harry's heart sank. Snape. He is a master occlumens. And despite your differences, he is loyal to the Order. He will teach you what you need to know. Harry looked at his mother. She was watching him with those golden eyes, and he saw something there, reluctance but also agreement. Snape was their best option. Okay, Harry said. When do we start? The first occlumency lesson was a disaster. Snape's office was cold and dim, lined with jars of floating creatures and shelves of dark books. He sat behind his desk, watching Harry with those cold black eyes, and gestured to a chair. Sit. Harry sat. His mother perched on the arm of the chair, her golden eyes fixed on Snape with an intensity that made even him shift slightly. Occlumency, Snape began, is the art of protecting the mind from intrusion. It requires discipline, control, and the ability to clear your emotions. Something you, Potter, are singularly lacking in. Harry clenched his jaw but said nothing. We will begin with a simple exercise. I will attempt to enter your mind. You will attempt to keep me out. Snape raised his wand. Legilimens. Harry's mind exploded. Images flashed before his eyes, the cupboard, the Dursleys, his first flight on a broom, the Chamber of Secrets, the basilisk, his mother's golden eyes. All of it, pouring out of him, uncontrollable. Snape watched, his expression unreadable. Then he withdrew. Pathetic, he said. Your mind is an open book. Anyone with basic legilimency could read you like a child's primer. Harry's mother made a warning sound, but Harry shook his head slightly. Then teach me how to close it. Snape studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. Clear your mind. Empty it of all thought, all emotion. Focus on nothing. Harry tried. He really tried. But every time he closed his eyes, thoughts flooded in, fear, anger, worry, love. He couldn't stop them. Again, Snape said. They tried again, and again, and again. After 2 hours, Harry was exhausted, his head pounding, his scar throbbing. Snape looked no different than when they'd started, cold, detached, unimpressed. We will continue next week, he said. Try not to be quite so hopeless by then. Harry left the office with his mother on his shoulder, his emotions a tangled mess. He didn't understand why Snape hated him so much. He didn't understand why this was so hard. But he would learn. He had to. November brought rain and wind and the first Quidditch match of the season. Harry watched from the stands with Ron and Hermione, his mother on his shoulder, as Gryffindor faced Slytherin. The match was brutal, fouls on both sides, the crowd roaring, the players diving and dodging. In the end, Gryffindor won, thanks to a spectacular catch by the new Seeker, a third-year named Angelina Johnson. Ron was ecstatic. Hermione was relieved. Harry was distracted. His scar had been throbbing all day, worse than usual. And in the back of his mind, he kept hearing that voice. He's coming for the others. He's coming for us all. What's wrong? Hermione asked, noticing his expression. I don't know. Harry rubbed his scar. Something's happening. Something bad. His mother made a worried sound, pressing closer. That night, Harry dreamed. He was standing in a dark room, surrounded by treasures. Gold glinted in the torchlight, jewels sparkled, and in the center of it all, on a velvet cushion, rested a golden cup. A cup with a badger engraved on it. Hufflepuff's cup, a voice whispered. One of mine, hidden where no one will find it. Harry reached for it, and woke with a scream. The vision was clearer than ever before. Harry sat in the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey fussing over him, Dumbledore watching with grave eyes. His mother was on his chest, her warmth steadying his racing heart. A cup, Harry said. Hufflepuff's cup. That's another Horcrux. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I suspected as much. Helga Hufflepuff's cup has been missing for centuries. If Voldemort found it and turned it into a Horcrux. Where is it? I saw it in a room full of treasure. Gold and jewels everywhere. Gringotts, Dumbledore said quietly. The Lestrange vault. Bellatrix's family vault. Harry's blood ran cold. The cup was in Gringotts, guarded by goblins and dark magic and who knew what else. How could they possibly get to it? We'll find a way, Dumbledore said, as if reading his thoughts. But not yet. Not now. You need to rest, Harry. Let your mind heal. Harry wanted to argue, but he was so tired. So incredibly tired. He closed his eyes and let the darkness take him. December brought snow and Christmas preparations. Harry threw himself into his studies, trying to keep his mind occupied. Occlumency lessons continued. Snape was still cold, still critical, but Harry was slowly improving. He could now hold Snape out for a few seconds before his mind opened. It wasn't much, but it was something. His mother stayed with him through all of it, her presence a constant comfort. She seemed stronger now, more alert, as if the destruction of the locket and the battle with the Lethifold had awakened something in her. One night, Harry woke to find her at the window, staring out at the snow-covered grounds. He joined her, looking out at the darkness. What is it? He asked. She pointed with her wing. At first, Harry saw nothing. Then, movement. A figure, walking across the snow toward the Forbidden Forest. Remus. What's he doing? Harry wondered aloud. His mother made a sound, a worried sound. She knew something. Something she couldn't tell him. Harry grabbed his cloak and followed. The forest was dark and cold, the snow muffling his footsteps. Harry followed Remus's tracks, his mother on his shoulder, his wand lit. He found Remus in a clearing, standing alone under the moonlight. The moon was nearly full, bright and silver, casting long shadows through the trees. Remus turned. His face was pale, his eyes filled with something Harry couldn't read. Harry, you shouldn't be here. I saw you leave. I was worried. Harry stepped closer. What's wrong? What are you doing out here? Remus was silent for a long moment. Then he said, you know what I am, don't you? What I've always been. Harry thought about the boggart, about the full moon it had become. About the way Remus always seemed tired around that time of month. A werewolf, Harry said quietly. You're a werewolf. Remus nodded slowly. I transform at the full moon. It's why I've been so tired, why I've missed classes sometimes. I come out here, to the forest, where I can't hurt anyone. Harry's mother made a soft sound, not fear, not warning. Acceptance. She'd known. She'd always known. My parents knew, Harry said. They were your friends. They knew what you were, and they loved you anyway. Remus's eyes glistened. They did. They were the first people who ever accepted me for who I am. James, Sirius, and Peter, they became animagi for me. So they could be with me during the full moon. So I wouldn't have to be alone. They became animagi. For you. Remus nodded. James was a stag, Prongs. Sirius was a dog, Padfoot. Peter was a rat, Wormtail. And I was Moony. The Marauders. Harry thought about the map, about the names written on it. It all made sense now. They loved you, Harry said. They were your family. They were. Remus smiled, though it was sad. And now I have you. James and Lily's son. Sirius, free and clear. And Lily, he looked at the owl on Harry's shoulder. Lily, still fighting, still loving. I'm not alone anymore. Harry stepped forward and hugged him. Remus stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, wrapping his arms around Harry. "Thank you," Remus whispered. "For not being afraid." "I'm not afraid of you," Harry said. "Your family." They walked back to the castle together, the snow falling softly around them. Harry's mother flew ahead, a white shape in the darkness, her golden eyes watching for danger. Remus walked beside Harry, his steps slow, tired. "The full moon is in 3 days," Remus said. "I'll need to be in the forest by sunset. Will you tell Sirius? He'll worry if I disappear." "I'll tell him. Thank you, Harry, for everything." They reached the castle doors, and Remus paused. "You know, your mother was the first person to ever look at me without fear. After I was bitten, after my parents tried everything to cure me, I thought I'd never have a normal life. Then I came to Hogwarts, and I met Lily Evans. She sat next to me on the train, introduced herself, and never once flinched when she learned what I was." Harry looked at his mother. She was watching Remus with those golden eyes, and he could have sworn she was smiling. "She's still like that," Harry said. "Still brave, still loving." Remus nodded. "Some things never change." Christmas at Hogwarts was quiet but joyful. Sirius joined them for the feast, sitting at the Gryffindor table with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Remus was there too, pale but peaceful, the full moon behind him for another month. Harry's mother perched on the back of his chair, accepting bits of turkey from his plate and hooting softly at the twins' attempts to charm the decorations. After the feast, they gathered in the common room by the fire. Sirius told stories about James and Lily at Hogwarts, the pranks, the adventures, the time James accidentally transfigured his own hair into a flock of birds. He was trying to impress Lily, Sirius laughed. She was not impressed. She thought he was an arrogant toe-rag, Remus added. Took him 6 years to change her mind. 6 years well spent, Sirius said, his eyes soft. They were so happy together. So right for each other. Harry listened, absorbing every word, every detail. His parents were becoming real to him, not just names on a page, but people. Flawed, funny, loving people. His mother pressed against his cheek, and he knew she was listening too. Remembering. "Tell me more," Harry said. "Tell me everything." And they did. That night, Harry dreamed again. But this time, it wasn't a vision of darkness or a Horcrux calling to him. This time, he dreamed of a woman with red hair and green eyes, standing in a sunlit meadow, laughing. She turned to him and held out her hand. "Come on, Harry," she said. "Let's fly." And together, they soared into the sky, leaving the ground behind, leaving the darkness behind, leaving everything behind but the wind and the sun and each other. Harry woke with a smile on his face. His mother was watching him, her golden eyes soft. "I dreamed of you," he said. "The real you. Flying." She hooted softly, and he could have sworn it meant, someday. "Someday we'll fly together." Harry held her close and believed. January arrived with a blanket of snow so thick it swallowed the grounds whole. Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room, staring out at the white expanse, his mother perched on the sill beside him. The holidays were over, students were returning, and the castle hummed with the usual post-Christmas energy. But something felt different. His scar had been quiet for weeks, no visions, no pain, no whispers. It should have been a relief. Instead, it made him uneasy. Like the calm before a storm. "You're brooding again," Ron said, dropping into the armchair beside him. "It's a new year. Cheer up." "I'm not brooding. I'm thinking." "Same thing, with you." Ron grinned. "Mum sent treacle tart. Want some?" Harry smiled despite himself. "Always." The first week of term brought news. Dumbledore called Harry to his office on a cold January evening. The headmaster looked tired, older than Harry remembered, but his eyes still twinkled behind his half-moon spectacles. "Harry, I have something to tell you. Something I should have told you long ago." Harry sat, his mother on his armrest, his heart beginning to pound. "Do you remember the prophecy I mentioned? The one that caused Voldemort to target your family?" Harry nodded. He remembered. It was the reason his parents were dead. The reason he had a piece of Voldemort in his scar. "I have obtained a copy of that prophecy." Dumbledore reached into his robes and withdrew a small, glowing orb. It was kept in the Department of Mysteries, guarded by ancient magic. But recently, someone tried to steal it. Who? Bellatrix Lestrange. She and several other Death Eaters broke into the Ministry just before Christmas. Dumbledore's voice was grave. They failed to take the prophecy, but they came close. Too close. Why did they want it? Because it contains information about you and Voldemort. Information that could be used against you. Dumbledore held out the orb. Would you like to hear it? Harry's throat was dry. Yes. Dumbledore placed the orb on the desk and tapped it with his wand. A voice emerged, a woman's voice, crackling with age. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The voice faded. Harry sat in stunned silence. His mother pressed against him, her warmth the only thing grounding him. Either must die, he whispered. One of us has to kill the other. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. I had hoped to spare you this knowledge for a few more years. But with the Death Eaters hunting the prophecy, you need to understand. Power the Dark Lord knows not, Harry said. What does that mean? What power do I have that he doesn't? Dumbledore smiled gently. Love, Harry. The power of love. It protected you as a baby. It sustains your mother in her current form. It has given you friends who would die for you, and a godfather who crossed oceans to find you. That is a power Voldemort will never understand. Harry looked at his mother. Her golden eyes were bright with tears. Either must die, he repeated. So one day, I'll have to face him. And one of us won't walk away. That day is not today. Nor tomorrow. You have years to prepare, to grow, to become the wizard you are meant to be. Dumbledore leaned forward. But you must understand, Harry, this prophecy does not doom you. It does not control your fate. You choose your path. You decide who you become. Harry nodded slowly. He understood. The prophecy was a warning, not a sentence. But it changed nothing. He would still fight. He would still protect the people he loved. He would still destroy the Horcruxes and defeat Voldemort. Because that's what his parents would want. That's what he wanted. The next day, Harry told Ron and Hermione about the prophecy. They listened in silence, their faces pale. When he finished, Ron said, so you have to kill you know who. Or he kills you. Basically. That's rubbish, Ron said firmly. Absolute rubbish. You're not going to die. We won't let you. Hermione nodded, though her eyes were bright with unshed tears. We'll find a way. There's always a way. Harry felt a surge of gratitude so strong it almost hurt. Thanks. Both of you. His mother hooted softly from his shoulder, and Ron grinned. Even your mum agrees. You're stuck with us, mate. Get used to it. Occlumency lessons continued. Snape was still cold, still critical, but Harry was improving. He could now hold the man out for nearly a minute before his mind opened. It wasn't much, but it was progress. One evening, after a particularly brutal session, Snape spoke. Your mother, he said quietly. She was the best occlumens I ever knew. Harry stared. My mother. She had a natural gift for it. Could close her mind so completely that even the Dark Lord couldn't penetrate it. Snape's voice was flat, but something flickered in his eyes. She taught me, once. When I needed it most. Harry didn't know what to say. His mother, on his shoulder, was watching Snape with an expression Harry couldn't read. She would be proud of you, Snape added, so quietly Harry almost missed it. For trying. For not giving up. Then he turned and swept out of the room, leaving Harry stunned and confused. February brought a break in the weather. The snow melted, the grounds turned muddy, and students ventured outside for the first time in weeks. Harry walked by the lake with Ron and Hermione, his mother flying overhead, her white form stark against the gray sky. Look, Ron said, pointing. Someone's out on the ice. A figure stood at the edge of the frozen lake, small and solitary. As they got closer, Harry recognized her. Ginny. She was staring at the ice, her expression troubled. When she saw them approaching, she smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Everything okay? Harry asked. Ginny hesitated. Then she said, I've been having dreams. About the chamber. About the diary. She shivered. I thought it was over, but sometimes I still feel it. Like a whisper in the back of my mind. Harry's mother landed on his shoulder, her golden eyes fixed on Ginny with concern. It's probably just your mind processing what happened, Hermione said gently. Trauma can do that. Maybe. Ginny didn't look convinced. But it feels different. Like something's still there. Waiting. Harry thought about the fragment in his scar. About the way it whispered to him in the darkness. I know what you mean. Ginny looked at him, and something passed between them, understanding, maybe. Or solidarity. Let us know if it gets worse, Harry said. We'll help. Whatever it takes. Ginny nodded. Thanks, Harry. That night, Harry dreamed of the cup again. But this time, it wasn't alone. Other objects surrounded it, a diadem, a locket, a snake. All of them pulsing with dark light, all of them. Calling to him. Find us, they whispered. Find us and be whole. Harry woke with a gasp, his scar blazing. His mother was there instantly, her wings wrapping around him, her warmth driving back the cold. They're all waking up, he whispered. All the Horcruxes. Something's happening. His mother made a worried sound. She felt it too. The next morning, Harry went to Dumbledore. The headmaster listened to Harry's account of the dream with deepening gravity. All of them, he murmured. If they're all waking simultaneously, it can only mean one thing. What? Voldemort is growing stronger. His spirit is coalescing, reaching out to the pieces of his soul. Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. He may be preparing to return. Can we stop him? By destroying the Horcruxes. All of them. Dumbledore stood. We know the location of two, the cup in the Lestrange vault, and the diadem, which I believe is hidden at Hogwarts. The diadem is here. Ravenclaw's diadem. Lost for centuries. But I have reason to believe Voldemort found it and turned it into a Horcrux during his time at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's eyes scanned the room, as if searching for something. It could be anywhere. The castle is vast, full of hidden places. Then we search, Harry said. We find it. We destroy it. Dumbledore smiled slightly. You have your mother's determination, Harry. Very well. We search. But carefully. The diadem will be protected by dark magic. The search began that week. Harry, Ron, and Hermione combed the castle during every free moment. They checked empty classrooms, hidden corridors, forgotten towers. Hermione researched the history of the diadem, learning everything she could about its appearance and properties. Harry's mother helped too, flying through the castle at night, her golden eyes searching every shadow. She knew Hogwarts better than any of them, had lived here for 7 years, after all. But the diadem remained hidden. One evening, Harry found himself in the room of requirement. He'd come here to think, to escape the pressure of the search. The room had transformed into a cozy sitting room, with a fire crackling in the hearth and comfortable chairs arranged around it. His mother perched on the back of a chair, watching him with those golden eyes. I feel like we're missing something, Harry said. The diadem is here. I know it. But where? His mother tilted her head, considering. Then she flew to a bookshelf and tapped a particular book with her beak. Harry pulled it out. It was a history of Hogwarts, old and dusty. He flipped through the pages until he found what his mother wanted him to see, a section on the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement, he read, is known to have hidden many objects over the centuries. Students and staff alike have used it to conceal items they wished to keep secret. It is said that the room has a particular affinity for things that are lost, forgotten, or hidden. Harry's heart raced. The diadem. It could be here, in the Room of Requirement. His mother hooted softly, agreement. Harry concentrated, willing the room to show him what he needed. The walls shifted, the furniture dissolved, and suddenly he was standing in a vast space filled with towers of objects, broken furniture, old books, tarnished silver, and thousands of other things. The Room of Hidden Things. And there, on a bust of an ugly old warlock, sat a tarnished diadem. Harry approached it slowly, his heart pounding. The diadem was old, crusted with grime, but he could feel the dark magic radiating from it. The same wrongness he'd felt from the locket, from the diary. This is it, he whispered. This is the Horcrux. His mother made a warning sound. She could feel it too. Harry reached out, and the diadem spoke. Harry Potter, it hissed. I've been waiting for you. Harry snatched his hand back. You know me. I know all of you. The piece of my master in your scar calls to me. We are connected, you and I. You're not my master. You're just a thing. A piece of garbage Voldemort left behind. The diadem laughed, a cold, horrible sound. Brave words. But you cannot destroy me. I am protected by magic older than you can imagine. We'll see about that. Harry raised his wand, but before he could cast, the diadem exploded with dark light. He woke in the hospital wing. His mother was on his chest, her golden eyes filled with fear. Madame Pomfrey hovered nearby, her expression worried. And Dumbledore sat in a chair beside the bed, watching him with those ancient eyes. What happened? Harry's voice was hoarse. The diadem attacked you, Dumbledore said quietly. Dark magic, designed to protect the Horcrux. You're lucky to be alive. The diadem, is it still there? Yes. For now. Dumbledore leaned forward. But Harry, you cannot face it alone. Horcruxes are protected by the darkest magic. To destroy one, you need something stronger. Like basilisk venom. Exactly. And we don't have that. Harry's mother made a soft sound. She was looking at Harry with an intensity that made his heart ache. There's another way, Harry said slowly. My mother's love. It destroyed the locket. It hurt the diadem. Dumbledore nodded. Love is the most powerful magic. But to use it, you must be willing to sacrifice something precious. Something irreplaceable. Harry looked at his mother. She was still watching him, her golden eyes steady. I'd sacrifice anything for her, Harry said. Anything. His mother hooted softly, and Harry could have sworn it meant, I know. That's why I love you. The next day, Harry returned to the room of hidden things. This time, he was prepared. His mother was on his shoulder, her warmth a constant comfort. In his pocket, the bracelet pulsed with light, all 7 charms glowing faintly. The diadem sat where he'd left it, waiting. Come to die, Harry Potter. It hissed. Come to destroy you. Harry raised his wand, but he didn't cast a spell. Instead, he reached out with his heart, with all the love he felt for his mother, for his friends, for Sirius and Remus and everyone who had ever shown him kindness. The bracelet blazed with light. His mother's feathers shimmered, and for a moment, just a moment, he saw her. Not as an owl, but as a woman. Red hair, green eyes, a smile that broke his heart. I love you, he whispered. She nodded. And then she flew. Straight at the diadem. Silver light exploded from her, a Patronus, stronger than any Harry had ever seen. It enveloped the diadem, burning through the dark magic, consuming it. The diadem screamed. It was a horrible sound, full of rage and pain and centuries of evil. The silver light blazed brighter, hotter, until finally, with a sound like breaking glass, the diadem shattered. And was gone. Harry's mother landed on his shoulder, trembling, exhausted. But alive. Whole. They'd done it. Together. Dumbledore confirmed the destruction of the diadem that evening. That's 2, he said quietly. 2 Horcruxes destroyed. 3 remain, the cup, the snake, and whatever the final object may be. And the piece in my scar. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. That, too, must eventually be destroyed. But not yet, Harry. Not yet. Harry nodded. He understood. That day would come. But not today. Today, they had won. March brought warmer weather and the first hints of spring. Harry walked through the grounds with his mother on his shoulder, enjoying the sunshine and the fresh air. The nightmares had faded since the destruction of the diadem, and for the first time in months, he felt almost peaceful. But the peace couldn't last. On the last day of March, an owl arrived with urgent news. Sirius found Harry in the common room, his face pale, his eyes troubled. It's Remus. He's been attacked. Harry's blood ran cold. What? How? A werewolf hunter. One of the fanatics who think all werewolves should be killed. Sirius's voice was tight with anger. Remus was in the forest during the full moon, as always. The hunter found him. They fought. Is he okay? He's alive. Barely. Madame Pomfrey is with him now. Sirius gripped Harry's shoulder. He's asking for you. The hospital wing was quiet. Remus lay in a bed near the window, his face pale, his body covered in bandages. When he saw Harry, he smiled weakly. Harry, you came. Of course I came. Harry sat in the chair beside the bed, his mother on his shoulder. What happened? Someone found out what I am. Followed me into the forest. Remus's voice was weak. They had silver bullets. Silver knives. They knew exactly how to hurt me. Who? I don't know. They wore masks. But they were organized. Professional. Remus closed his eyes. This wasn't random, Harry. Someone wants me dead. Harry thought about Bellatrix. About the Death Eaters. About all the people who would love to hurt anyone connected to the Order. We'll find them, he said. We'll stop them. Remus opened his eyes. Be careful, Harry. They're getting bolder. Soon, they won't just come for me. They'll come for you. Harry's mother made a warning sound. She knew he was right. April brought rain and tension. Harry threw himself into his studies with renewed energy, practicing spells, reading his father's grimoire, training with Sirius and Remus whenever they had time. His occlumency improved steadily, he could now hold Snape out for several minutes. But the dreams were returning. Not the Horcrux dreams, something else. A corridor in the Ministry of Magic. A row of glowing orbs. And one orb in particular, pulsing with light, calling to him. The prophecy, he realized. Someone wants the prophecy. He told Dumbledore, who nodded gravely. Voldemort has learned of the prophecy's existence. He wants it destroyed, or captured, or used against you. His followers will keep trying to steal it. Can we protect it? We can try. But the Ministry's security is porous. Too many of its employees are susceptible to bribery or coercion. Dumbledore's eyes were troubled. I fear it's only a matter of time before they succeed. Harry thought about the orb in his dream, pulsing with light. He thought about the words it contained, either must die at the hand of the other. If Voldemort got that prophecy, he would know everything. He would know Harry's destiny, his weakness, his fate. They couldn't let that happen. May arrived with a burst of color. The grounds were lush and green, the lake sparkled in the sun, and students spent every free moment outside. Harry joined them sometimes, but his mind was always elsewhere, on the prophecy, on the Horcruxes, on the coming war. His mother stayed with him constantly, her presence a comfort and a reminder of what he was fighting for. She seemed stronger now, more alert, as if the destruction of the diadem had restored some of her power. One evening, as they sat by the lake watching the sunset, she did something extraordinary. She transformed. Just for a moment, just a fraction of a second, her feathers shimmered, dissolved, and Harry saw her face. Human. Real. Smiling at him with tears in her eyes. Then she was an owl again, pressing her head against his chest. But Harry had seen it. He knew what it meant. She was healing. The love they shared was healing her. One day, he whispered. One day you'll be you again. And I'll be there. She hooted softly, and he could have sworn it meant, I know. The end of term arrived with its usual chaos. Exams, feasts, goodbyes. Harry hugged Ron and Hermione, promised to write, watched them board the train with heavy hearts. Sirius would be staying at Hogwarts for the summer, helping Dumbledore with research. Remus was recovered, though he walked with a slight limp now. And Harry was going back to the Dursleys. He stood on platform 9 3/4, his mother on his shoulder, watching the crowd thin. The Dursleys would be here soon, looking angry and impatient. But before they arrived, someone else appeared. Bellatrix Lestrange. She stood at the edge of the platform, her dark eyes fixed on Harry. A small smile played at her lips. Harry Potter, she called. I have a message for you. Harry's hand went to his wand. His mother tensed on his shoulder. The Dark Lord is coming. Soon, he will rise again. And when he does, he will come for you. She laughed, a cold, cruel sound. Enjoy your summer, little boy. It may be your last. She vanished. Harry stood frozen, his heart pounding. Around him, the platform continued its bustle, oblivious to the threat that had just been delivered. His mother pressed against him, her warmth steadying him. Let her talk, Harry said quietly. We'll be ready. But even as he said it, he wondered if that was true. Could anyone be ready for Voldemort? The Dursleys were waiting. Uncle Vernon's face purpled at the sight of him. Aunt Petunia's lips thinned. Dudley stared with his usual blank hostility. But Harry didn't care. He walked past them, climbed into the car, and stared out the window as they drove away from King's Cross. His mother perched on his lap, her golden eyes watching the city slide past. We have 3 Horcruxes left, Harry said quietly. The cup, the snake, and whatever the last one is. Plus the piece in my scar. She hooted softly. 3 years, Harry continued. That's how long Dumbledore thinks we have before Voldemort returns fully. 3 years to find and destroy them all. His mother pressed against him. We can do it, Harry said. Together. The car drove on, carrying him back to Privet Drive, back to the Dursleys, back to the miserable summer that awaited. But Harry didn't feel miserable. He felt determined. The war was coming, and he would be ready. That night, in his room at number 4 Privet Drive, Harry sat by the window and watched the stars. His mother was beside him, her warmth a constant comfort. The bracelet on his wrist glowed faintly, the heart charm brightest of all. I had a dream once, Harry said quietly. About my parents. They were happy. They were together. And they were proud of me. His mother hooted softly. I want that, Harry continued. I want to make them proud. I want to make you proud. I want to end this, once and for all. She pressed her head against his cheek. 3 years, Harry whispered. 3 years to find the Horcruxes. 3 years to prepare. 3 years to become the wizard I need to be. He looked out at the stars, at the infinite darkness beyond. And then, Voldemort, I'll be ready for you. The stars twinkled back, silent and eternal. Somewhere, far away, a golden cup pulsed with dark light. A great snake coiled in anticipation. And in a hidden place, the last Horcrux waited. But Harry didn't know about that yet. For now, he had his mother. He had his friends. He had his purpose. And that was enough. The summer passed slowly. Harry wrote letters to Ron and Hermione, received letters in return, counted the days until September. He practiced spells from his father's grimoire, trained with his wand, strengthened his occlumency shields. His mother stayed with him always, her golden eyes watching, her presence a constant comfort. One night, near the end of August, Harry had another dream. He was standing in a dark place, surrounded by treasures. Gold and jewels glittered in the torchlight. And in the center, on a velvet cushion, sat the golden cup. But this time, it wasn't alone. A figure stood beside it. Tall and thin, with dark hair and darker eyes. Bellatrix Lestrange. She was stroking the cup, caressing it like a lover. Soon, she murmured. Soon my lord will rise again. And you, my precious, will help him. Harry woke with a gasp, his scar blazing. His mother was there instantly, her wings wrapping around him. The cup, he gasped. Bellatrix has it. She's guarding it. His mother made a worried sound. We have to tell Dumbledore. We have to. Harry stopped. Dumbledore was at Hogwarts, and he couldn't leave. Not yet. But soon. Soon, he would return to school. Soon, they would plan. Soon, they would fight. September 1st arrived in a blaze of golden light. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4, his mother on his shoulder, watching the scarlet steam engine billow smoke into the gray sky. Around him, students hugged parents, owls hooted, cats mewled. And among them, his friends. Ron appeared first, his red hair unmistakable in the crowd. Then Hermione, her arms full of books as always. Then Ginny, smiling shyly. Then Fred and George, already plotting their next prank. Harry. Ron grabbed him in a hug. Summer was rubbish without you. Same. Harry grinned. Absolutely rubbish. They climbed aboard the train together, finding their usual compartment near the end. His mother perched on the seat beside him, her golden eyes watching the platform as the train began to move. Sirius stood there, waving. Remus beside him, pale but smiling. Even Dumbledore had come, his silver beard gleaming in the sunlight. Harry waved back until they were out of sight. 4th year, Hermione said. Can you believe it? 3 more Horcruxes, Harry replied quietly. 3 more years. Ron's face sobered. We'll find them. We'll destroy them. Together, Hermione added. Harry nodded. Together. The train carried them north, toward Hogwarts, toward whatever adventures awaited. And Harry, for the first time in months, felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Peace. Not because the danger was gone. It wasn't. Not because the war was over. It was just beginning. But because he wasn't alone. He had his mother. He had his friends. He had his purpose. And that was enough. That was everything. And that is just the beginning of Harry's true destiny. If you want to see how far his power rises, or how the wizarding world reacts next, make sure you like this video and comment if you want part 2. And hey, if you're new here, don't forget to subscribe right now. Because I upload daily dark and powerful Harry Potter what if stories. And trust me, the next one will be even more insane. And I'll see you in the next magical chapter. Until then, stay legendary.